desperate time to make life for the United Republican Party and all it stands for as difficult as possible. Trump also going on to brag about the stock market. We know that he thinks, because he has said, if stocks are doing well, how do you impeach a president? Tweeting, quote, new stock market high. I will never get bored of telling you that, and we will never get tired of winning. Now, just as a reminder, here's video of Trump 2 weeks ago on a day that stocks fell 400 points on the Dow, saying he doesn't watch the stock market.
But if the stock market goes up or down, I don't watch the stock market. I watch jobs. Jobs are what I watch. I watch making the proper deal. We've been taken advantage of, the United States, by China for so many years.
Yeah, he doesn't talk about it on days that it's down, I think more accurately we could say. Then Trump coming completely unglued about his upcoming 2020 re-election campaign in a multi-tweet explosion, saying, quote, I look very much forward to debating whoever the lucky person is who stumbles across the finish line in the little-watched do-nothing Democrat debates. My record is so good on the capital E economy and all else, including debating, that perhaps I would consider more than 3 debates. The problem is that the so-called Commission on Presidential Debates is stacked with Trump haters and never Trumpers. 3 years ago, they were forced to publicly apologize for modulating my microphone in the first debate against crooked Hillary. This is the president tweeting, folks. As president, the debates are up to me. And there are many options, including doing them directly and avoiding the nasty politics of this very biased commission. I will make a decision at an appropriate time, but in the meantime, the Commission on Presidential Debates is not authorized to speak for me or Republicans. Now, we're going to dig more into this debate stuff on the bonus show today. And I know that producer Pat has many things that he wants to say about it. Trump then continuing all day. I mean, it is all day long, retweeting endless propaganda videos from Fox News and Rudy Giuliani. The narrative being it's all a con job. Everyone's been tricked. They're attacking him unfairly. It's all unbelievable. So don't be tricked. Trump is raging because he got caught, but he still might get away with it. They did it in public, crimes in real time, some on live television, some on Twitter, witness tampering, intimidation, all this different stuff. And the right is helping Trump turn himself into a scapegoat or even a martyr. One of the biggest differences between Nixon's 1970s and Trump now is that Nixon didn't have the benefit of not only a degree of partisanship that, listen, people always say we've never seen partisanship like this before. That's true, but there's always been partisanship, but it is worse now than it was during the 1970s. But also this fact-free, alternative fact, post-truth thing, which we will talk about later today, which makes it so that no matter what happens, you have a media apparatus that will excuse, defend, or counter-accuse, no matter what it is that Donald Trump has done. And unfortunately, they will likely get away with it in terms of impeachment. Maybe not, but they will likely get away with it. And we can't let them get away with it in the November of 2020 election. Although I know I'm supposed to always pretend that everything is great and everything. I don't know that Donald Trump is going to be denied re-election in November of 2020. I'm scared. I'm going to address this more a little bit later on this week. Rudy Giuliani is saying the quiet part out loud. After all this time spent arguing that he's not involved in the Ukraine stuff, he didn't interfere, they didn't push anybody out, everything was perfect, the phone call was perfect, the relationships with everybody over in Ukraine, the ambassador and everybody else, everything was just perfect. Rudy Giuliani has now admitted to New Yorker reporter Adam Entus that, yes, he needed Ambassador Marie Yovanovitch out of the way, later going last night on Fox News' Laura Ingraham program and saying, I got her out. You aren't supposed to admit this, Rudy, but you're certainly making it much easier. That's for sure. Quote from Adam Entus's great piece in the New Yorker. Rudy says, I believed that I needed Yovanovitch out of the way. She was going to make the investigations difficult for everybody. Rudy goes on to admit that he was working on a dossier, not just about the Bidens, but also about Marie Yovanovitch herself, and said, let's make this as prominent as possible by going on TV to talk about it. Then last night, Rudy went on Fox News and confirmed this to Laura Ingraham. Now, he tries to deny that he needed her out of the way, but admits that he forced her out, which is exactly what they've been denying all this time. Take a look at this clip from last night.
Now, this hit piece, and it's a hit piece,
of course,
also has you on the record admitting that you forced out Marie Yovanovitch.
Of course
you
I
said
did.
You needed her out of the way, but you're a personal attorney for the president, so why do you need her out of the way?
I didn't need her out of the way. I forced her out because she's corrupt.
So the alleged hit piece that Laura Ingraham is referencing is accurate. And again, Rudy's trying to make this distinction. I didn't need her out of the way. I forced her out of the way. The issue is a non-elected, non-Senate confirmed, non-government person who is Donald Trump's personal lawyer forcing out ambassadors who are selected by presidents. This is red alert stuff. And I know that in the era of scandal fatigue, in the era of constant drama and fiascos and scandals, this stuff gets lost. But Rudy Giuliani is admitting that he, as a non-government actor, saw an ambassador as an impediment to getting what he wanted and to Donald Trump getting what he wanted and forced her out. He admits it. He's just a lawyer. That's all. He's not a government actor. This is what they have been denying all along. During the impeachment hearings, one of the main narratives that, remember, the Republican lawyer during the impeachment hearings was this guy, Steve Castor. And what Steve Castor tried to push was that no one was trying to push Marie Yovanovitch out. Everybody was fine with her being the ambassador. Trump wasn't bothered. Rudy wasn't bothered. But Trump wanted to root out corruption and she didn't and all that stuff. Here is Rudy admitting. He says to Adamantis, she was an impediment and I needed her out of the way. He says to Laura Ingraham, I got her out of the way. This is very reminiscent of when early in Donald Trump's presidency, remember when they were denying any contact with Russians? It's laughable now because of everything we know, but you had Trump denying contact with Russians. Mike Pence was denying contact with Russians. Don Jr. denied it. Jeff Sessions famously denied it. He got caught lying and ended up having to recuse himself on anything Russia related when he was Trump's beleaguered attorney general. Now it seems unbelievable that they were ever denying it, but at one point they were. And then you had Don Jr. tweet out, oh, yeah, we were in touch with Russians, Russian business people, this Russian, that Russian, but it's no big deal and everything's fine. It's deny, deny, deny until it's too late. And then they don't. And then they say, well, no, I mean, oh, yeah, it happened, but it's totally fine. The real story is some Democrat did some other thing. This time, I don't actually think it's part of a plan by Rudy Giuliani. It seems once again, he's off the reservation. And this is exactly why Rudy Giuliani was pulled off TV multiple times. Early this year, very early this year, we reported on it. He blundered badly in multiple interviews and he was pulled off for a while. More recently, he was pulled off again from Fox News. But he did speak to this reporter last month. He then was back on Fox News last night. And it is as ridiculous as any of us imagined. Everything is the opposite of what they tell us. Trump was rooting out corruption. No, Trump wanted smears. Yovanovitch was working on corruption, and Rudy wanted her out and got her out, even though that's what they had been denying. I really hope that Rudy Giuliani ends up testifying in the Senate impeachment trial. It would be something amazing to see. People around Trump should try to convince Trump that it would be great for Rudy to testify, that Rudy would just do so great. Of course, it's not true, but that might get Trump to tell Rudy to show up and testify in the Senate impeachment trial. And then it would just be an amazing situation to watch Rudy Giuliani self-destruct. Never mind Trump. Trump said he would consider testifying in the impeachment trial. I can't imagine he will be allowed anywhere near the Senate trial by his lawyers to the extent that they can control him. But we can always hope. And that would be, I mean, instant self-incrimination. Let me know what you're hoping for in the Senate impeachment trial, given that a conviction is extremely unlikely. On January 1st, we will be kicking off 2020. It's insane that it's already 2020. I remember when it was New Year's Eve 1999 and 2020 seemed comically far off, and we're just a couple weeks from it. On January 1, 2020, we will have a crazy membership special. If you've been thinking of it's an election year, you want to support alternatives to corporate media. Get on our mailing list by signing up for it at davidpakman.com. Subscribe to the newsletter. And then on January 1st, you will get a beautiful email, a perfect email, as Donald Trump would say, with an extremely extraordinary membership special. Let me know what you think about Rudy on Laura Ingraham by sending me a tweet at dpakman. We'll take a quick break and be back right after this.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show isn't some corporate media show with huge advertisers and a media conglomerate supporting us. We actually depend on support from our viewers and listeners. The easiest way, the most rewarding way, the most exciting way to support the show is to get a membership at www.joinpakman.com. You'll receive the world famous daily bonus show for supporters only, the commercial-free audio and video streams of the show every day, and you'll be part of the solution. Because of membership, we are independent and we're able to cover whatever stories we want, whatever stories our audience is interested in, without executives looking over our shoulder. And it's why we've grown from a weekly show to a daily show. Much to the dismay of the Hatriots, we can't be pulled off the air unless all of you cancel your memberships. Please don't do that, but please do sign up today at www.joinpakman.com. Support independent progressive media.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Today's new members of the day are David Barrett and Susan Shaddle. Thanks to both of you. Really appreciate your support. And I also want to say thanks to another David, David Newton, who's today's longtime sustaining member of the day. David Newton's been with us almost 5 years. I invite you humbly to sign up for a membership. It's cheap, it's quick, it supports the work we do at joinpakman.com. Billionaire Michael Bloomberg was a late entrant to the Democratic primary, and he is polling 7% in a recent poll after spending reportedly around $100 million on advertising for his campaign. And this tells us many things. It tells us that you can buy your way into a campaign, but not necessarily past 1%. We'll talk about that. Bloomberg combining his money with at least some notoriety to buy his way all the way up to 7%. This tells us that, at least in some sense, the idea of fighting Trump with a better billionaire is appealing to some people, 7% anyway. And it also confirms that when you were polling 1% to 2% for like a year during the campaign, you're probably not going anywhere. And so Delaney and Williamson, Bennett, Castro, Steyer, and Gabbard should probably drop out at this point in time. The newest Quinnipiac poll out yesterday has Biden at 30, Warren at 17, Sanders at 16, Buttigieg at 9, and Michael Bloomberg at 7%. In what is essentially a statistical tie for fourth place within the margin of error with Pete Buttigieg. Andrew Yang and Amy Klobuchar each with 3%, Cory Booker at 2%, Gabbard at 1, Steyer at 1, Castro at 1. Now, another interesting thing about this is that even though you can buy your way in, not just anyone can do it, because Tom Steyer has also spent a ton of money, not nearly as much as Bloomberg, but he can't get past 1%. So to buy your way in, it can't just be money. It has to be money and something else. More questions now about whether Michael Bloomberg will ever have an opportunity to debate, because remember, he is not accepting individual contributions. Therefore, he cannot qualify based on the current rules that the DNC has established with growing donor thresholds as we get further and further into the primary debate period. And so there are now more and more questions about whether the DNC will or should change its rules. Now, I said before, if the DNC now says, hey, you know what, even though Michael Bloomberg doesn't have donors, at least in the formal sense that you need them in order to qualify for the debates, he's polling 7%. Let's figure out a way to get him into the debates because he's polling 7%. The other candidates would and should rightly go absolutely crazy. Now, if the DNC doesn't make any change, you will end up with a candidate that is effectively tied for fourth place within the margin of error with Pete Buttigieg, not in the debates. Both are wacky scenarios. Now, I've said before, I don't think we need another billionaire running. From a political analysis, from a logic analysis, having a candidate tied for fourth place who is not in the debates is strange. But these are the rules of the game. They have been established by the DNC. I've previously been critical that they weren't strict enough in getting some of the zeros and ones out of the debates early enough. And now, live by these rules, die by these rules, unless they say, hey, let's just change these rules to accommodate one particular person, which they may or may not do. The other question is, it's not really clear the DNC wants Michael Bloomberg in there. Michael Bloomberg's presence certainly has the risk of hurting Joe Biden and Pete Buttigieg, the establishment candidates, more than it has the potential to hurt Bernie Sanders and Elizabeth Warren, based on the numbers I've seen so far. If there are different numbers, by all means, send them to me. So it's not clear to me that the DNC, aside from the logic of if you're polling 7% tied for fourth place statistically, should you be in? Aside from that, it's not clear from a strategic perspective the DNC would even really want Michael Bloomberg in the debates. But with the latest poll, Quinnipiac, Michael Bloomberg already polling 7%. I know most of you know that Donald Trump lies, but here's a hilarious story. Trump often has stories about his black friend or his veteran friend, that type of thing, where he says, oh, yeah, no, my black friend told me this, or my veteran friend told me that. Normal people would see how much Trump lies and immediately suspect that those stories are also lies. Trump has been selling, I guess we could say it both ways. He's been telling a similar story about his Jewish friend. And every time the Jewish friend is somebody else. This is just the best. Trump told basically the same story on September 9th, December 7th, and twice on December 11th at different events. The context is always that Trump says he did the right thing by getting out of the Iran deal. And he supports this by saying, even my Jewish friend came to me and said, the best thing wasn't, moving the embassy or whatever. The best thing was getting out of that Iran deal. The first time he mentioned that it was people who were telling him this. The second time Trump told the story verbatim, he said it was big Republican donor Sheldon Adelson who told him this. Then the third time he told the story, it was the owner of the New England Patriots NFL football team, Bob Kraft, who told him this. And then the fourth time that he was praised for getting out of the Iran deal, it was the father of his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, Charles Kushner. Check out this compilation video with Trump telling the same story 4 times, each time naming somebody else.
And if you really think about it, I said to people, what's more important, the Golan Heights or the capital of Jerusalem by moving our embassy there? He said, neither, sir. What you've done in Iran is more important than both. I said, I guess you're right. I said to Sheldon, what do you think was bigger, Israel and the embassy going in, and it became Jerusalem, the capital of Israel, or the Golan Heights? He said, neither. He said, the biggest thing you did for Israel was breaking up and terminating the horrible, one-sided, catastrophic deal that was made by President Obama. I said, Bob Kraft, which is bigger? Which is more important to the Jewish people? He said, neither. I said, what does that mean? He said, what you did by terminating the Iran nuclear deal is bigger than both. I think that's true. And then I asked Charlie Kushner, I said, Charlie, let me ask you, what's bigger for the Jewish people? Giving the embassy to Jerusalem, it becomes the capital of Israel. What's bigger, that or the Golan Heights? He said, neither. I said, what does that mean? He said, the biggest thing of all is what you did by ending the Iran nuclear catastrophe. I think that's true.
Apparently, Trump has asked this question many times, and all of his Jewish friends seem to be giving him the same answer, right? He's having trouble keeping the lies straight. That's what's going on. We recently did a segment about compulsive lying, and here we are with a great example. Trump lies so much. It's so second nature to him to make stuff up that he can't keep the lies straight, or he has those delusions where he thinks nobody will notice, and he just tells the story differently each time for kicks, much like many of the compulsive liars that I've known in my life. And of course, if you call them out, if you on December 11th, after Trump did the first event and said, hey, Bob Kraft said this to me, and in the second event, it was Charlie Kushner who said this to him. If you said, you just told the same story and named two different people, he would come up with something. He would say, well, it was actually both of them who said it to me. Or he would say, well, they both basically said the same thing. Or, well, Kushner said it before and Kraft said it more recently, and both stories are true. I just told them out of order. I get a lot of emails that say, David, this is very clear evidence of dementia. And I've said before, Trump may have cognitive decline, but Trump clearly remembers enough that he could tell this story one way every time if it was a real story. Actual possible cognitive decline aside, we're letting him off the hook when we say this is merely dementia. This is merely cognitive decline. This is a liar who lies so much that he probably is not remembering which lies he's told, who he's told them to. And this is what you end up with as a final result. Even the American right should be scared to death that this guy has control over nuclear weapons. He has a huge degree of control over the financial future of the United States. This is very scary stuff because he's lying about insignificant things, as we know, crowd size, hand size. I think you know what I mean. These Jewish friends who tell him this stuff, but he's also lying about really, really big things as well. And we've reported on many of them. This is scary stuff. This is the stuff of nightmares. And now let's actually step back a little bit and quantify the dishonesty and frame it historically in terms of what we're now experiencing. History is not aware of any president that has lied as much as Donald Trump has lied. Often that number 12,000 lies is thrown around. That number is now outdated. We have an updated number. The Washington Post has been tracking Donald Trump's lies and misleading claims for his presidency. They have updated the number. It is now 15,413 false or misleading claims over 1,055 days. Now, before we move on, I do want to address, a lot of people will email me. They'll say, David, why don't media outlets just call them lies? You will notice that the Washington Post stays away from the word lie. There's a lot of interesting legal stuff behind that, behind the hesitation from corporate media to actually call a lie a lie. And from what I've been told by attorneys in the field, they say, when you call something a lie, you're signaling intent and you're signaling a certain level of calculation, and it's hard to do that. So instead, media outlets tend to say the statement was factually inaccurate. It was misleading. But I think we all understand more than 15,000 lies and incorrect statements and misleading claims by Donald Trump during his presidency, and it does not matter. By the way, ramping up the lies in 2019. In 2017, Trump told only about 2,000 lies. In 2018, it went up to about 5,700. And in 2019 so far, we still have a couple weeks left and they could be doozies. Donald Trump has told 7,700 lies. What has really kicked up the number of lies in recent couple of months have been the record lies of related to the Ukraine fiasco. That has caused just a persistent stream of endless lies from Donald Trump. But I want to get back to the consequences, which are probably none. All of these talking points from the right about alternative facts, fake news, the lying, dishonest, corrupt media, as Donald Trump likes to say, these talking points have worked. And we on the left, I've said for a long time, we're pretty bad at messaging and talking points and influence on the left on a lot of different issues. And Donald Trump has really successfully developed these phrases and talking points. The people who realize Trump lies all the time are probably not voting for him already. Mostly, with some exceptions. The Trumpists have already been convinced by the talking points. A media outlet says something negative about Trump, it's got to be fake news. An apparent disagreement about simple facts, it's just perspective. It's a sort of new right-wing postmodernism. We have alternative facts as the phrase. And I'm reminded once again about 1984 versus Brave New World. These are two prominent dystopian novels, along with one called We, which is lesser known, but I still recommend reading it. 1984 by George Orwell, Brave New World by Aldous Huxley. And Neil Postman once wrote, quote, What Orwell feared were those who would ban books. What Huxley feared was that there would be no reason to ban a book, for there would be no one who wanted to read one. Orwell feared those who would deprive us of information. Huxley feared those who would give us so much that we would be reduced to passivity and egoism. Orwell feared that the truth would be concealed from us. Huxley feared the truth would be drowned in a sea of irrelevance. Orwell feared we would become a captive culture. Huxley feared we would become a trivial culture. Now, I don't want to write off the ways in which 2019 Trumpian America is like 1984. There's a combination of both 1984 and Brave New World. There is some banning of information. I mean, look at what Trump did to NASA on climate change research that they were doing, and we have many other examples. But more importantly, or more significantly maybe for Trump avoiding consequences from his lies and propaganda, is that Trump has created a culture of, oh, Trump is in another scandal. It becomes irrelevant. Scandal fatigue, the moniker of fake news. When you get confused, I hear one set of facts and another set of facts. They don't need to ban contradictory facts. They just put out a counter narrative. People say, what the hell? I'm going to go back to my video games or my Netflix shows or whatever the case may be. Claims of a witch hunt against him. All of this stuff is much more like Brave New World than 1984. It's part 1984, but a big part Brave New World, and it's scary stuff. Make sure you're following us on Instagram for more on this and every other story from today's show. We are at David Pakman Show on Instagram. By the way, I posted a picture of me with my dad's dog on my Instagram today. He is ready for Hanukkah, very much ready. Follow me on Instagram at david.pakman. Quick break, part 2 of my interview with Cenk Uygur next, and then much more.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
The David Pakman Show is audience-supported media. I really mean that, not just a catchphrase. And much of that support is small contributions on Patreon, contributions as small as $1 per month, meaning just cents for each hour-long episode of the show. Plus, patrons can also get the daily bonus show and the daily commercial-free TV show by pledging at patreon.com/David Pakman Show. We've rolled out great new perks on Patreon, including free bumper stickers, t-shirts, coffee mugs, and more at different giving levels, as well as exclusive content. And it all comes with the pleasure of knowing you're supporting independent progressive media, an alternative to the corporate stuff that is as much a part of the problem as our political system. If you value the show and have as little as $1 to put towards independent media, check out patreon.com/David Pakman Show and make a pledge today. It'll feel good, and I'd really appreciate it. Patreon.com/David Pakman Show. Find our videos online at youtube.com/The David Pakman Show and on Steemit at steemit.com/@David Pakman.
Welcome back to the David Pakman Show.
Let's continue with part 2 of my conversation with Young Turks founder, host, and also California 25th District congressional candidate Cenk Uygur. So I understand that corporate media often has a bias, number one, to the status quo, and number two, to salaciousness. So even reporters who can't pronounce your name if their life depended on it are sure that they need to talk about all of the bad things that you've done and said, et cetera. I understand that piece. The part that to me is getting a little concerning is that even like personal friends I know on my Facebook page are tweeting stuff, having no idea who you are, about how you'd better not support this guy and this person and that person had better retract their endorsement. And it's starting to me to seem like one of these sort of circular firing squad, self-destructive things. I mean, make it about policy. And I've not seen anybody say, hey, you know what? Cenk's wrong on this policy, and I love the policy of Cenk's opponent. I'm seeing none of that. I'm seeing the types of attacks that to me are completely self-destructive.
So, David, that's the third group. So there's the corporate Democrats, disingenuous. There's the corporate media that turns out to be even more hostile to progressives than we realize. Then the third group is, I think, honest actors who we agree with on the policy, but we now disagree on a really interesting issue/tactic, right?
Yes, yes.
So when you and I battle right wingers, some portion of those folks who are genuine progressives don't like that. And there's this thing called cancel culture. So, and it's a legitimate and interesting debate to have. You and I happen to fall on the side of no, if you ignore them, they don't go away, they fester, right? And by the way, David, you were doing this more than anyone else. You and Sam Cedar are probably the top at it. And for a while, we actually tried that. Anna and I stopped talking about the right wing at all. We stopped talking about Dave Rubin and Ben Shapiro and Milo and all those guys, and we hoped that they would go away. They didn't go away. That tactic totally did not work. Now, you can say, hey, I don't care that it doesn't work. I just don't want those monsters to get 1 second extra of airtime, even if you're battling them. We happen to disagree on that. But that doesn't make us bad people, and that doesn't make the opposite side bad people either, meaning the progressives who are in that cancel culture and not deplatforming, et cetera. But it's a real intellectual disagreement. But if they take it further and they go, well, Cenk Uygur or David Pakman are bad people that are not really progressives because they platform people, well, then I would say, okay, you've crossed the line. Well, you cross the line from an interesting intellectual conversation or debate into being unfortunately malicious. I'm not doing that to them, as you could tell here, right? I'm saying, I hear you, brothers and sisters, but let's talk it out.
When you think about the path forward for the campaign, you've got the stuff from the blog posts and the corporate media reaction to that. You've got some of these folks that you agree with on policy, but seem to disagree on tactics. You've got arguments like Cenk doesn't live in the district, therefore, ... fill in the blanks. What's the strategy for dealing with this? Because you actually, since it's gotten national attention, you may need one strategy nationally, but then also something different when you're talking to the voters in the district.
Yeah, absolutely. So first of all, as part of the national conversation, and your viewers are obviously all over the country, look, there's two things that are happening now. The corporate media is overwhelmingly against me. Every article is against me. They make it seem like my entire history is being some sort of right-wing misogynist. And they all know that's not true. They all know that they've critiqued me before for being too progressive. It's so disingenuous. So that's millions of dollars in free media to smear me. Plus, all the corporations I criticize are now pouring in money to my opponent. Plus, all the Democratic Party, they're like, oh, no, he's going to call out the corruption, pouring in millions to my opponent. So Cenk2020.com, it's so important that we fight back. And if you guys help out, we can fight back on every level here. So nationally, I'm saying, for God's sake, is any reporter ever going to ask about the issues? I was on the phone with an LA Times reporter, and I literally asked him, this is my second time talking to you. There was an initial article, then there was this. And I said, are you ever going to ask about the issues? And he was honest enough to say no. He said, we do 2 to 3 articles on a race like this, and this is going to be the second one. And no, I'm not going to ask you about the issues in this interview. Okay, well, I mean, he didn't write that in the story, but at least he told me, and at least there's a modicum of honesty there. I just do sensationalism. I don't care about the issues. But the thing is, for people's lives in the district, what I wrote 19 years ago is the least relevant thing on planet Earth. Whether they're going to have health care is the most relevant thing there is. Whether there's going to be school shootings when their kids go to those schools is the most relevant thing on Earth. And also, there's so many important local issues. There's like environmental disasters all over the district. There's so many fires. It was the biggest gas leak in American history. It was the Aliso Canyon gas leak that's in our district. We have a Boeing facility that's leaking radioactive material into the water. And then you've got homelessness running amok in Lancaster and Palmdale. So these are super important issues. And it's amazing how little the press cares about it.
Yeah, well, that's what my focus, nobody really needs to adjudicate whether they like or don't like, the fact that you rated women in the past or whatever the case is, because the question is not about whether any kind of crime was committed. Nobody has asserted that. This is not an issue. What we're talking about is, does that mean you put someone in whose healthcare policy won't actually get healthcare to everybody who needs it? Or do we, because of these things that Cenk said, which he has already talked about and completely disavowed, do we say, let's put in someone that is going to do nothing about campaign finance reform, for example? And that's why I think the lack of discussion about issues is so acutely disturbing, because what's implied in that is that they essentially don't matter. It's basically assessing someone's character on the basis of old blog posts. That's how we pick people to represent us now. That's scary to me.
Yeah. So look, as far as my opponent is concerned, I totally understand her strategy, because Democratic voters agree with me almost universally, and they don't agree with her positions. So I'm for Medicare for all. 81% of Democratic voters want Medicare for all.
Yeah.
Now, why would she be so bad at politics to be against 81% of the voters? Well, it's because of the donors. Her donors told her, I don't care if you lose this race, but under no circumstances are you allowed to be for Medicare for all. And it's not just her donors. It's the donors of the Democratic Party. That's why the orders come from down top, from the top down all the way to Christie. Say, no, the party is against Medicare for all. In fact, Joe Biden said it the other day. He said the party's not there yet. Not that the voters aren't there yet. The party's not there yet. So Democratic parties decided we're going to try to sink Medicare for all. It's definitely because of their corruption. I'm super clear on that, and that's why they can't stand me. That's why they're trying to bury me. But at least I understand why Christie's trying to avoid the issues, because the issues are terrible for her. The media, on the other hand, they pride themselves on being cynical. Like, I know that actually nothing in life matters. Thank God. Why are you a reporter? If you think nothing matters, then why do you cover the news? What a strange, toxic culture there is in the mainstream press. Don't talk about the issues, only do character assassinations and personal attacks and things that are scandalous or salacious because no one cares. Then why'd you get into this profession? Why don't you go be a doctor or a lawyer or something? Make some money.
Hey, two quick things, and I know you've got to run. One is California is a jungle primary, meaning everybody is sort of running against each other in the primary, Republicans and Democrats. And one of the people running on the Republican side is George Papadopoulos, who is this Trump associate who was indicted. Does he throw a wrench into what you're doing at all, or is it just talk about your issues and just go forward and do your thing?
No, first of all, he doesn't exist. I haven't. So I've gone to these campaign events. I've never seen Papadopoulos. I don't know that he's ever been in the district. So right now, I'm all over the district. I'm knocking on doors. They see me at their door, and they're like, "You're running for Congress, and you're at my door?" Like, because I'm going to areas of Lancaster and Palmdale that are heavily Latino or African American. They've never had anyone come knock on their door and ask them, what would you like? My job is to represent you. Okay. So, but Papadopoulos is nowhere to be found. But to be fair, he might be in the witness protection program.
Which will make it hard to win.
Yeah. And speaking of platforming or not, I've told all of my opponents, and there's actually 13 people in the race, debate anytime, anywhere. Okay. So corporate Democrat, you think I'm a monster and you think you have all this dirt on me. By the way, quick aside there, the last tweet she put out was like another damning video. It was me arguing for the two-state solution. And then even some of her own supporters were like, wait, are you against the two-state solution? Why is that damning? Right. And she's like, oh, backpedal. So my point is, she doesn't want to debate because she actually wants to avoid every single issue there is. The Republicans are running for me. I'm right here. Come at me, bro. So I'm saying that especially the Republicans and guys like Papadopoulos, who couldn't possibly hang in a debate with me.
So as far as the endorsements, which you've said you're not accepting endorsements, the way this entire thing has gone, do you feel betrayed by some people that you thought were in your corner and at least publicly now can't be? I mean, I can imagine that doesn't feel particularly good.
Yeah. No, actually, I swear to God, I don't feel that at all. And because, man, to give you a little internal dynamics here, the folks who endorsed me were wonderful and courageous. And And I actually deeply, deeply appreciate it. And the last thing I want to do is get them in trouble. And the press loves smear by proxy. Okay, so no, I don't feel bad about that at all. There, some folks who never even went in that direction. That's a slightly different story. Okay.
Oh, okay.
Okay.
Yeah.
So understand that. Don't get upset at Bernie and Roe and Nina. They were wonderful, wonderful. They were the first to come out, and they took tremendous courage to back me, knowing how the smear machine has come after me over and over again. They knew that, and they still took that risk. So I give them all the credit in the world. But really, David, there's like one day I'll tell the stories, but there's groups that are unfortunately disingenuous and did a lot of backroom machinations against me. It's not at all their membership in those groups. The membership is awesome. But some of the leadership is in bed with the corporate Democrats, and they think, oh, I'm going to get 7% more if I work with Pelosi and Feinstein to help their handpicked candidate. So let's purposely, maliciously try to bury the progressive while pretending to be either a progressive group, a somewhat progressive group, etc. And so some of that happened. And so there are a couple of names I wrote down on a list.
All right. Well, someday maybe we will get a look at that list. An incredible race in California's 25th, in that it is really a case study, actually, in a lot of the sort of worst of status quo politics, which we're obviously going to keep following. We've been speaking with Cenk Uygur, who is running to represent California's 25th district in Washington, D.C. Cenk, always so good to talk to you. Really appreciate your time.
Thank you, David. And please, everybody, cenk2020.com. And even if you don't want to donate, you can volunteer. You can make calls from anywhere. This is people power versus corporate power. The battle's in the 25th. cenk2020.com. Thank you, guys.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
Did you know you can get David Pakman Show stuff, whether you're looking for David Pakman Show coffee for your Chemex, French press, or espresso machine, or a t-shirt? It's all available on our website, shipping to anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. The Very Stable Genius t-shirt is popular. The If Ivanka Weren't My Daughter t-shirt is actually popular with kids of all ages. We've got sweatshirts and hoodies with Patriot Mail designs, more than a dozen available colors. And did I also mention that there's coffee? Oh, and bumper stickers too, plus no bogus supplements. If you're looking for something to give you the strength to lift a school bus over your head or make you live to 200 years of age, you're not going to find it on our store. Check it all out, shipping anywhere in the world at davidpakman.com/gear. If you want a 15% discount, all members and patrons get a 15% discount code. Check out the store at davidpakman.com/gear. You can follow us on Facebook at facebook.com/David Pakman Show and on Twitter at David Pakman Show. And if you want to reach me directly, no trolling allowed, follow me on Twitter at dpakman. Hope to hear from you soon.
The David Pakman Show at davidpakman.com.
So I've said before that when we see these hypothetical national polls that have Trump being crushed by everyone like we did last week, they really are of very limited value in figuring out who's going to win the Electoral College in 2020. And you have many polls right now saying, you know, if it was Biden versus Trump, who would you vote for? If it was Bernie versus Trump, Warren versus Trump. And every single one of those has Donald Trump losing. Last week, for example, we had a poll. I think it was Biden is leading Trump by 9, Bernie's leading Trump by 7 or 8, Warren's leading Trump by 7 or 8. And I said at the time, this tells us very little for a couple different reasons. Number one, these things typically tighten and move to the incumbent, meaning a lot of that, when you look at 50 to 41, for example, that's only 91% of the vote. That leaves 9% hanging out there. Some will go third party. Some could consolidate around the incumbent. So if Trump ends up getting 47 and Biden gets his 50, Biden will win the popular vote, much like Hillary did, but could still lose the Electoral College to Donald Trump. Because remember, Hillary Clinton won by 3 popular vote. lost the Electoral College. So what I've been saying for a long time now is we need to be looking at polling in key states, states that are more likely to tell us the way that electorally the election is going to go. Pennsylvania, Wisconsin, Michigan, North Carolina. Most people have a sense of what those states are. Now, in those states, things are not looking quite as good for the Democrats. And in particular, they aren't looking great for Elizabeth Warren, according to a recent New York Times poll. But today we're going to look at a specific case study. There is new polling out of Iowa. Iowa is the first primary state. Hypothetical matchups, Trump versus whoever, and Trump is winning every single one. Now, that being said, it's not all bad news. And what I am increasingly fatigued by, I'm getting some scandal fatigue from Trump, but I'm really fatigued by black-white narratives by corporate media trying to be sensational. I'm actually going to tell you what we can glean from this and what we can't. So we've got a new Emerson College poll. Iowa hypothetical matchups. If it's Trump versus Sanders, Trump is +7. If it's Trump versus Warren, Trump is +7 in Iowa. If it's Trump versus Biden, Trump is +4. And if it's Trump versus Buttigieg, it's Trump +1. You see that Trump is strongest in Iowa against Bernie and Warren, +7 against each of them. And then Trump ahead of Biden by 4, and Pete Buttigieg the strongest in Iowa against Trump, behind him by only 1 point, basically a tie within the margin of error. So there's good news here and there's bad news here. The bad news is that in some states, Trump is doing way better than in those hypothetical national polls. Okay, that's not good news if you want to see a Democrat win. But there are lots of people saying the sky is falling over these Iowa results. But you've got to remember, this is Iowa. Let me remind you, Trump defeated Hillary Clinton in Iowa by almost 10 points in 2016, 51-41. If you look at the decimals, it's about 9.5 points. If Trump wins Iowa, but only by 7, or wins Iowa, but only by 4, that is a worse night for Trump in Iowa than in 2016. And it could actually be a signal that things are going to go against Trump in states that were even closer. So I'm really finding myself disgusted with the propagandizing cycles that are happening around polling. Polling matters, but you need to understand what we can glean from it. Today, we are talking about, or we talked about it yesterday, rather, in terms of impeachment polls. And it's also important to talk about this here. The headlines are outrageous. The headlines either imply Democrats are dead in the water because of this poll, or sometimes they make other wild claims. You look at the national hypothetical polls and you see people say, Trump getting crushed by every Democrat. This thing is done. Trump is doing better in Iowa than he's doing nationally. But at the same time, Iowa is a state that he won by 10 in 2016. So if the baseline is Trump +10, he's doing worse than 2016 right now. Don't fall for the disinformation campaign. Understand what you can and cannot glean from any particular poll. This video that I'm going to play for you is hilarious. Yesterday, I reported to you the latest Fox News poll. Fox, which says 54% of the country wants Trump impeached, 50% wants Trump impeached and removed. The team over at Fox and Friends had some cognitive dissonance on this one. On the one hand, they work for Fox News. They think Fox News is right about the facts. But they also can't believe that anybody but the most extreme leftists would want Donald Trump impeached. So here is video of Fox News host Brian Kilmeade visibly stunned by the results. On the one hand, it's a Fox News poll. We believe Fox News polls. But the Fox News poll says half the country wants Trump impeached and removed. How could it be? If you're watching, you may notice a perplexed look on Steve Doocy and Ainsley Earhart's faces as well. Take a look at this.
Fox poll came out, and I was stunned by this. It says 50% of the country want the president impeached. I was stunned to see that that's the number because I thought that things were trending away, although the president's approval rating did tick up in the same poll. So it's almost like a split personality.
How could this be? Say it ain't so. This is what it looks like when reality simply doesn't fit into the Fox News narrative. And again, I said this yesterday, and I want to say it again. Different news outlets are playing coy with the momentum, saying, wow, during impeachment hearings, support for impeachment went down. Usually it's like by 2 or 3 points. These polls have a margin of error of ±3. So a 3-point swing arguably means nothing. And the poll is nowhere near 50% on lots of important internals. If you look at the same Fox News poll, you see that by a 60-24 margin, it is wrong to ask leaders of foreign countries to investigate rivals. That's not close. That's 60-24. 58-22. Americans say presidents typically ask foreign leaders to do this. It should be 100 versus 0, since clearly it's not common. Trump supporters can't seem to admit that and are trying to use that as a defense. 52-36 saying Trump isn't cooperating with the inquiry. That's very clear. People understand Trump is not cooperating here. But once again, the most important thing to remember is that these numbers include Republicans who said in a recent poll that Trump is a better president than Abraham Lincoln. We should actually be shocked that merely 50% want Trump impeached and removed. But then you think back and realize, oh, half of Republicans think Trump is a better president than Lincoln. Nearly 2/3 of Republicans say they would never abandon Donald Trump no matter what he does. Then we should actually recognize the significance of merely hitting 50% support for impeachment, despite all of those people that are completely disconnected from the facts and defend Trump no matter what to the death. So sometimes the bubble of alternative facts is so thick that people forget there's a reality out there. Your narrative isn't real. That's what Brian Kilmeade seems to be smacked in the face with directly in this video. But if it's real enough to the people watching Fox News, it's real enough to do serious damage to the country's ability to think critically. And that's where we find ourselves today. Because really, imagine being stunned that half the country wants the man who is arguably the most corrupt president in the modern presidential era removed from office for his corruption. That shouldn't be stunning. And yet somehow Brian Kilmeade is stunned by that. Very backward situation that we are in. Hey, this is funny. We have a voicemail number. That number is 219-2-DAVID-P. There's a caller who's been calling in off and on for years. I know him as the Kansas Troll. And this is a guy who once called Sam Seder to argue about, Sam Seder, fellow progressive host, to argue with Sam about the bell curve. And you can see this viral clip on Sam's channel. It's called something like stupid young man or racist young man calls in to argue about race or something like that. It's the Kansas Troll. This is the same guy. And he's gotten through to me live before. He talked to me something about Alex Jones's supplements or something like that. He called in and he had a critique to me about how the show is doing. Take a listen to this.
Hey, Pacman. Hey, membership salesman. How's it going, buddy? I see that after your advertisers have fallen down a bit, you're selling a lot of memberships. Most of these internet shows, they're asking for 10. If you used to ask for 7, then you went down to 5, and now you're offering $2 a month for membership. Go on, Pacman, just offer it for free. That's what it's worth at this point. Come on, you're not going to get more members. Your show's going to fail. It's going to collapse soon. You've been doing this for over 10 years. It's not going anywhere. Just give it up, Dave.
You know, when I hear that, I would love to see what this guy's been up to over the last 10 years. And what's amazing about this is that, first of all, membership prices have been unchanged for something like 8 years. And a lot of shows raise membership rates. We've kept the same rates, $6 a month, $60 a year, for a very, very long time. And of course, we offer discounts to people who can't afford to pay the full rate. What's funny about this is that we are regularly contacted by other shows, independent shows, media outlets. The Wrap interviewed me last week specifically about how we've built this membership program because it's so successful. That's what's incredible. And in 2019 alone, so we've run the membership program since 2010. We nearly doubled our members in 2019. So from 2010 to 2018, we grew membership. In 2019 alone, we have nearly doubled membership since 2018. It's incredible, actually, how it's doing. And, this is a guy who's been calling in for a very long time saying we're just circling the drain. The show is just so close to going off the air. And, someday that may happen. No, nothing lasts forever, but not today and certainly not tomorrow, my friend. So when I hear stuff like that, that actually is what gets me fired up to say, we want to have the best 2020 ever. Thanks to everyone who's already supported us this year. Let's try to double membership again in 2020. And those are the types of folks where I used to be really bothered by stuff like that. And then I imagine, has this person's business doubled in size over the last couple of years? Has that happened? My guess is probably not. So keep them coming. It's just fuel for the fire, and the fire is growing, my friends. We've got a great bonus show coming up for you today. Producer Pat wants to weigh in on a number of different things, including Donald Trump's latest claims about where he may or may not debate. Join both of us on the bonus show today. Join Pacman.com, patreon.com/David Pacman Show.
The David Pacman Show at davidpacman.com.
Good morning. As we begin our celebration of the graduates today, let us take a moment to reflect on everything that has happened to bring us to this point in time. We're grateful for the guidance that brought our graduates to the doorstep of Landmark College, for the faith they had to take that first step forward towards this moment of achievement, and for the perseverance they have shown between that first moment and today. We are thankful for the faculty and staff of Landmark College who have walked beside our graduates along their journey, providing the kinds of guidance and perspective that have enlightened in the moment and will be understood deeper with the passage of time. And we're humbled to know our graduates do not just look forward, but to the left and to the right, to see themselves as individuals who are part of a diverse community committed to respect and understanding. And we hope that the voice that they have found here will resonate and reverberate throughout our world. Let us remember that every day, every challenge, every hard choice, every experience gives us the chance to all grow and move forward together. May all of this remain as our truth. May we always find knowledge and peace on our path. And may everything that binds us together today always be with us. It is now my honor to introduce to you Dr. Peter Eden, President of Landmark College.
Thanks, Michael. Nice job.
Thank you, Michael. Can you hear me? All right. Welcome to the December graduation. Faculty and staff, family, friends, it's wonderful to have you here. We know you were part of this process with these wonderful graduates. You know that we all worked together to help them. I hope, graduates, you're grateful for all that your family and friends have done for you in this journey. I remember, it's funny the things you remember. I remember being a young kid, maybe 12, and I think I was in a waiting room of a doctor's office, and my mother was in there, and it was taking forever, and people know how patient I am and calm I am. I was writhing around, and I was visibly annoyed at how long it took, and a woman was in the, I remember this vividly, she was in the waiting room as well, and she might have asked me what my problem was, or, somehow we talked with one another, and I said, my mother's taking forever, and I've been waiting a long time. And I remember she said, I'll bet you she's waited for you many times. And I thought, I had no response, She was absolutely right. And for some reason, that stuck with me. That's right. My mom waited for me many, many times. And, I was a little more grateful of all the sacrifices she made. So I hope you're grateful for everything that your friends, you better be. Now, we always ask at these events for parents to raise your hand if this is your first child graduating from college. Yeah? Okay. How about if it's your last child? Oh, you know what that means, right? However, how many have a graduate today who's staying at Landmark College for a baccalaureate degree? There you go. Wonderful. We have about 12 or so of our associate degree graduates staying for a baccalaureate. And it's wonderful to see as we grow all of our programs here that they recognize that this is the ideal environment for academic success and also success in many other realms. So I'm lucky because I get to come up here and say a few words. And in the past, one time I asked some students, what should I say? And I got some great advice. And this time at President's Council. The President's Council is a fancy name for a group of vice presidents, myself, directors charged with running the college. We're often wrong, but we're never in doubt. That should be our motto. We talked about things that I might say, and we had a really great conversation. And most of it focused around the fact that graduates, you've shown that challenges are not unbridgeable. You've shown that you can succeed here at college. You've shown that, and you have all these core competencies now, many of them, listening, hard work, everything. But at President's Council, we talked about the skills and strategies you're learning as related to handling the differences, the disagreements, the diversity in our world. And we talked a little bit about, you're not perfect. You're not perfect, so don't expect perfection out of others, okay? We live in this culture, and again, this was straight from PC, the cancel culture, the call-out culture. And it made me think of an academic course that is offered at another institution. The name of it is From Bigots to Snowflakes, Living in a World Where Everyone is Wrong. And I thought, what a great course. We should offer it. We should offer that course. And the conversation we had was that we know you've gained skills and strategies to succeed today, okay? And you're not perfect, but you're learning ways to bridge these differences and these disagreements. When you're in an echo chamber and you only listen to people who agree with you politically or whatever, you're not really learning. You're not really changing the world. And if you feel virtuous because you called someone out who doesn't align with you, that's a hollow victory. So we need you. We need you to continue to get better, to understand that people are not perfect. Everything's a process. And these differences in the world, they have to be bridged. And you're the generation that has to do it. I don't know how well my generation is faring in that regard. We're counting on you. Now, we also talked a bit at President's Council about success. What does success mean for you all? It doesn't mean that if you make a lot of money, necessarily. Success, first of all, is however you define it, okay? But it doesn't mean if you make a lot of money, that's success. We feel that success is being comfortable with who you are, with your neurodiversity, your LD, and sharing that with others, helping others who need some assistance. That's success, okay? Helping enlighten others when it comes to differences writ large. You know the journey you've taken, and look at the success today, just sitting on stage. But the challenges will never stop. The changes will never stop. We did not educate you with specific levers to pull for specific crises. We hopefully educated you to have a foundation and a baseline of competencies and understanding that diversity and differences are pretty much baked into who we are as human beings. But you have to be intentional about bridging them, and we want to see that from you. That is the greatest evidence of success, perhaps. Now, we all work together. Mark Thurman, director of the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion, he's resolute in his vision that we must work together. We must work together. And I was thinking this morning when I was trying not to slip on the ice that, and this is a little corny, but bear with me. It's a little corny. Maybe I shouldn't say it, but I'm going to say it in videotaped. Is that wouldn't the world be a better place, honestly, if it operated more like Landmark College, right? We've all worked together. We cooperate. We're not perfect at all. We're not perfect, but we work together better than any other institution. We work together, and we try to understand differences. So wouldn't this world be better if it could operate a little bit like Landmark College? We were happy to help you. A lot of credit goes to the family, friends, faculty, and staff. Fantastic. But most of the credit goes to you all for working hard, living up to your potential, and now we want to see you succeed in other ways to help change the world. Okay? Congratulations.
The Community Service Award is given to a student or students who unselfishly gives of themselves to the activities of Landmark College or the greater area community. Today, I am honored to present this award to Emily McGuire. Take it all in. Emily just asked me, so I just stand here now? It's an important question because Emily does not stand still at Landmark College. Emily, as I thought about the words to put together to explain why you're receiving this award today, and heard from others on campus who know and respect the work you have done, a couple of quotes came to mind. One by Coretta Scott King, where she said, "The greatness of a community is most accurately measured by the compassionate action of its members." And the second by Felicia Johnson, where she said, "Speak up and speak clearly. I want to hear what you have to say because it matters. Let's listen to each other and respect one another's opinion." Emily, you're being recognized today for the work you have done for our community and through the Centers for Diversity and Inclusion to help students understand that each one of us is a gift to the community and that this is a home to all of us. To express it best, I have one more quote from a student, admittedly paraphrased. It's about the pose party that was your brainchild and you spearheaded, that very famous pose party. And the student sentiment was this: the pose party was amazing. It was probably the best part of the semester where everyone felt like they belong. Congratulations, Emily, and thank you. It's now my pleasure to introduce Dr. Gail Gibson Sheffield, Vice President for Academic Affairs.
Good morning. At each graduation ceremony, I have the opportunity, on behalf of the faculty, to present the Academic Dean's Award. This award is given to students who have best demonstrated the qualities that define academic success at Landmark College. Academic success can be defined by those measurable achievements such as grades, but it also includes those intangible characteristics such as creativity and scholarly engagement, honest self-awareness and mutual respect for others, leadership and resiliency, hard work, intellectual development, and responsible citizenship. Our two award winners exemplify all these values. At the associate's level, the Academic Dean's Award is given to Sarah Lennox. Sarah is graduating today with an Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. She has been described by her art faculty as an outstanding and talented young artist. But in the true liberal arts tradition, what really makes Sarah stand out is the depth of her intellectual engagement in all that she does. As I read through the comments provided by her faculty, over and over again, Sarah is described as exceeding expectations with great enthusiasm and insight. Faculty are also impressed by her work ethic, her memory for details, and her great sense of humor. One faculty member wrote, "Sarah epitomizes what we hope for when we think about a student being able to think in an interdisciplinary way, and then exercise a high degree of discipline to realize her vision for her work. Sarah is also someone who serves as a steady source of support to those around her, in and out of the class. Like many of our students, Sarah has had to deal with exceptional challenges to get this far, but has done so with courage, humility, and care. A member of Phi Theta Kappa, Sarah is graduating summa cum laude today with a GPA of 4.0. Congratulations. At the bachelor's level, the Academic Dean's Award is given to Christopher Bollier. Christopher is graduating today with a BA in Liberal Studies. At Landmark College, this degree emphasizes interdisciplinary understanding and civic engagement. It is our hope to graduate individuals who will take what they learn here and go on to be ethically responsible global citizens. And Christopher exemplifies those ideals. He inspires his faculty with his commitment, curiosity, and willingness to dive into experiences that are integral to his education. His final capstone project, which I had the privilege to see, was titled Red, Blue, and Shades of Purple, Voter Behavior Among the Disabled and Neurodivergent Communities. I was not alone in considering the project to be thought-provoking. It demonstrated his affinity for public service. A faculty member commented that Christopher has a fierce intellect that could be used to dominate, but instead he uses it to care about people in the room, and to care about justice and voice for people who are different. Several of his fellow students have said that he could be president someday. Well, well, Christopher, whatever your path leads you, we know that you are going to make us proud. A member of Golden Key, Christopher is graduating summa cum laude with a GPA of 4.0. It's my honor to present the Bachelor Level Academic Dean's Award to Christopher Bollier. Congratulations. Now, please welcome back to the podium President Peter Eden.
Thank you, Gail. Thanks very much. Okay, 2 awards. First is the Charles Drake Award. The Charles Drake Award is awarded to a student who has inspired the Landmark College community by his or her personal qualities. This student is not a quitter, but rather one who lives in the tradition of Dr. Charles Drake, whose lifetime of vision and courage helped to found this college. This is a student who gives 100%, who goes the extra mile, and who perseveres in the pursuit of his or her goals. This student helps the rest of us realize that we have more resources to draw upon than we may think. This person helps us keep going when we feel discouraged. The recipient of the Charles Drake Award is Ryan Gonzalez. Okay, Ryan was unable to make it to the ceremony today, but he may be watching. I don't think he feels well. He may be watching. I think his family's watching as we tape this. So I wanted to say that Ryan, you're a tremendous young man, absolutely tremendous young man, and you may not think about it or believe it, but you do inspire others. We are inspired by your perseverance. You've earned this award, and we think you're terrific. Now, a couple years ago, Ryan and we decided to have a special handshake, and he tried it, and I was so bad on it, he eventually gave up. And he won't even do it with me now because I'm so bad. So you don't get to see that, fortunately, but we're so proud of you, Ryan. Now, President's Award. The President's Award is given to the student who has best exemplified the principles we believe in here at Landmark College. This student is talented and energetic, meets difficulties head-on, works hard, is dedicated to his or her studies. On the other hand, this student also finds time to contribute to the well-being of other persons and to the life of the Landmark College community as a whole. President's Award winner is Rhiannon Gray-Wolf. Way to go, Rhiannon. I don't know if you recognize how good you are, honestly. I'm not sure you realize it, how good you are as a person, a scholar, a student. The other day we were talking, and you said how sad you are to leave Landmark College, right? And I said, go to graduate school, get a graduate degree, and come back and join the faculty. Gail, do not put that in your budget already, but I wasn't kidding, okay? I wasn't kidding. I won't tell the frog story that we shared. You want me to tell the frog story? I'll tell the frog story if you want. Okay. So about 4 years ago, I'm in my office having an important meeting, and there's a student standing right outside one of my windows. I get distracted. It's Rhiannon looking down, and I'm just like, what is that kid doing? And I open the window, say, what's going on? And she says, there's a frog fell in the well. I said, oh, no. So I went out. We looked down there, right? We saw this really beautiful frog, and it's like down deep. We had to remove the grate, and of course, I did the only thing I had to do, which is I pushed Rhiannon into the well to get the frog. I jumped into the well, right, didn't I? I jumped into the well, we got the frog, and then we didn't know what to do with it, right? There's no metaphor for this, it's just a story, okay? And we took the beautiful frog, and what did? We brought it behind the Click Center and near some water. We put it in the creek. I don't know, she's starting to embellish. I don't remember going, remember we talked about the frog is gonna be this big by the third time we tell the story? Anyways, we worked together, we saved the frog, and that's it. It was wonderful. That is how we met, but I'm going to remember you for more than just saving the frog, Rhiannon. You're absolutely fantastic. Congratulations. All right. Now, I have something interesting and new to present to you today. Before Dr. Gibson Sheffield comes up to present the diplomas to our graduates, we have other graduates, or at least one, maybe others in the audience today. These are graduates of our post-baccalaureate certificate program. So, yeah, we offer associate degree programs, baccalaureate, college courses for students in high school, for dual enrollment. We also have a post-baccalaureate grad certificate. And we've had that for about 5 years or so, and we're going to recognize the recipients. And so what I'd like for those recipients, or at least that one recipient today, is to stand up and be recognized. Anybody else? All right. Excellent. Wonderful. Nice job. Now, Gail Gibson Sheffield will come up and start to confer the academic degrees.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for Associate of Arts in Liberal Studies. Devin Blanchard, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude.
So I was recently at my cousin's graduation at UVM, and a speaker told me that I should thank people for this graduation. So I would like to thank my family for believing in me when I couldn't believe in myself. Thank you.
Inez Bourbon-Bors, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude. Sunny Uwanowski, cum laude.
I believe that we keep our greatest memories with us forever, and we should start something new and build a new memory that we will never expect in the future. When I first knew about Landmark, I learned big meanings and understandings about what this school really does for these students and how they can learn differently. When I started my first semester, I didn't feel like I was in the right spot at first. But in the later semesters, I felt as if I had a deep connection with the college and the people involved. I love the school because these hardworking and outstanding professors understand of how we go through academic challenges at different paces. And they teach us ways how we can understand and learn from each other in a fun and creative way. I want to thank all the professors that I have had and known in the past that I've gotten along with very well, and will never forget them for how they taught me, because most importantly, it helped me grow as a student. I guess this what I'm trying to say about starting something new, like Landmark, which will become a new memory for what I have accomplished and how I came to the stage with a diploma in my hands. I want to thank my mom and dad for being there for me, and everybody that has been there for me and my side. Thank you so much, and have a great 2020.
Jenna Farnad. Ethan Ilkert. Clark Geegan.
Over the past 2 years, more and more, I've been thinking about what my past self would think if they saw me today. Right now, I'm graduating with my associates, and while I'm staying at Landmark for one more semester, I'm eventually going to be transferring to study some variant of astrophysics and planetary science. I'm looking out into an auditorium filled with incredibly supportive professors and faculty who have helped me figure out how to learn the best way I can, and strengths that I didn't even know I had. An incredibly supportive mom, and some amazing friends who I've had some wonderful adventures with. And in particular, one person, Gil, who I started talking The Last Airbender with last September, and who's since become my partner and best friend. In the past year, I have read my poetry out loud in front of an audience. I have climbed a mountain range, and I have followed an academic and career path that I never thought I would. I've even found the name Clark that means me. So being at Landmark helped me learn how to learn better, and that helped everything else fall into place. I learned that I am capable, and that it is worth trying, and that I never want to watch life go by from the sidelines again. So to everybody who helped me learn those things, and to everyone I've had the pleasure of spending time with along the way, thank you.
Carter Griffith.
I would like to thank everyone who came to support me, especially my parents and my aunt who couldn't be there, but I know she's there with me in good spirit. I'd like to thank my professors who have been there for me for my journey at Landmark, then my other advisor at the previous college I was at who told me that Landmark would be a good fit for me, and I know she believed in me. That's why I'm here, so I'd just like to thank everyone who believed in me. Thank you.
Alexandra Jasson.
School has always been difficult for me. late nights finishing homework in elementary school to the dark days in high school. My own high school didn't believe in me. Thank you to my parents who were always around and for me and believing in me when I was not able to believe in myself. My parents are my biggest supporters, and I am forever grateful for them. Finding Landmark was a godsend. I feel blessed for the constant love and support I received from my professors and the endless encouragement of my advisor, Eve. To my friends who are students here, you have been a source of inspiration, confidence, and you have showed me it was possible and worth it, and thank you. You have helped me grow in more ways than I could have imagined. Thank you.
Evan Lane, cum laude. Sarah Lennox, Phi Theta Kappa, summa cum laude.
I'll keep this short. I'm leaving the big one for my bachelor's. First, thank you, Mom and Dad, for forcing me and my sister to practice and perform Reader's Theater with you. It's really helping this public speaking thing. Jokes aside, I really want to thank my parents for all that they've done. A part of growing up is realizing that your parents are not infallible. But I'd say that mine are pretty amazing nonetheless. I'd also like to thank the Landmark faculty and staff. You guys are phenomenal. Christy Herbert, Jen Morris, Adrian Major, Ellen Wood, where do I stop? It's a sign of how incredible Landmark is that I cannot list everyone here that I wish to thank without lengthening my speech considerably. So thank you all again for everything that you do. And a final thank you to my fellow classmates, to my friends. You make me strive to improve myself every day.
Cara McCarthy.
I would not only like to thank my mom, but my family for encouraging me to come out here, because I have now not only a family in Landmark College, but I also have more confidence, clearly because I am sitting up here talking to a whole crowd that I never thought I would.
Emily McGuire.
Hello. Can you? Oh, there it goes. So, yeah, I'm graduating. That's awesome. Thank you. To everybody, I want to thank my parents, my dad, Mike, my mom, Patty, and my stepdad, William, and my stepmom, Kim. You guys are really, really awesome. All four of you are amazing parents. I don't think I'd make it through this world without you. You know, I really want to thank Landmark College because I'm a first-generation college student. I have two brothers and two sets of step-siblings. So that's 7 of us. And I'm the first one graduating college, first out of my parents. And it was really challenging, you know. I was told in elementary school that college was never going to happen. And then I was told that in middle school, and then again in high school. And I believed everybody. I believed that I couldn't do anything better than being a hairdresser in a strip mall. Till I found Landmark College, and they said, you know what, you got dyslexia, We all have dyslexia. Welcome. So, yeah. I want to thank all my professors, Todd Miller, oh my God, Rebecca Maddie, Jim Bockham, Meg Baronian, oh, I love you, Matt Gander, John Rose, somebody please give him back his classroom in the EAB auditorium. I'm not kidding. Oh, sorry, the admin auditorium, but that's where he should teach. Please give it back to him. Thank you. Yeah, thank you all so much. Oh, I really want to thank Student Affairs Office, the Res Life, Sarah Jane, Michael Luciani, you're amazing. I see you working really hard every day. And I really, really want to thank Kelly O'Ryan, who is an amazing human being. She works so hard, and she's a full-time mom of 3. She's a badass. She is amazing. Thank you, Kelly O'Ryan. And I really, really, really want to thank Mark Thurman, a man who literally saw me at my absolute worst and still believed in me fully, believed that I can do something amazing. And he saw my leadership potentials, and he gave me this opportunity to win an award. Thank you. That's awesome. I have an award. But thank you. Thank you so much, Mark Thurman. You are the most amazing person on this planet, and you give somebody like me an opportunity to show that I can do something. So thank you very much.
John Munt. Neil Norby.
Right. I got here and I hadn't originally planned on a speech, but I heard 5 minutes before I marched up on stage that giving a speech is the thing to do nowadays, so here I am. As per usual, I would like to thank the professors here at Landmark College, and especially Stephen Glover. Hello there. He's been I've been in one of his classes every semester, so he's kept me on the musical path. That's good. I'd like to thank my advisors, McKee Cronin, the most recent one, and apart from, of course, the most importantly, my family, who's here in the audience. Hello. I'd also like to thank the support staff here at Landmark College, without whom I fear my grades would be vastly diminished. I was homeschooled, and so I have a tendency of feeling that I can do everything myself and that I don't need any help. And whenever that turned out not to be the case, slightly more often than I would like to admit, the support staff is always there to help me out and get me back on track. So thank you.
Madison Party. Kenneth Pepper.
I just want to thank my family and especially my sister and brother-in-law from coming from Dallas. And I also wanted to thank all my faculty and advisors for helping me get here today. Thank you.
Hayden Sausville, Phi Theta Kappa, magna cum laude. Benjamin Schiebel. Adam Sherman.
There have been so many people who have expected this moment. And I think if I tried to list them, it would be a disservice to them. And there's only, of all the people I know, I think there was only one exception to that rule I mentioned. And he is speaking to you right now at this podium. I have never been more happy to be wrong.
Sarah Silvestro.
Hi. To all the people that told me this wasn't gonna happen, I just proved you wrong. Also, I like to thank the trustees, the Karen and Pass, for making this happen. So thank you. Also, thank you to Annie Goldberg, Sarah Rabbit, Stephen Vitt, and all the Res Life for hearing me rant about things, overthinking it. Also, thank you to my sister and my brother for not making it easy growing up, because you guys don't have LDs, so you made me push so much harder because I wanted to be like you. So thank you so much.
Fitzy Spring.
First, I would like to thank all my friends for putting up with my weirdness and crazy ways. Next, I would like to thank the faculty and staff for not failing me. And shout out to my girlfriend, Erin, even though she unfortunately couldn't make it today. She's the greatest for putting up with me and my sarcastic ways. And finally, I would like to thank my family, who I am making eye contact with as we speak, for supporting me. And thank you to my sister, Riley, who just came back from the other side of the country in Arizona. Thank you.
Alexa Thomas. Victor Tomildon. Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual has met the requirements for the Associate of Science in Life Sciences. Natalie Nussbaum, Phi Theta Kappa, summa cum laude.
I'll be honest, I didn't think I'd be making it up here. And the fact, when I first came here, I was a nervous wreck. I didn't know what I was doing. And the fact that I'm on track to study biology is that's entirely due to the love and support of my family over there, and to my professors who were able to put up with and channel my enthusiasm, often at really awful early hours in the morning. And my advisor, Kathy, who was able to talk me down when I was having a panic attack in her office. on a weekly basis. And I've experienced things that I didn't think I would ever experience. I've gotten to study abroad in the Netherlands and Botswana. I've made friendships that are going to last a lifetime. And I've made memories that I'm going to carry with me forever. And I'm going to take the lessons I've learned here, and I'm going to carry them on as I continue pursuing a scientific career. Thank you guys so much, everybody.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for a Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies. Christopher Bollier, Golden Key, summa cum laude.
Well, I've officially become that guy. Well, good morning, everyone. First of all, I'd like to congratulate the graduates of Landmark College here today, this beautiful December day. So a round of applause for that. I'd also like to thank President Eden and the Board of Trustees for allowing all of us, the opportunity to speak here as graduates. And furthermore, I'd like to thank my family. I see them up there. My friends, family, friends, professors, support staff, advisor, everyone. Again, it's just everyone here has been incredibly supportive. It hasn't been easy. And I know it probably sounds like, oh, you're just saying that because you're graduating with a 4.0. No, it's more difficult than it looks. No, I mean it. It's been a long journey for, I'm sure, basically all of us on stage today. I mean, for me personally, this day has actually been over a decade in the making. I graduated valedictorian of my high school class 10 years ago back in June, and did what everyone's, kind of supposed to do, quote unquote, which is, go to college right after high school. At first, I adjusted surprisingly well, perhaps too surprisingly well, what with being several hours away from home, just in a new, unfamiliar setting with new people around that I, don't know about, not an easy feat for someone who's neurotypical, and even more difficult when you factor in that I have Asperger's syndrome, which is on the autism spectrum, which makes socializing just nigh on impossible. And also on top of that, depression and anxiety. Woo. So yeah, it was interesting. Nevertheless, I did persevere, at least for a while. I had been involved with the college newspaper, class council. I got good grades when I was there as well at my last college. Even managed to make a few friends along the way. However, as I was there, things kind of changed, and the climate of the campus just kind of shifted away from what I was kind of led to believe and what I was comfortable with. And this, kind of snowballed, and I eventually suffered a nervous breakdown. And I actually looked at the calendar, and it was apparently 7 years ago yesterday. Not that I've been keeping track. Not intentionally, anyway. No, but I did just happen to see the day, and I was like, oh my God. But even though it wasn't a severe enough one to require hospitalization or anything like that, it did cause me to reassess, my life goals and what I wanted, out of schooling and out of life. And so it was 7 years ago today that I filed the paperwork to leave my last college, a little over a semester shy of getting my bachelor's degree then. So yeah. So over the next few years, I attended therapy, worked, saved some money, got in a bad car accident, not my fault. Attended more therapy as a result of that. And, just all the while kept, wondering if I'd ever get the chance to finally complete my bachelor's degree. Again, just as a little footnote, I'm actually, save for one of my stepsisters and my brother-in-law, I'm otherwise the first person in my family to attend a four-year college, so let alone graduate from one. So this was kind of a big deal for us as well. But to make a long story short, I came here to Landmark 2.5 years ago, in the fall of 2017. And at the risk of sounding like some sort of ad hoc college recruiter, this place has really helped me to rediscover who I am, what I am, how I am. I'm currently, well, I guess now formally, since I'm getting the diploma, but I've been involved on campus. I've been in student government. I've been I've been Phi Theta Kappa, Golden Key. Apparently I have a posse. But being here, I have kind of, I guess, rediscovered my intellectual mojo, so to speak. Also made new and I hope lasting friendships. Some on stage, some are in the audience, some are watching the live stream. Hello. And again, I know you want me to keep this short, so I'll wrap it up. So a year and a half ago when I walked with my associate's degree here, I noted in my speech then about how Landmark's motto, "Take a different path," basically sums up how my path, to and through Landmark has been kind of a circuitous path, I guess you can say. Different in any case. That said, I just want to, impart this little piece of wisdom. Everyone's life path kind of goes in a different direction. Remember that. Don't, feel ashamed. Again, here I am, 29 years old and finally getting a bachelor's. But again, everyone moves at their own pace. And I believe, as Dr. Eden has said numerous times, sharks always move forward. So just remember to keep swimming, and now I sound like Dory. But seriously, just remember, go at your own pace. Don't feel pressure from, outside forces saying, oh, you have to do things X, Y, or Z way. Just, stay the course and, keep chugging away. And I wish, may all of today's graduates, be, on the path to success and happiness. Thank you, and congratulations again to the graduates.
Camden Chilkoff.
expecting to see all you today. So, today's a good day. Today's where we all come together and celebrate for an amazing accomplishment. I'd just like to give a special shout outs to Mr. Brian Cohen, Sylvegi Schlemsky, and Jim Cabral for passing me on my capstone. I really appreciate it. Thank you. But I also have a couple more shout outs to my lovely girlfriend over there, Michaela Wodowski. My number one best friend, Spencer Berger. Oh, yeah, there we go, yeah. Everyone that's graduating as well, and all the friends that came out here to support me in my process. And of course, my lovely family. And I have one more, and it's not a special one, let's say that. It's to my high school principal who said I can never graduate college or even handle college in general. Thank you.
Sarah Rabbit.
Hello, everyone. Let me just pull up my speech really quick. I wrote my speech at like midnight, so it might not be the best, but we're gonna try. I just want to start off with congratulating everyone on graduating. When I first came to Landmark 4.5 years ago, I did not know it was gonna change my life as much as it did. The very first person that I want to thank is Brian Cohen. 4.5 years ago, I remember my first semester, and I was sitting outside of the Drake Center, and I was looking at my grades, and I saw that I was failing an English class. And just so happened you'd be walking towards me, and you said, my office is always open. Whenever you need me, I'm here, whether it be to talk or to get help with any classes, like I'm here. And I was like, okay, why is he saying this to me? He doesn't know I'm struggling. He wasn't looking at my grades. And I just want to tell you that you were the first person that's ever allowed me to advocate for myself, and you were that stepping stone for me to know that it is okay to struggle and it is okay to not do well, because then you're going to be able to do better just by that struggle. So I just want to say thank you. To Adrian Major, Sylvegi Schmolsky, Jeff Burgess, Jim Cabral, I just want to say thank you, because your office was always open. Even if I emailed you every single day, wanting to meet 3 times a week, you were always open to it. To Eric Moschella, you have been my rock this semester. You have seen me literally at my worst and at my best. You taught me that it is okay to be vulnerable and to feel. You have pushed me, challenged me, and had me step out of my comfort zone because you believed in me, even when I didn't believe in myself. You have impacted my life in more ways than I can tell you. And I don't know how to thank you enough. You inspire me, and thank you for being someone that I can count on. To my family, thank you for all that you do for me. You are appreciated more than I can ever tell you. And to the most important person in my life, my mom. The semester before I came to Landmark, my mom had a stroke, and I was thinking about dropping out of school to take care of her. She encouraged me to stay in school and that she would be okay. On Christmas of 2016, I texted my mom to wish her a Merry Christmas and asked if she was going to be in New York with my family the next day. She said she had to stay home because someone could not watch the pets at home, which I knew was a total lie because she plans everything ahead. So I called her, and she said she was being rushed to the emergency room because she thinks something's wrong and she's not going to make it. Come to find out, she was having a massive internal bleed. The doctors weren't doing everything that they could to save my mom, so I prayed every day that I wouldn't lose her and that miraculously she would get better. I rushed to New York when doctors gave her the okay to fly. When I walked into my grandparents' house after getting off a 6-hour plane ride from Cali, I walked into the bedroom and my mom wasn't there. I stood there confused, wondering where she went and what happened. In that instant, I thought I lost my mom. She ended up coming out of the bathroom, struggling to walk and talk. I prayed again and again that she would get better, and God answered my prayers and she got better. That following year, I was getting my associate's degree, and 2 weeks before I was supposed to get my degree, I got a call from my mom saying that she was having another internal bleed. I was confused, I was angry, and I didn't know why my mom had to go through all this, and I couldn't be there for her. I had such a big day, and that was the one person I needed to be there, and she wasn't there. My mom is my motivator, my supporter, and I didn't know if I could get through this day without her. I started praying time and time again that she would get better, and she did. My mom is here today, watching me walk across this day. Getting my bachelor's degree. Mom, I am so beyond grateful that you are here today. You are my best friend. You are everything to me. I never want to imagine a day without you because that is never going to happen. I know I don't say this enough, but I will say it a million times today. Thank you for all that you do, and I love you so much. And congratulations to everyone graduating today.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Liberal Studies and the Arts, the following individuals have met the requirements for the Bachelor of Arts in Studio Art. Andrew Barnick.
I first started here at Landmark College 10 years ago in the fall of 2009. And that back then, they didn't even have a baccalaureate program, let alone a studio art program. A lot has happened since then, and I don't want to regale you with my whole life story, but in general, I think that the college has changed for the better, and I've changed for the better. I would like to thank all the people who helped me get here. I can't thank them all individually. There's too many. But I'd like to thank my professors, my advisors, my counselors, the friends I've made here, especially my fellow art students. I would like to thank my family, especially my sister Sky, who I wouldn't have made it this far without. Thank you.
Annie Goldberg.
I've been going to Landmark for 5 years, or 5.5, 11 semesters. There. Just do it that way. That's how we do it at Landmark. We count by semesters, not years. And there have been a lot of people who have helped me along the way. There are two important people here. My mentor, Andy Donahue, who couldn't be here today because he's in Japan. Lucky him. But he was there from the beginning, my first day, my interview, everything. He's been my rock the entire time I've been here. The second person I'd like to thank is Christy Herbert for believing in me and making it so I can be an artist and showing me that I can do this. The other people I'd like to thank is my mom for taking my calls 6 or 7 or 8 times a day and being there no matter what I need. And my dad for driving me 5-6 hours a day in one day, doing it back from Philly and back here. And then my siblings, who have always been there for me no matter what. Whenever I need them, they're right there. And my grandparents, who are the biggest supports in my life. And the one very special person I'd like to thank is my best friend, Sarah Silvestra. She's there for me no matter what. If I'm having a bad day, or if I just need somebody to watch Grey's Anatomy with, she'll be there for me. Congrats on your associates, by the way. But this has been like the biggest thing I've done ever, and I can't believe I'm doing this. I'm really proud of myself, and I'm glad that I did this. Turtle down. Thank you so much.
Rhiannon Greywolf, Golden Key, summa cum laude.
For once, I have not planned something in advance with 5 revisions, and that's because no matter what I write, it will never fully and truly represent how much Landmark has given me. I want so badly to put my feelings into words, but I can't. It was my one seemingly unattainable dream to go to Japan since I was 5. And Landmark gave me that and so much more. Sorry. Landmark gave me the tools. Tears, man, they're hard to see through. Landmark gave me the tools to prove to those that don't understand that I am capable, smart, and able to learn. Landmark gave me the opportunity to meet the most caring, loving, most interesting, and accomplished people I have ever met. And I have had the privilege of calling these people my professors. Landmark allowed me to prove that, yes, you can get a degree in environmental science. And yes, you can get a bachelor's in studio art as well. And yes, you can pursue both. And they both relate, and they both inform, and I can pursue these passions, not separate, but as one. Both with dyslexia, dyscalculia, and dysgraphia. Science and art mean the world to me, but Landmark means just as much, if not more. The relationships I've made at Landmark with faculty, friends, are far from anything I dreamed of experiencing as a very introverted child growing up in rural Vermont. This speech probably doesn't make much sense. This is because I am just so sad that I'm leaving such an accepting place that I feel so rooted in, and I can never thank you enough. Thank you to the art department. Thank you to the science department. Thank you to my moms, and thank you to my loving and supportive boyfriend. Thank you to the friends I've made here. Just all of you, thank you so much.
Timothy Williams.
Meow. For those who don't know, that's an inside joke between me and my friend Ellen. First, I would like to congratulate my fellow graduates today. We've all worked hard and proved our naysayers wrong. There are so many people that I would have supported me on my journey to this milestone, but if I thanked every one of them, we'll be here all day, and I'm sure we all have celebrations to attend later today. But I would like to thank some landmark people. Firstly, my mother, Lori. Your love and support are the sustenance to my soul. My Aunt Mara, who has been not just a great family member, but a major support, and both emotionally and financially. And so I thank you for allowing me to be here at this wonderful institution that is like a second home. I would like to thank Christy Herbert and Humberto Ramirez, who guided me through my capstone, which was a hard process, but they got me through it. To Samuel Rowlett and Jen Morris, who through our talks have given me inspiration and guidance into being a better artist. And to Joyce Rogers, a person who I feel is a like-minded spirit and inspiration as a student. And Kelly O'Ryan, a great person to know. I would like to thank President Eden for being a great president and an inspiration. Thank you for attending this graduation ceremony.
Upon the recommendation of the faculty in the School of Professional Studies and Science, the following individual meets the requirements for the Bachelor of Science in Computer Science: Brian Ramsar.
I'd just like to do a few thank yous. I'd like to thank Professor Russo for being my advisor and helping me guide me through this degree program and pointing out my shenanigans. I'd like to thank Professor Astor for helping me teach me with AI and assist me with my capstone. I'd like to thank Professor Keith for helping guide me through my capstone. I'd also like to thank Professor Bauer for helping me set up a job and for my future. And actually, I already got a job interview with a large company down in Philadelphia this Monday. Thank you. I'd also like to thank all my other professors and my family for pointing out my bad jokes and shenanigans, and thank you.
By the power vested in me by the Board of Trustees, I hereby confer upon you the Associate of Arts degrees in Liberal Studies, Associate of Science degrees in Life Sciences, Bachelor of Arts in Liberal Studies and in Studio Art, and Bachelor of Science in Computer Science on this day, December 14th, 2019. I hereby present the December 2019 class of graduates who are now also officially welcomed into the Landmark College Alumni Association. Grads, flip your tassels. I think we're going to have the class gift now. Yes?
On behalf of the graduating class of 2019, it is our pleasure to present Landmark College with a check for $2,020.19. Designated for scholarship support in memory of alumnus Peter Greenberg. From the class of 2016, Peter was our classmate, for many of us our orientation leader. Other areas the graduating class is supporting is the growth of the STEM lab, library, and the art department. This total is a collective effort of donations and services and fundraising from the December 2019 class and the Young Alumni Committee. We are honored to provide this support and have an impact on Landmark's future. Please accept this gift to Landmark College with our sincere appreciations for all that you do, the faculty and staff do for us.
Right there. This is yours, right? Nice job. Thank you all for this gift of scholarship and academic support. We will gladly accept it, and it'll directly help our college and our students. So thank you and nice job. All right. It's my pleasure to introduce Tricia Stanley for the alumni welcome.
Well, hello, everybody. Alumni. Well, on behalf of Landmark College and the Office of Alumni Relations, we are proud to now officially welcome you as alumni. While being a Landmark student is only a few years' commitment, being a Landmark alum is for life. As you move through your future education, career, and life paths, we will be here to support you. Now, I have a little theory that I came up recently. My 3-year-old daughter recently became obsessed with The Wizard of Oz. We have read it every night, and in good ADHD fashion, I have hyper-focused on it. Landmark feels like The Wizard of Oz. That these 2, 4, and if you're anything like me, 5 years earning your undergraduate degree have felt like a dream. As well as being a wonderful adventure, The Wizard of Oz shows that each traveler already possessed the skills that they thought that they lacked. Think about it, that for somewhere in the midst of this tornado of life that we have with LDs, you have found a place in the middle of nowhere that's filled with such unique characters, adventures, that you were able to find yourself and your talents. Maybe you wished upon a star and you woke up with the clouds behind you. Maybe that wicked witch was a school system or a teacher that didn't believe in you. Who is your Galinda? The good witch, the mentor that dispensed wisdom and advice along the way. The professor that unlocked the love of learning, the resident dean that pushed you to find leadership. Who were your trusty friends, the companions that will last a lifetime, that bridged a genuine sense of belonging while you were here? The friend that was your scarecrow that sat next to you in LD SEM that unlocked your learning disability strengths? The tin man that found their heart and compassion through student leadership? The cowardly lion that desperately found courage in themselves by an internship? Maybe you even found Toto, the trusty emotional support animal that was always by your side. And we still don't know about the Lollipop Guild. Don't worry. Maybe you'll find them. But in the end, you have learned that this has been home all along, that there is no place like Landmark. And my job is to ensure that you always find Landmark to be your home, and that all you need to do is follow that yellow brick road back to Putney. So thank you.
Thank you, Tricia. We have 2 members of the Landmark College Board of Trustees here on stage with us. One is an alumnus as well, Bratt Hemsworth. And we also have on stage the chair of the Landmark College Board of Trustees, Bob Lewis, and he will deliver the closing remarks. Bob.
Hello, everyone. Got to get something out of my pocket. It's hard to get to pockets when you have these things on. So, dear graduates, let me be among the first to congratulate you on achieving your degree at Landmark College. Your diploma represents the recognition of your achievements by your professors, the president, and the board of trustees. You have met or even exceeded the high standards set by the faculty of this institution and affirmed by our accrediting body, the New England Commission of Higher Education. This is a great moment, and you should be proud of it. As many of you have stated today, to all of us, your road to success has not always been easy. People charged with helping you along the way have not always been supportive, encouraging, or even competent. And you have not always given yourself the best shot at success all the time either. However, you all found Landmark College, where every day we live out our mission to transform the way students learn, teachers teach, and the public thinks about education. Here you found your unique path to becoming an effective lifelong learner. You found out how you learn, what you need to succeed, that nothing this great comes without hard work, slips and falls, and a desire to always get back up, and then a growing confidence in your interests and your capabilities. You have achieved success through mature, rigorous, and persistent effort. Congratulations to you. So today, I, along with my fellow trustee, Bratt here on stage, we represent the Board of Trustees of Landmark College. Some of you may wonder what the Board of Trustees does anyway, and why do we get to stand up here and shake your hand and congratulate you when you graduate? Well, our roles at the college are few, but very important. We are entrusted with the duty of care and loyalty to this college, to ensure that this institution continues forever, providing quality higher education to those who learn differently. Ultimately, we approve the strategic direction of the college. We work closely with the president to determine priorities and direction, and we are fiduciaries of the financial health of the institution. We care deeply for the college, and we provide support in many dimensions, including financial. The most exciting outcome of all of this effort is to see you students reach this goal today. And so we get the privilege of shaking your hands at graduation. My parting request to you, as you go forward from today, pursuing your next challenge, is to take us with you. You will obviously take what you've learned with you. You will also take with you the knowledge you have gained here about how you learn, what you need to succeed, how to self-advocate, and how to achieve success. And remember that life and lifelong learning is a team effort. Working together in a team, offering your skills and knowledge to the effort, recognizing your limitations, and then being able and ready to accept them from others. These are not weaknesses. This is what life is all about. We humans found out quite a long time ago that our ability to join efforts to achieve common goals is a strength and should be encouraged. No one achieves their best results insisting that they go it alone. Think about the many individuals that have contributed to your success, both before you got here and all those who helped you here. What character and strength did they have? Recognize it and emulate it. Figuratively take them with you. Think about what you have done to help you, and then reach out to others in the future and help them when they need it. Most of all, take our RUSH principles with you. At Landmark, the society strives to embrace the principles of respect, understanding, safety, and honesty. The environment created by these principles provided possibly the most inclusive, diverse, understanding, and respectful environment that you may ever encounter. But one thing today is becoming even more clear. The way we do things matters, and the way we treat our fellow human beings is what establishes us as members of a global society. From maintaining peace to ensuring our environment is conducive to human health into the future, we need respect, understanding, safety, and honesty to achieve these global necessities. At convocation, way back when, whenever it was, when you arrived here, you entered into a pact with the college to embrace these principles. Remember these coins? When you were here, you got a coin like this to establish your pact about these principles. Find yours, dust it off, and keep it with you. It will never disappoint. So now, I wish you all the very best as you pursue your future goals and achieve your aspirations. Congratulations.
As we gaze upon the call the meeting to order. We have 2 members short this evening, which is unfortunate, but we'll go along as best we can without them. Are there any additions that anyone would like to make to, or changes to the agenda? Has anyone any reason to believe we need an executive session at this point in time? Okay, minutes. The minutes of the budget meeting of November 25th, we will postpone approval until our next meeting, again for quorum reasons. Minutes of December 2nd regular meeting. You have a copy in front of you. Anyone wish to make a motion?
I'll second it.
Thank you. We have a motion to approve the December 2nd regular meeting minutes. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye. Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Be all aye, thank you. I will vote to make it a done deal. December 9 budget meeting. Again, you have the minutes on that.
Make a motion on approval. I'll second it.
Thank you. Any discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of approving December 9 budget meeting minutes, please say aye.
Aye.
Aye. Thank you. Road foreman, welcome.
Thank you. The date for the tree removal in Waynesville at the fire station has been moved. It's now January 2nd. Tomorrow was canceled due to the potential snow. I submitted the Better Back Roads grant last week for Parish Hill Road. I think it's March, but I won't swear to it. A couple of months anyways before we'll hear anything. The site plan for the sand salt shed was completed. It now goes through many reviews and permitting and so forth, so it'll be a while before we'll have anything to go on. At some point I'll bring the plans to show the board. That's part of the process is you warn it that they're going to be discussed and you show everybody what the plans are and so forth. The ice storm past weekend took a lot of sand and salt, and I hope the rain's not going to be a trend for the winter because that gets very expensive. And that's it.
So what's happening on Parish Hill with the Better Back Roads?
Ditching, culverts, and so forth. Kind of like what we've been doing on all the other ones. That was the next one that they felt had high priority.
So how many more are there to do? All of them?
Hundreds.
Okay.
It's one of those things that goes around and around and around and around.
We've got to get a certain, the real bad ones have to be done by 2025. And I think there's 70 segments still in that section.
Wow.
Segment's 328 feet. So
328 feet of road, right?
Yep.
Typically, how many or how much do you figure to get done under this grant?
We're planning on doing from the Green Iron Bridge to the farm at the top, and then there's a couple little spots further down that I think we can do. We not have enough grant money to cover them, but then at least the road will be completed. So.
Any questions for Jay? Could I have a motion for approval of the
Make a
report?
motion to approve the foreman report.
I'll second it.
Thank you. Further discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion as stated, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Any abstentions? Thank you. Administrative assistance report, blank paper, no.
Tonight you have the
the auditor's report that will appear in the town report this year, along with a letter of recommendation to the board. The U.S. Postal Rates Marketing Mail Permit number 3 fee renewal notice will be going up just before we send out the town reports. If we pay the fee by January 26th, we can avoid the small increase. I spoke with Mr. Van Loon today about scheduling additional budget meetings. The 23rd and the 30th are both free, and they might finish up what's needed. I plan on sending the first draft to the printers by the 17th of January. We received a letter today from Andrea Livermore, Director of Development and Community Outreach for the Brattleboro Area Hospice. The handwritten note asked me to extend their deep appreciation to the town for our support. It touched me that she took time to write a personal message after seeing form letters and requests from agencies and organizations asking for donations. Affecting us in the future could be the filing by the Southern Vermont Cable Company to sell Comcast. We'll need to keep an eye on this for our options, including the broadband meeting that's scheduled for the Newbrook Fire Department on June 16th at 6 p.m.
January 16th?
Yes.
Okay.
It's a public meeting.
Right. Any questions for Juanetta on her report? Any comments?
Well, should we, are we gonna put this on the next agenda as far as approving the fee renewal notice, and how much is it that we would have to pay?
Well, that's a gotta do in the budget already.
Mm.
Yeah, I don't think.
It's an annual fee renewal.
Yeah, it's.
But it's from the U.S. Postal Service.
But if you pay in advance, you're just asking to pay in advance?
Yes.
So would that would be a difference versus just a renewal?
Yeah.
So do you know what the difference is? It's the savings, right?
Yeah. It's
so let's
savings
just make a motion to go ahead and prepay it so we can get the added discount. I make a motion. It's my motion.
Discussion? Hearing none, all in favor of the motion to go ahead with setting up for our mailing fee for the town report, please say aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Abstentions? Guess we're all on board. Very quick. The third bullet. And second line, you say 23rd and 30th are both free, and they might finish up?
They might finish it up.
Will finish up.
Let's push to finish it up.
We certainly hope to finish it.
So are we scheduling for those days?
I think we better put them in our pocket in case we need them.
Okay.
Be worrying about it, and it'd be nice if we don't.
And there's one other thing. So the letter that we got from Andrea Livermore, that was just because from last year?
No, she was thanking us. I assume that she had received a recent check that she had asked for.
For last year's appropriation? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
Okay.
We need approval.
Make a motion to approve it. And to set the meetings up for the 23rd and the 30th.
Thank you.
I'll second it.
Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye. Aye.
Aye.
Thank you. Takes care of that. The Newfane Lister's office has some business with us this evening. Welcome. Good luck.
I think all of you received a copy of the memo with an explanation of the items. This is the errors and omissions of the 2019 grade list. every year we have until December 30th, what is the 30th? 31st, to bring any errors and omissions to be approved by the board. But it happens every year, not always. Don't have errors and omissions, but this year we have 3. The first one is a property on Route 30. It's a new house. Remember when we had that snafu with the changing the
Systems?
No, it wasn't changing the systems. It happened in May when when they did the rollover from the assessment program to the taxing program, and that got wiped out, and we had to recreate all of the stuff that we had done previously.
Yeah.
And there were some things that got missed. 2 of them were on this list. So that was the first one on Route 30. The second one is on Sawmill Road, Scott Martin. He should have had an additional, he's in covenant restricted housing. And the law says that he should have, his house should be 60 to 70% of fair market value. So this indicates that the house was reduced in value by 30%. And the third one is Charles Bergman, and that's another one of the rollover snafus that didn't get taken care of.
Okay, the action to be taken by the board is approval for these entries on the grand list, right?
And what'll happen is they'll get new tax bills for this year. The one will be a happy one and the other 2 will not be. But the guy on Route 30, he's aware that he's only paying taxes on his land right now. And he's aware that the house needs to be, so that'll get taken care of. And the select board, there is the original, I think you have the original up there somewhere in the space for the select board to sign. The listers have signed it, and then it goes to the town clerk and gets filed with the 2019 grand list information.
There's actually a new house on Route 30?
Yes? No, I just made it up.
Is that the one down by the flea market down there?
Yes.
It's for Brooklyn Road.
Yeah.
Oh.
Just before you turn onto
Go to
Radway
Brooklyn,
Hill, that it
right.
sits back. It was a modular, 2-story
Yeah.
modular that came in, yeah. That's it.
And which one is he, the top one?
Right in front of you on the pink.
Yes,
He's the top one.
where it says 762, Route 30.
And the other ones are?
Just what it says on the sheet.
Oh, on Dover Road, Bergman?
Scott Martin's on
Christmas
Sawmill
tree.
Road.
No,
and
not
Bud
tree house
Bergman's on
places,
Dover.
no. That's his, the little shed he's been working on.
Oh, the one just above the treehouse.
It's not, that he's gonna get added this next year.
Yeah.
The treehouse.
No, the
Oh.
treehouse
No,
is
the land
the
is above it. It's in between that and the old
Next-
schoolhouse, right?
Yeah.
The land that Bud Bergman owns and that this is associated with, he has like 94 acres total. And this particular one is the carriage house and the stable. He redid the stable for living quarters. He has it on the market,
Oh, I've seen it. Yeah, it sits way back in.
the stable and the carriage house. And he has it on the market to sell it with 2 acres. He has not done the subdivision yet.
Oh.
And I think it's on he has it advertised for $265,000. And I think there was some discussion with the people who own the treehouse about buying it, but I don't think they wanted to pay what he wanted, so anyway, that's how real estate goes. And he's fixing up what's called the game house.
Is that part and parcel, is that all one parcel still?
That
His
94
land,
acres.
he owns one parcel at this point, right?
One parcel.
Okay, the action we need to take is to approve the report of the on errors and omissions and to sign this document for forwarding to the town clerk for signature for final approval everywhere. May I have a?
I make a motion to approve it.
I'll second it.
Discussion on the motion. Hearing none, please indicate if you're in favor by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? No. Any abstentions?
Thank you very much.
You don't have 3 signatures yet.
Just to do the
16. A minor point, but the dates will have to be put on this after the lister's signatures.
Well, they signed them on different dates, so.
Yeah, well,
yeah.
Anything. Anything else for us? It's too easy.
Thank you for your work.
And I think you got something in there too from the solid waste district, their budget, but that's in your correspondence.
Oh, correspondence.
I gave it to you. It's a letter to the select board from Bob Spencer. And the budget was passed, their budget was passed last Thursday night.
Yeah.
Okay. We'll get to that. We were scheduled to have an update from the Williamsville Hall Committee. They have checked to say that they will not be here, so we'll move on to the Planning Commission. And welcome to both of you.
Thank you.
In particular, both of you.
Well, thank you. Okay, well, just for viewers of BCTV, my name is Ken Esty. I'm the new chair of the Planning Commission, so I just wanted to...
Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
Bless you.
Yes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Godspeed.
Indeed, yeah, to be sure. But also just to thank the Select Board for, the work that you're doing and the chance to work with you on the implementation of the town plan, which is a key function of the work of the Planning Commission, is to draw that up. As you know, we renewed the town plan in 2018, and our job is to make sure that we're working closely with you, attending select board meetings as we can, to check in with each other about how the town plan is being implemented and the things that we can do and the things that we might ask of you to help that process along. So the other main issue that I should also address is Lynn Forrest, who is the other planning commissioner, along with Bob McCandless. And so right now we're a planning commission of 3, and it's been tradition or maybe by rule, I'm not exactly sure, but we're supposed to have 5 members, and we'll talk about that a little bit later. But I came in as the chair in July. Lynn stepped down from the chairpersonship, and we decided, with Bob staying on as secretary, we looked around the table and there I was. So gladly took on that position, and actually this is something we might discuss or it may come up. I'm not absolutely sure whether being chair is also a decision that the select board has a role in, or whether that's within the role within the role of the planning commission. So then that means I am officially the chair. So as you know, the key task of the planning commission is looking at the future of the town, as well as talking about our shared purpose. And toward that end, meeting on the 2nd and 4th Thursdays of the month, we've been busy at work this past year, and a particular note that I should make is on the natural burial grounds. On last Thursday, we had our public hearing, as we are required to do, on this proposed bylaw amendment, and we had about, somewhere in the neighborhood of about 15 people here at the, right in this very room, who are very, very interested in our proposed bylaw amendment. Effectively, what it does, and you have the documentation, but I can also distribute it right now too, is to add natural burial grounds as a conditional use in the town's resource districts. So that's the heart of it, is to add that as one of the conditional uses. At which point, if this were to be seen through all the way to final approval, anyone who had an interest in a natural burial ground in a resource district would then have to present her or his plans to the Development Review Board, and they would take it on from there. Now, required, happily, statutorily, I need to present to the select board and to the town clerk simultaneously the paperwork for this proposed bylaw amendment. Now, you already have it, but you had it as part of the preparation for that hearing, and I now need to present it to you again. But I'm not exactly sure in which form, and I'm in contact with VLCT, and they'll let me know exactly what I need to do in order to officially present it to you. Because as you know, you'll now have to have a hearing as well. The select board will have a hearing on the natural burial grounds. So as a, in the resource district.
Yeah, so where's the resource district?
Well, I honestly do not know precisely where they are, but it's as you know, we have zoning, and that's the areas that, and perhaps the select board can speak more accurately to that, but there are areas designated in town as being resource districts.
There's the village districts. Can't think of the right word right now for the
rural,
basically, yeah, but and resources pretty well spread out throughout the town.
Right.
Really?
Yeah.
Right.
It pretty much takes up all of the undeveloped land in town.
Right. So it's not, a particular place that,
not so many acres or so many people's properties or anything like that. It's pretty broad.
But they're privately owned pieces.
Oh, yeah.
Right. Right. And so someone who has a property
tract of land
within the resource district could decide, on a natural burial ground, either in any number of capacities. That's what we're doing, as you know, when you add it to, a bylaw addition with respect to, a conditional use in a natural resource district, and we just make that proposal and then send it on through, and then from there, it's a large picture, and then from there, whoever wishes to do such a thing then would go through all the channels. But we make it possible for that entity, if there is to be an entity, to actually have the ability to approach the Development Review Board. They can't,
Okay, so we
you
go
can't
to-
approach the Development Review Board without such a permitted,
Condition or-
conditional,
yeah.
right, conditioned
Yeah.
use.
A point of information, approach the DRB through the zoning administrator.
Yes,
You know,
thank
Go
you.
for zoning permit first. He says, no, go.
Right, thank you.
Just
No,
picky.
no, that's, no, not at all. It's just the matter of these procedures are important, and that's why we went through, you know, all the
It's pretty
steps.
broad, but it still has conditions and
That's-
approvals down the road.
That's right.
Okay.
So it's not like, go ahead and do it. It's,
Yeah.
no, you have to go through the channels. So that took a long time, and we brought it to a certain point of completion, but within the process on Thursday. And now our step as the Planning Commission is to bring it to you in the appropriate form. But if you'd like a copy tonight of what that looks like, or what we're proposing for it to look like in the bylaws, I have a copy.
I take a copy.
Okay, great. All right, I will definitely give that to you. On the understanding that this doesn't constitute the official, but this is what we indicate that we'll do. The second major project that we've been working on is the enhanced energy planning. So while the natural burial ground was part of a zoning bylaw amendment, the enhanced energy planning is actually a multi-page document, maybe upwards of 30 pages, that would be added to the town plan. Now, we do have some discussion of energy planning in the town plan, but an enhanced energy plan, which has been urged upon us gladly and happily, we took it on from the Wyndham Regional Commission, and we've been working closely with the WRC on this enhanced energy planning. And Bob McCandless has been at the forefront of doing this over the course of this year. And I'm happy to report we also reached a certain point of completion with the enhanced energy planning, insofar as Marion Major, who works with the WRC, has indicated to us that they are satisfied right now with this draft plan. Now, once again, any kind of addition and/or modification to the town plan requires multiple steps, including hearing on our part, a hearing on your part. So you'll be hearing more about what we call the EEP, or the Enhanced Energy Plan, as we go into 2020. So that's been really significant. One major feature of the Enhanced Energy Plan is to have an energy committee, possibly a 5-member energy committee who would be responsible for working with the Planning Commission and with the Select Board on implementing the goals, actions, and policies. So that's a very big initiative, and it's going to take a lot of people working together. Everything from thermostats to how we think about commuting to how we think about building and so on. It's very exciting, because what it means potentially, not only does it relate to 90% renewable energy use by 2050, that's sort of the big picture, but the smaller and hugely important picture is cost savings for the town, and also cost savings for people in the town, in their homes and in their use of energy, whether it's in their cars or whatever the case may be. So that's very exciting, and having an energy committee that's working closely with you, with us, and reaching out to the townspeople could be significant for a lot of people going forward. So that's the enhanced energy planning. That again has been a lot of the work that we've been doing over the past year. Now, a third initiative is, well, a little bit a lesser, it was brought to us, but we were very excited about it, was and you heard about it too, right? And this was the Green Mountain Conservancy, who has come into, through various means, a large tract of land themselves called the Deer Run Nature Preserve. And they came to our meeting on November 14th, Deborah Luskin and Roger Haydock. And that was great, because they had taken very careful note of our town plan and presented this initiative on the basis of our town plan, which is, also emphasizes the preservation of forest blocks, and so that wildlife can move freely through that area, as well as hiking and recreation. So that's what the Green Mountain Conservancy is up to, and we were very delighted to have them come to a planning commission meeting because of the inherent value of that work, but also the way they were thinking about the town plan as a factor in their own work. So that's something that occurred. The other thing I just wanted to emphasize by way of updates is that we're very much looking forward to being here at select board meetings, going forward. Now, if not every meeting, I myself really enjoyed coming to select board meetings well before I had the planning commission as part of my own work. I just like to come and visit and be with where the action is, So of late, though, I haven't been able to attend because of work schedule. So on Mondays, it just cannot be here. Although now the work schedule is abated for somewhat and I'm not commuting back and forth, so I can be here tonight. But we're hoping that the other commissioners, can make it part of their task as a commissioner to in fact be here and to provide more timely and much more, vigorous updating so that you have a better sense of what we're doing. So I should say that at this point in time, we are at 3 commissioners and we're looking for 2 more. And I have half of that solution as part of my presentation tonight. But I should say this, our budget request. I gave to Winetta tonight our budget request, which we would like to keep at last year's budget of $2,500. So we're not looking for an increase. We're not looking for a decrease, looking to hold it flat. And I would say that a key aspect of the budget request of $2,500, $1,500 of that is designated as training for new commissioners. And I would also add training for the older commissioners, such as myself, that is to say, even though I've been doing this now going on 3 years, the VLCT, Vermont League of Cities and Towns, has excellent trainings for planners and zoning administrators, and there are other leadership conferences and other types of activities. And that just requires time and mileage and sometimes, not always, especially with VLCT, but registration costs and so on. So that's going to be really, really important, not only for the older commissioners such as myself, but also for the new commissioners that we hope to bring on board. So I just wanted to highlight that aspect of our budget request. Very, very important to us. And so now I'd like to turn it over to you if you have any questions or comments about what we're doing.
I do. So I'm not quite sure, but how are you tasked with deciding what projects you would be doing within the town plan?
How are we tasked?
Yeah.
Right.
And how do you make that decision? Do you come to the board and ask us where our thoughts are? Or do you just in the committee decide where you're going to go?
Right. So as you'll see when you look at the town plan, in fact, I had to bring it with me. Here it is, the town plan. In every section of the town plan, there are action steps. Mm-hmm. And so at that point in time, this was approved by the Planning Commission and sent on to the Select Board. So now it's the document of the town. This is not really anymore, the Planning Commission. This is all of ours.
Right, yeah.
We have this one together.
But within that town plan, there's initiatives.
Many of them.
So how do you decide who
Right.
decides
Right.
to tackle it? Because one of my concerns is housing.
Yes.
And water, rural,
Yeah,
access, for water to economic development.
Exactly.
The other projects are okay, but they take time up.
They sure do. And they sure
And what's
do.
the priority? For housing and water, I think are main priorities.
Mhm.
So where does that all come into the town plan?
Yes, well, the town plan didn't explicitly say the order in which these things would be tackled.
Yeah, so who decides?
Right, so it's, at this point, it's the commissioners. As we sit and deliberate, okay, what can we take on next? Now, to be, perfectly clear, the priority of late has been the natural burial grounds. We've taken that one on because we were presented, for instance, with a petition from people here in town to take this off. So that took on precedent.
So I guess a petition by the town
A petition by the town
would facilitate the movement into a certain area.
Well, and this, yes, and that, well, it was,
I know.
I know, this was a petition that we had to take on. In other words, that we were required by law that when we're faced with a petition on a bylaw amendment, we absolutely had to take that on at that time, regardless of anything else.
Right.
And so therefore we did. So that took up time.
Yes.
For instance, with the enhanced energy planning, that was part of the town plan, is to take on energy planning, and we were presented by the Wyndham Regional Commission with that initiative, say, will you take this on? And we said, yes, we will.
But
now,
when?
And we did.
What's the question? The other question would be, well, when do I have to take that on?
We decided to take it on at the beginning of the year. I wasn't the
Initiating.
Right, we were responding to that. I wasn't the chair of the commission at that point, so we took it on. Now, as far as going forward, what we do this coming year, that's really the stuff of the meeting that we're going to have on January 23rd. I believe that's the fourth Thursday in January, where we actively decide, okay, what will be the priorities?
Is that your regular board meeting? So you're saying you decide, your committee decides what you're going to tackle?
That's right.
And that's how it goes?
That's right. And which is not to say that if the select board were reading, if you were reading the town plan and you said to us, this is part of the town plan, we'd like you to look at this carefully.
Yeah.
Then
would it take a vote for the board to initiate that?
I don't think, that would be up to you how you would want to, if you wanted to direct us in that fashion, I suppose you could do that, but I don't think you have to do that. I mean, it would be up to you how you would like to.
So there's nothing written down or anything that you know of?
No, I mean, Lynn, in last year's Planning Commission annual report, outlined some of the priorities that we identified at the end of last year for the work of the Planning Commission.
But it truly comes from your committee then?
I would say so, but it doesn't mean that the select board can't take initiative. It doesn't mean that town people really, because this is the town's plan. So if the town feels, whether it's an individual member or whether it's you as a select board, feel that an area of our town plan is being neglected, that's you say, hey, look, here's the town plan. How come you're not working on this?
It doesn't sound like it's a formative process, a formal process.
No, and understand that there are 14 different sections.
Yes, I understand
of the town plan with like multiple steps in each of those sections. Totaling well over 100 different kinds of action steps. And this town plan is now in year one of an 8-year long, lifespan. And so thinking carefully about how we actually
move forward,
and so that this is not merely paper, but actually
put it into action.
Yes, that
again, as a committee, you guys will have to decide what the priorities are. And for me, I feel the priorities are housing and water.
Yeah, well then, duly noted. Duly noted. Yes.
I think a lot of people would be high on their list.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, we have resources, natural resources, trails, things, etc. But I think the priority should be looking down the road now for our population to be able to thrive here with water and housing.
Certainly, and as one of the authors of the housing section, I too share that concern about affordable housing and economic development, because without affordable housing, what does that mean for the people who live here and what their prospects are?
Right, and new families coming in and continuing the growth and the future of Newfane is really important.
That's correct.
Water sources, you've got to have good water in order to have economic development. And it doesn't mean that you're building commercial buildings left and right. It's housing options too.
That's
Senior
right.
citizens that might want to have a senior residence in town somewhere. They've got to have a public water source and septic system.
If I might,
Yes, please.
I would suggest your suggestion go to the planning commission.
Yeah, but it's a discussion in front of the public. I think that the public needs to have that kind of conversation.
Well, that's why the planning commission exists.
Yes.
They are there to listen and so. And one very quick minor explanation. All of this is in chapter 117 of Title 24. Relatively readable. So if you want to know why there's a planning commission, how there is, how many are in it, so forth, so that's there. Point number two, that again, picky. The Wyndham Regional doesn't say, hey, do this. Wyndham Regional says, hey, if you'd like to do this, we'll help you. And very often, you want to do this because there's pressure from the state. I don't want to
No, that's true.
let it go without pointing an accusing finger at the state of Vermont. Thank you.
Well, we're delighted to work with the Wyndham Regional Commission, to be sure, and they're, John Bennett and his team, an excellent resource for us, through all of our work. So the chance to do enhanced energy planning was definitely, a great opportunity for us to jump at and to work together with them. And that's been something in the works for quite some time. I should also add, and I would be remiss to neglect, yet another aspect of our work by way of update. The issue of short-term rentals is a key issue that we'll be tackling going into 2020. Merle and the Development Review Board were presented with, long story short, various, in differing a variety of different kinds of short-term rental situations here in town, and the question is, we don't have any provision in the bylaws right now about short-term rentals. Other towns do, and they're working with that in their own way. But for lack in our bylaws of any mention whatsoever of short-term rentals, we don't have the ability really to work with those who are engaged in short-term rentals in a consistent and in a consistent way. It's just not there.
Which is different than bed and breakfast.
That's right.
Airbnb.
Bed and breakfast is a short-term rental.
Well, yeah, and this is exactly what we have to work out. Is our definitions and how we understand those definitions and how we work with those definitions here in Newfane. We just don't have that yet. I would be very remiss. Maybe I left it out of my initial presentation because of the complexity of the task, and the enormity of what we need to take on. And very much the Planning Commission absolutely needs the public to be involved in this. We cannot do this by ourselves on our own and spring it on the town. The town should be profoundly engaged with this question of short-term rentals, because that is all about questions about housing and fairness and equity.
And resources.
And for resources, both for those who wish to have short-term rentals and for those who wish to offer them. Everybody has got to be profoundly involved in this, what I think would be a very vibrant and excellent discussion. And again, when you ask about priorities, how do we decide on our priorities? Well, this one came by way of being invited to go to a Development Review Board meeting in which people who have short-term rentals were invited to talk about their rentals, their situation. But it was difficult to do that for lack of the language in our bylaws about short-term rentals. So we were alerted very much as a planning commission to the fact that we need to update our zoning bylaw to account for this.
So there's a difference between a bed and breakfast and a short-term rental.
Well, as Pete alluded to, for some, they are seen as one, and for others, they are not seen as the same thing. But I have to be extremely careful not to answer that question directly, because that's the question we need to deal with as a planning commission to try to figure that out. Because for some places they could be, in some towns they could be the same thing, and other towns decide, well, they're not really the same thing.
Yeah.
And we have to decide whether they're the same or whether they are in fact different.
You put it in black and white.
That's right. So the Development Review Board so that Merle Tessier and the Development Review Board can deal with it, consistently, fairly, and adequately. Are there other questions or comments?
I'll throw my usual plea out into the open. Wyndham Regional, the town has 2 representatives to Wyndham Regional. It is allowed to. It has 1. That one begs that someone else come forward.
Who might that person be? That actually. Okay. Yeah, I won't ask again. So, if there are no other comments or questions, I'd like to then. It's your agenda, but maybe this is part of my report. Okay.
You have it.
Yes. So I'd like to introduce then my colleague Tim Shortell, who would like to join the Planning Commission, and so I'll turn it over to Tim to introduce himself and to have the discussion.
Sure. Thank you. Well, as Ken said, I'm Tim Shortell. I live in Wimsville. I have lived there for the last couple of years. I've been attending Planning Commission meetings, I think, since the beginning of September, maybe end of August, to get a sense of the work that the Commission does. Had a chance to listen in on some of the conversations that Ken mentioned to you in his report. I feel like it would be a way for me to contribute to the town. I have a skill set that I think would be relevant to the work of the committee, and feels like be a good opportunity for me to be able to contribute to the town. I have a similar schedule with Ken, so I'm a professor in New York City, and so typically I'm in the city Monday, Tuesdays, and Wednesdays, and then home here the rest of the week, which is why it's been hard for me to make an appearance. I know that you were interested in meeting me before, but for work reasons, I haven't been able to get to a board meeting until now. And in fact, I started thinking about this at the last town meeting, because I remember you had mentioned about the Wyndham Regional Commission, and I was interested in that, and looked it up, trying to see when the committee and its working bodies were meeting, and unfortunately it happens to correspond with the time that I'm in New York, so we couldn't sign on, but it remains an interest of mine, and as my work schedule changes, it might be something that I would be able to pick up at some point, but be happy to answer any questions if you have them.
I know you always look at me because I always have all the questions, but
I felt the vibrations.
Let's see, the question I had was, there was something I was going to ask you. I can't remember what it is. It was interrupted, my thought train.
So what's the term go for?
Oh, I know what it is.
Yes, that's the term. Right, that is also a question looking at the annual report. For instance, Bob McCandless is listed as 2019. I'm listed as 2020, and Lynn is listed as 2021. And it's not clear what, if Tim were to be approved by you as the select board, whether
That's
Tim
the
would
question.
slot into Marcia Highlands or Angela Sanborn's,
Oh, remaining term,
right, for instance.
yeah.
And actually, I have to confess, I'm unclear what 2019 means with respect to Bob McCandless, actually. Whether that term was up as of
On what date?
town meeting or, and so Bob has been,
No, it would be the date that he was appointed by the select board,
good point.
I think.
So maybe
Look at
letters
minutes.
exist in minutes or.
Yeah. And any appointment made in 2019 could be made such that it had to be revisited in 2020. So, don't worry.
That was my question, was whether or not we have to appoint, we make the final decision?
Yep.
Yeah, okay.
Right, hence.
Yeah.
So, oh, good, thank you. Which is to say that we've been, while Tim has been in attendance, we are a planning commission of 3.
Yeah.
So he's a member of the public and acts in that capacity at our meetings, even as a regular attendee.
Yeah.
When we vote, of course, it's only the 3 members of the planning commission, which is, that's good that there are 3 of us, better that there are 4, and even excellent that there will be 5 soon, I hope.
Ken, do you have another meeting in 2019 scheduled?
We do not.
Okay. I would suggest at this particular point, we now have your recommendation, your nomination.
Yes.
I would suggest that we put it on an early 2020 agenda, and then that detail is taken care of.
That would be excellent
He
because.
could continue, if you were to pull a special meeting or something like that, certainly continue to go. And as can any citizen, go to a meeting at any time and speak up, make a suggestion, question, whatever.
Right, and just to say that we would be very eager to have Tim officially seated by the January 23rd meeting, given the schedule of the other commissioners who are in and out of town for the spring. And so our ability to have quorum.
Yeah.
Now, that's not why I'm interested in Tim joining the commission, just so we can have quorum.
Right.
I'm interested in his vital contributions. However, his vital contributions also come with our ability to have quorum then.
Sure.
So, right. And to conduct the business.
Good idea, needs backing.
Tim, how's your schedule going to be? Does he need to come to the board meeting for the appointment?
No.
No, I think like anything else, he would receive a letter if the board would appoint him. He would receive a letter, he would agree to accept the letters.
Yeah, what I am suggesting is that, and I think you've made a note to this effect, that one of our first January agenda will have appointment to the Planning Commission on it. Any member of this board can say, I move to approve the appointment of, and away we go.
I'm here in town through all of January, if needed.
You're on break.
Yeah.
J-term, we used to call it.
Yeah, break from one kind of work to do another kind of work.
I have a bit of grading to do, but yeah, I will be here.
Right. So, yeah, to thank the select board for the work that you do in partnership with the planning commission. I think the planning commission is a deep and abiding privilege to work on this because we're talking about the town and our townspeople and this place that we all deeply love and care about together. And we get to be part of that with you and with the town as they participate in the town meetings. So it's a really exciting, energizing opportunity, and I say that with full conviction, and it's why I'm doing the work, because I love this place, and I want other people to love it as much, and I know they do, for all of you who have been here for so long. And I'm a newcomer, really. I mean, 4 years and counting.
I think I've been here 8 years.
So,
I'm a newcomer.
yeah. And taking great heart from those who have been here for a long time to, as young people or as older people.
And also for new people coming in.
Right, for everyone.
I have one final question. I hope it doesn't bore the board, but I think it's important for the public to understand. But the DRB, the Development Review Board, how does that work? Is that a separate entity or is that under your committee?
Well, it is a separate entity.
Okay.
Some towns have combined planning commission and DRBs. In other places, I know of one town in Connecticut that has a joint, operation. But the Development Review Board, as they work with the bylaws, well, the Planning Commission is the body that puts together bylaws on the basis of the town plan.
Mm-hmm.
We don't do it on our own, of course.
Mm-hmm.
We can do nothing on our own, but we do it as per the process that I just described with respect to the natural burial grounds.
Mm-hmm.
But the DRB acts in concert with the zoning bylaw that we're all responsible for, but we're primarily the ones who put that together or shepherd that in coordination with the town plan.
And then they kind of define it more, the DRB?
Well, they have to, if not necessarily define it, they have to apply it.
Oh, okay.
So they're confronted with a situation, and if they can make a determination that that situation is covered by the language in that zoning bylaw, then they act.
Of course.
Someone goes to the zoning administrator
Mm-hmm.
with a permit application, and the zoning administrator looks at the zoning bylaw, and in some cases, if you read the bylaw, he can't approve certain things. They have to go to the Development Review Board for them to have a meeting to see if it conforms to the bylaw. And then their decision goes back to the zoning administrator if they approve or disapprove. There might be conditions and so forth, but that's how it goes.
And if they can't find anything, then they come to the planning commission and say the zoning bylaws
needs fixing.
Needs fixing.
Okay.
And that's where we are at with the short-term rental
Right.
Yeah.
Right.
situation. Is that there were situations that were short-term rental related for which there was no language in the zoning bylaw. So.
Right. Yeah.
In essence, the DRB is the appeal body in zoning.
Yeah.
And can act in a quasi-judicial fashion if necessary.
Absolutely, yeah. It is a quasi-judicial body.
Right. As you are, my understanding, a legislative body.
I guess. Not tonight.
Yeah, so we're learning as we go as well, for sure.
Well, I'd like to wrap this up and say thank you and don't be bashful.
Well, thank you.
Both doors are always open.
Thank you.
Good to see you both.
Thank you for coming.
Unscheduled members of the public. Anything from anybody? Any old business? VLCT, resolution supporting municipal authority regarding commercial cannabis. I know we all have paperwork on this, and I don't know where mine is. It is relative to the town's ability to regulate basically anything that has to do with cannabis. And there's a bill before the Senate at this point, and it will be coming up in January. They're asking that all towns consider and support and circulate to representatives and senators before the 2020 legislative session begins in And this is the resolution that they, I could read it, but you can guess. No.
You want me to read it?
Love to.
See if I get all the words right. Town of New Fane, resolution supporting municipal authority in the commercial cannabis system. Whereas a regulated and taxed recreational cannabis marketplace will affect communities across Vermont. Whereas the 2019-2020 BLCT municipal policy calls for any legislation legalizing commercial cannabis to address the impacts on municipalities, school populations, first responders, municipal regulations, and budgets. Whereas states that currently have a commercial cannabis market have guaranteed municipal governments, local regulatory, taxation authority, and revenue sharing, and Vermont cities and towns need, at a minimum, those same guaranteed powers. Whereas all cannabis establishments that cultivate, process, manufacture, or sell cannabis will be wholly located in our cities and towns, and voters in cities and towns must be granted the right to opt in to hosting cannabis establishments within their community. Whereas all duly adopted ordinances and land use policies and regulations adopted by municipalities pursuant to 24 VSA Chapter 117 and 24 VSA 2291 must be upheld in any commercial cannabis system. Whereas local cannabis control commissions must be given the same level of authority as local control commissions that administer licenses and permits for the establishments that furnish alcohol. Whereas cities and towns must be granted authority to assess licensing and permitting fees for cannabis establishments. And whereas all cities and towns that host the cannabis establishments should share in a local cannabis tax, not just those with retail establishments, generating tax revenues, now and therefore be it resolved by the town of New Fane that the town only supports legislation legalizing a taxed and regulated cannabis market that adequately addresses all aforementioned local considerations and concerns. 2, that the town supports a local cannabis tax of 5%, with 75% of the revenues derived from the local cannabis tax retained by the host community of a retail establishment, and 30% pooled and redistributed to municipalities that do not host retail establishments. And that the town calls upon the state administration and legislature to provide communities adequate time and clarity in law for local officials and community members to discuss the local implications of such a market and to update, clarify, and establish local regulations and policies accordingly.
Thank you very much. It's kind of hard to sit here and try to figure out whether Paul Dutton's going to sell weed or not, but
I think anybody can, can't they?
Shouldn't have I will. Or grow or both, but to me it's a kind of a tough question at this early stage. At the same time, I think that probably our signing on to that particular document would not be a mistake. I'd like to hear from other members of the public and or board members.
So they want us to sign that there then, is that what you're saying?
Yep, we don't have to do it tonight.
I just don't sign it. You know, the whole thing is, I always thought it was kind of dumb anyways. They legalize the damn thing, and they can't sell it to collect any tax out of it in the state, you know? Doesn't make much sense, you know?
Does it sound like we have to take the control of regulating and taxing it?
I don't think that has been determined. I don't believe so. I don't know.
Within your town?
I don't know how that works.
And then 30% of the tax gets redistributed out?
But my question is, who does it?
That's a business.
Zoning administrator suddenly get rich?
Or it's a private entity? I'll do
It's
it.
going to be part of the liquor control.
Yeah, it'd be liquor control, it'd be.
The same
Oh,
as,
liquor
the same,
control board.
the same as what you do for the liquor licenses.
That sounds.
That's what it sounded like there.
Um,
You're licensing and permits.
The town has to control it. It's not a private entity. You can grow it and sell it as a private person.
Let me revisit this sentence. Resolution, we are asking all cities, towns, and villages to consider, support, and circulate to representatives and senators in their district before the 2020 legislative session begins, can be found here. So in other words, what you just read, they want us to approve and send it on to representatives and senators before the House, before the legislature reconvenes. So
And
what's your pleasure?
This is coming from VLPC as a recommendation.
VLC.
I recommend signing it.
I say we get on the happy bus.
Make a motion to sign it.
Okay, we have a motion on the floor to sign and forward the resolution as stated. Is there a second?
I'll second it.
Is there discussion? I'm sorry. Anyone have any thoughts, questions? Yeah?
Well, just say, as a member of the Planning Commission, this is of intense interest to us because of the implications of such a facility, you know, as it pertains to the town plan. So I'm not saying I'm for or against, but just noting that even just being here tonight and learning of this, it's like very fascinating and definitely has a relationship to the kind of work that we do on the Planning Commission.
Yeah.
To be sure.
Okay, I think we have a motion. Is there any other discussion, any other questions? Hearing none. All in favor of the motion to sign the resolution, please say aye.
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 Instead of hot houses, we're gonna have pot houses.
And water.
Oh, horse farm down there is looking better all the time. Hell of a facility.
Yes.
I'm sorry, I should have noted this before. I'll ask for a new motion. The resolution has a place for the chair of the select board to sign, so if I could have a new motion authorizing the chair to sign the resolution, I would appreciate it.
Yeah. I'll make a motion for the chair to sign it.
He said, yeah.
Well, that
I'll second it.
Works for me.
Okay.
Any discussion on that motion? Hearing none, all in favor, please say aye.
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 Abstentions?
Are you asking for samples?
Shh, later. Thank you.
Has a lot of implications.
Yeah.
Maybe farming will come back.
Agriculture. Thank you.
Cut those trees down and farm and, you know, grow it on the hills.
New business.
Green mountains.
Um,
Okay.
Do you have anything that you want to sneak in here under new business? We have, that's correspondence, I think. I believe we have no new business. I do have, I apologize, I do have a piece of what might be called old business. I think I provided you with a draft of a letter to Karen Freeman of the Conservation Programs at Vermont Housing Conservation Board that I put together relative to the Deer Run Nature Preserve. Have you had a chance to read it? If not, please do. And
Yeah, I need a second to read it.
You probably want to read that into the minutes if you're supporting it.
We read it first. Yeah.
The only one thing I'd like to see change is where it says resource uses as a timber harvesting. I wouldn't mind be able to see that, like I said on one of our other meetings.
What?
As gravel source for the town.
Oh, yeah, we've been talking about that.
I mean,
Yes.
it wouldn't hurt nothing even for what they're using it for conservation, whatever, you know. And there's gonna be a time that towns are gonna need gravel, and there's a lot of gravel on that property. And they could take certain sections of it, you know, there's a plateau at the end of the field that goes up and then plateaus onto the mountain. They could, you know, take out little sections of it, and I'd like to have some sort of thing, if we ever could put it in there, as a gravel resource for the towns, for future use. Because it's getting scarcer and scarcer. It's a thing the town's always gonna need.
okay,
I like that.
I mean, you could throw it on there and then just see what they. It's nothing that would ever affect your hiking or anything. You know, the towns that ever be in there during the summer months to get it, and then you'd have to go across the river anyways to forage it because there's no bridge. So you stone the rivers and stuff. I mean.
okay,
I want to make a suggestion at the end of it. So the last sentence, nobody understands it from out in the public, but I would add in, comma, and other natural resource cultivation approved by the town. That's a general term versus gravel. Naturally, it could be timber harvesting, could be gravel, it could be rock collecting.
Well, it's like I said before, if it's not something you put into it
all right,
now,
well,
later on it's never gonna come up. If you put it in now and they're trying to put it all together and we're back in it.
I was trying to sneak it in. Let me read it so you people know what we're saying. This is to Karen Freeman, Director of Conservation Programs, VHCV. Dear Ms. Freeman, I'm writing to notify you the Newfane Select Board has voted in support of a proposal to include approximately 241 acres of land in the southeast section of town in the recently established Deer Run Nature Preserve. In addition to being aligned with and reinforcing many elements of the Newfane Town Plan, the proposal appears to have the positive effect of protecting the aesthetic value of the forested hillsides as they are viewed by people driving along Route 30. Of particular interest to board members was the statement that the preserve's intent is to continue historic use of the land, notably agriculture on the flat areas along the West River, and hunting, hiking, sugaring, and resource uses such as timber harvesting. And my use of the term resource uses such as timber harvesting was my intention, my hope was that would be open-ended and inclusive. I have no problem with putting it in there. we'll see how far it bounces.
Well, it could also be, you know, grown pot, it could be, you know, the gravel pit. It could
That's not historic use.
agriculture, it's a plant.
I'm sorry. I apologize.
I think adding in something like cultivation, you know, natural resource cultivation kind of covers, you know, the gravel pit, pot, some other things I can't think of at the moment. It's cultivation versus, you know, harvesting. It's a different, the word cultivation is different than harvesting.
Yeah, no, cultivation is typically growing and harvesting.
Well, we got the gravel pit guy down at the end. What do you think is a good word, Mike?
I point blank tell him what I'm looking for.
He's looking for gravel.
Well, no, I'm not looking for, I'm talking, I mean, it's not gonna happen in my lifetime probably, but later on down the road, if, like I said, you put it on a piece of paper, everybody agrees to it, it's in there for the kids, whoever else later on down the road, you know, when, I mean, it's getting scarce, and the state's not letting you open up a lot of places, and if you had something like that, I think the towns could get it approved and do a little section at a time and take it in and reclaim it and keep moving on.
Just FYI, the town of Putney just bought a pit over in Dummerston.
But this is Brooklyn.
No,
This
I
is
know, but I
Brooklyn,
mean,
New
because they were running out of gravel
Mhm.
options.
All right,
FYI.
let me throw this out for your reaction. The introduction to that sentence, notably agriculture on flat areas along the West River, and hunting, hiking, sugaring, and resource uses such as gravel extraction and timber harvesting.
There you go.
That's good. Yeah.
Extraction, that's the word.
For municipal use. That way they don't think a private guy's gonna go in and just tear it up. That's fine. That's great what you did, just like that. At least you got the word out there.
Yeah, an extraction is a good one.
With that addition of those two words, is the draft letter approved for?
Yeah. I make a motion to accept the letter with the changes that Hendrik W. Van Loon wrote for us.
Okay, I think I have a motion and a second. All in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Puts me in a spot, doesn't it?
That might be the conversation.
I'll take care of it. Yeah, we can hear a little.
That's all right.
That's good.
But, you know, maybe once they hear what the whole deal is, they might like it too, you know?
Yeah.
It's not gonna hurt the land, that's for sure.
Was that a third silent approval?
Sorry?
Was that a third silent approval?
It will.
Thank you.
Damn fool doesn't sign his own letter. Hope Mike didn't pick that up, but he probably did. Okay, under correspondence, unless anyone has any other new business, or there's a letter from Letitia Ashmore on behalf of the estate of
The estate of whom?
there's a letter to Winetta. Per our conversation, at the suggestion of Mike Fitzpatrick, I'm sending some information about our property on Radway Hill. Mike thought the town might be interested in purchasing the property for gravel and sand operations. I know you have the lister's card, but here's a little info on the property. Radway Hill subdivision asking $195,000. 21.67 acres, also referred to as the Peterson property. It was purchased as a 3-lot state subdivision with an exempt 4th lot of 10 acres. Parcel was subject to a 25-year right of first refusal to A.S. Clark & Sons, which was offered and refused. It's almost certain that the non-permitted lot would be able to support a wastewater disposal system suitable for single-family residents. So effectively, it is a 4-lot subdivision. There have been surveys created to possibly expand this to additional lots, but it has not been approved as an amended subdivision. Please let me know if there's anything else you would need.
No, I did. I recommended them to
Yep.
send that.
That's
To-
perfectly legitimate.
No, it's like I talked to
Thank
Jay
you.
and stuff. I mean, there's a lot of, there's gravel on it. I mean, quite a lot of gravel, and sitting there, you could take it down, and there'd be a low-income housing lot when he was all done taking it out. But
Is that across, which lot is
right
that?
there, as you go down Radway Hill and turn on to River Road,
To the right,
that right to the right.
up into the hillside
Yeah.
there? That would be cool.
It has an Act 250 permit, just to make you aware.
What I would like to do, what I'd like to suggest would be that we table consideration of this until we have a full board.
Yeah.
Sounds good.
Thank you. We have a piece of correspondence here from Scott McFarland as New England representative of an organization that, as far as I can tell, is called GovDeals, Online Government Surplus Auctions.
He came in the office early last week to introduce himself. And his point making was that any equipment that we have to offer, we can use his service at no charge and put it out there for any municipality, from filing cabinets up to equipment.
Okay.
And
But
vice versa.
it's but it's two-way. He makes,
He
makes
makes
material available as well as.
Exactly.
Okay.
Yep.
There's a description here attached to this, that there's a note here that suggests that Barry, Burlington, Milton, Pittsford, Virgins, and Winooski, Brattleboro Union High School, the Addison County Sheriff's Department, and the West Rutland Water Plant have already used him, or used the organization. Again, I'd like to suggest we put this one off until we have full board. Okay, anything else to come before us under the business section of the meeting?
Oh.
Ah. Ooh.
Oh, I think you have some there.
Oh,
Oh, right here, yeah.
sorry.
There's 2 copies there. Want to get
A couple of them,
Yeah.
all right.
That's
Hog in it. From the Wyndham Solid Waste Management District, dear Select Board, as November 14th meeting, WSMD of Supervisors voted to recommend the attached 21 budget and town assessments for review by member towns prior to the public hearing on December 12th. Oh. At the public hearing on the proposed budget and assessments, there were no members of the public present, therefore there were no changes to the approved budget. As noted at the bottom of the assessment page, fiscal 21 assessment is 4% less than the 20 assessment and 24% less than fiscal 2019. Doris is our representative.
And Mike's the alternate.
It's due primarily to increased revenues from solar lease, renewable energy credits, tip fees, organics, and compost sales. If you have any questions or would like me to meet with the board to discuss the district, please contact me, etc., etc.
So they're making some money.
Yes, they are. It's in
Good.
much better shape than it's
Good to
been
hear.
in a long time.
So, as highlighted on the last page, assessment for fiscal 21 is $11,358.49.
It's a reduction of from last year, it says on there, what is it,
Keeps going down.
$504 to the good.
I guess across the board too for everyone else too.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Appreciate that. Thank you for,
They are, at the discussion the other night, they talked about, the household hazardous waste days, they only have 2 a year.
yeah.
And they have them in different places. And I think the whole state is re-looking at that whole process, and they're gonna try to do a permanent site so that people would have the opportunity to go.
Good idea.
Say like from May to, they're not sure of the schedule, how it's gonna be. But it'll be a couple of years before that happens, but it just makes a lot of sense, and it costs less, because it costs probably, for each household hazardous waste day, it probably costs $14,000. And they get some money from a grant, but the whole thing isn't working out. The last one that they had was in Brattleboro and Stratton. Stratton only had 7 people.
Really? Well,
Yeah, and
they all dumped out on 91.
If that's the thing that I brought up. I said I'm glad that they're thinking about having this a permanent site. It wouldn't be open. I think they were talking about May to October, but it's like if you know when it's open, you're going to take it instead of dumping it somewhere where it shouldn't be. They'll have to have a place to store the different things, and they've got room to do that. But it'll take a couple of years through the state to get the permit even together. How that goes.
Would it be at the site down in
Yes.
Brattleboro? Yes. Okay.
Because they have the space.
Okay, that's what I was going to say.
Yeah.
Yeah, that would be more feasible.
Thank you, Jake. All right, we will move to pay orders. Means that the fun part's over.
Yeah.
You don't mind if we leave you to that, do you?
Oh, thanks very much for coming tonight. Thanks very much for coming tonight, Doris.
Oh, exciting.
Welcome, everybody. We're going to get started. We're a little late, but we now have a quorum to get started. I want to recognize some guests that we have from the village of Buchanan, New York. They are here to kind of observe our Indy Cap as they will begin their own very soon at Indian Point. We're going to introduce everybody that's here today. I'm going to start all the way down to the right and work our way around the table.
David Pearson with North Star.
Corey Daniels with North Star.
June Tierney, Department of Public Service.
I'm Josh Unruh. I'm a governor appointee.
Bob Leach, governor appointee.
Sarah Coffey, appointed by the Speaker of the House.
Derek Jordan, citizen appointee.
Emily Davis, citizen appointee.
Doris Filia, member of House Energy and Technology.
Great. Let's look
and
at the...
we have two people on the phone, don't forget.
Yes, please. Can I get the two people on the phone?
This is Lisa Weinman, citizen appointee from Senate Pro Tem Mass.
And we have one more on the phone?
Yeah, Bobby's still there?
Hi. Is it working?
Yeah, we can hear you now.
Okay, sorry about that. I had it moved on the wrong direction. Bob Gustafson from New Hampshire. I'm appointee of the governor's office in support of the 6 communities that are in the EPZ for formerly New Vermont Yankee.
Very good. That's all of us. We need to review and approve the October 2019 meeting minutes, please.
I move we approve the minutes.
I second that.
Moved and seconded to approve the meeting minutes. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye.
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 One abstention.
2 abstentions.
2 abstentions, sorry. Emily and Sarah. All right, North Star update on recent VY site decommissioning activities.
This is fighting back. Bear with me for just a second.
Okay. Thanks, Tony. Next slide, please. All right, good evening. Again, I'm Corey Daniels with VY. I'm the Asphyxie Senior Manager, and I'd like to keep you up to date on all the items that we're doing at the site, starting with our core values of simple priorities. We have target 0 for the way we perform our work. That means we don't make mistakes, and we try to not have any accidents, and we protect our employees as well as the public health and safety. Next slide. You've seen this slide before. It's a macro of our schedule. It effectively explains that we placed all the fuel in dry storage, that our significant immediate critical path is placing the reactor vessel into packaging and setting it off. And beyond that, the rest of the facility decommissioning and dismantlement will occur. And ancillary to that is the management of the spent fuel, which will occur until the Department of Energy executes on its commitment to remove it from Vermont. Next slide. This slide shows a little more granularity. We've developed some of the large component removals and targets of opportunity. That includes the advanced off-gas building. The cooling towers have already been removed, at least above ground. And we will additionally go after the large warehouse where we used to keep all of our stored components and parts.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair.
Yes, ma'am.
We did not receive this electronically. I'm just wondering if we have printed copies.
We did not provide printed copies just because there was so many slides. We didn't want to bulk up the package, but the electronic copy will be available on the website when this is done.
Okay, I would just note some of us have eyesight challenges. It looks like a lot of us have eyesight challenges, so it is a little challenging to see.
It's hard to see without eyesight.
My apologies, Laura. In fact, I'll pass my one paper copy down so you or whoever else can share it.
Representative Sevilla, could I clarify whether you were making fun of my eyesight? You were, weren't you? Let the record reflect the lack of civility at the left of the bench.
And by all means, if there are any questions, please interrupt me and I'll try to clarify any detail as we go through the slide deck. So this is really just a little bit of an exploded view of that macro schedule and only shows a small amount of detail. Our day-to-day schedule obviously has considerable granularity and it would not be valuable to this presentation. Next slide, please.
Corey?
Yes.
Sorry, you said, mentioned something just before about the containment vessel. Are you in the process of chopping that up and shipping it, or what stage is that at?
Derek, the reactor vessel,
Sorry,
not the
reactor.
containment, but the reactor, yes, we've already pulled the head, we've cut it up and packaged it and shipped it, and it's already been deposited in Texas.
Cool.
And then some of the internals working on the way down have also been removed and shipped, and there are more slides later that show that in greater detail.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Overall performance update, our safety performance has been acceptable. We've worked now 260,000 hours, actually a little greater than that, without a lost time accident. Ultimately, that means that since January 11th, our employees have come through the door an aggregate of over 31,000 times, and everybody's gone home safely. We pride ourselves on that, and it's very important to our mission. We want to make sure we give everybody the tools and the ability to perform their work safely, and it's part of the way that we measure our success. Additionally, the ALARA goal, which means as low as reasonably achievable, has to do with the amount of radiation exposure, which we equate especially to safety, has also been met. Our regulatory performance has also been good. We've had 0 cited and non-cited violations. There's been no issues with the NRC's oversight of our activities. In fact, we just had our 3rd quarter exit today with our inspector, and he again gave us a good performance grade. Production, overall, we're on track. Our reactor vessel segmentation work is behind where we would like to be. Most of that is attributable to our little bit of a slow start due to the transaction date and some of the pre-work activities. But overall, the project is very large, and the amount of bulk activities ancillary to that are well ahead of schedule. And because our commitment with Orano is of a fixed price nature, the reactor disassembly work will be well into the project and will complete it ahead of schedule. Next slide. Some pictures. A little bit of this is new to the panel here. These photos show the turbine deck in its aggregate, starting at the upper left-hand corner. That is the turbine with the casing removed. Just to the right of it is showing the entire turbine building deck. And then you can see all the turbine plating, correct? On the lower left-hand corner, that is the shaft of the turbine connecting to the generator that's been cut into segments for shipment. And then on the bottom right-hand quadrant, those are actually components of the casings for the turbine and turbine components that have been staged with fixative applied so they can be shipped by rail. All those components will be loaded onto rail. Most of those are already gone and sent to Texas. Next slide. So this slide looks a little boring because it's hard to tell what's not there, but what is missing is the entire turbine. And that is a significant accomplishment that has all been removed. Next slide. This is another picture from an elevated view. What is in the right front corner is actually the lower casing of the low pressure turbine that has been actually cut out and removed. That's since been segmented and also shipped. Next slide. Now below the turbine, there are multiple floors inside of the turbine bay. We call this the heater bay. There are a lot of large components in the heater bay and a lot of steam piping. What you can't see here is all the shiny flashing and insulation on all the piping, and that's because all the asbestos-containing material and all the insulation has been removed. That work is required ahead of the dismantlement of the piping, and we have a team that has been working diligently ahead, staging all that equipment ready for the next set of disassembly. Next slide. Like most of the materials that leave the site, it gets special packaging. This is actually what you see is the overhead crane in the turbine building lifting on a large beam, what we call a super sack. That is a bunch of material that has been placed within a containment structure that will go inside of a gondola car and shipped off to Texas as well. Next slide. So we are ongoing with the rail operations. These photos are a little bit dated from the summer, but you can see a water tanker as well as a gondola car on the right-hand side. Next slide. I got a request from the last meeting to give an update on the in-leakage of water into the turbine building. As some folks may recall, when we first shut down, the leakage rates were up around 6,000 gallons a day, and it was significant to manage that ingress of water, and that was due to all the cold joints in the concrete in the building and the fact that a lot of the structure is below the water table. With all the mitigation efforts we put in place, we have limited that down to a relatively small amount, which is quite manageable. We now ship that by rail, which is far safer with fewer shipments. And we're currently moving approximately 1 tanker car every 2 months. That water is actually quite benign. The tritium levels that exist in the water from it leaking through and leaching into the concrete are now well below the EPA drinking water standards. So while we do not discharge that water to the Connecticut River, we still ship it to Idaho. It technically would be safe to make coffee with, and it is well below the EPA drinking standards. We are still pursuing a couple of mitigation efforts, including setting up some intercept wells so we can divert the water before it actually gets to the turbine building foundation, and then we can deal with the water, and we're working with the state agencies on the permitting for that process.
So, Corey, this is, of course, my topic of interest, and I can't actually see the number, and I didn't hear you say what the reduction has been.
From about 6,000 gallons a day down to 300 gallons a day.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Derek?
Oh, yeah, when you divert the water, where does it go?
So ultimately, that water can still be used on the site for a multitude of purposes, including dust control or watering the lawn. When we divert the water, because it won't have touched the concrete of the turbine building, it's basically just groundwater, or what we would call, footing drains around the building. So we can manage that water differently, and there is permitting available to us to discharge up to 57,000 gallons a day, I believe, for that water.
So has that water been tested?
The water that we will be pulling out of the diversion wells absolutely has been tested, and it is basically just groundwater.
No, you didn't find any radioactivity?
No, sir.
Okay.
Thank you for the question. Next slide, please. You have seen this slide in previous presentations. Ultimately, the arrows on the bottom help explain the hierarchy of events that occur for dismantling the reactor itself. And it effectively, as you recall, you work from the top down. You remove the lid, you pull out the pieces that are on the top, and you slowly segment them and work your way down. As the slide information explains, the containment head is gone, the reactor head is gone, the steam dryer has been removed. We have since flooded up the reactor cavity, the steam dryer pit, and the spent fuel pool, and we are now using that as a working volume to do the remainder of the work underwater to allow the shielding effect of the water to perform the cutting operations. Next slide, please. So this slide's a little busy. It's a 3D model on the left-hand side, a little reminder of the progress I just described. Starting in the upper left-hand quadrant, that's a photo of the reactor head being removed that has since been cut up and shipped. On the top right-hand side, the steam dryer is also gone. And then beneath that, on the lower left-hand side, you can see the seam separator that has been removed. That has been segmented as well and ready for disposal. Next slide. And Tony, if you can figure out how to right-click on that and execute the hyperlink, there's a short video, if we have internet access, that will show a little bit of the activity that has occurred on the refill floor. Thanks, Tony. So as you can see, quite a bit of activity at the site. And I would remind folks that's the second video showing additional activity since the last meeting, and all that has occurred within the last 10 months. Additionally, on the refuel floor, and it's a little bit difficult to understand what we're looking at here, but this entire bridge system is on a rail and platform, and it moves back and forth across the dryer separator bed, reactor cavity, and spent fuel pool, and allows for additional activities and work to be performed underwater with people operating it from above. All that equipment is brand new. It never existed at the site before.
Corey, to clarify, the work that's being done underwater, is that robotically done?
Not robotically done, although I would not rule out the use of robotics as part of the operations going forward, but it is effectively done with equipment that is designed to be manually operated from above underwater.
Thanks, that helps.
Next slide, please, Tony. So, speaking of that type of equipment, great, dry man, thank you for leading into that. Some of the specialty equipment, the water jet cutting system that operates at approximately 34,000 PSI underwater with a mixture of water and garnet to do the cutting operations, will slice through 5 inches of steel quite readily, almost like a knife through butter. That's some of the equipment that controls the pressure for that. Next slide. To give you an idea of the scale of the size of the spent fuel pool, before we flooded it back up with the water, we basically removed a fixative off of all the sides of it, and this just shows people working out of a large man basket to do that manual operation. Next slide. So next to the spent fuel pool on the other side of the reactor is the dryer separator bit. It's the same height, basically, so the same depth and dimensions of the spent fuel pool. Some of the equipment we've placed in there to finish up the dry work and prep for the wet work is shown in these photographs. The material on the right-hand photo is basically a base plate where we can lay equipment on top of it, do the underwater hydraulic cutting operations without hitting the floor or damaging anything beneath the equipment. Next slide. So this shows us installing a weir gate inside of the dryer separator bit, which allows us to have multiple working spaces to perform different operations. And then on the right-hand side, that shows us flooding the spent fuel pool, the reactor cavity, and the dryer separator bit back with water, which has not been full of water for most of 5 years. Next slide. So this shows a nice photo of the kind of round shape on the far end on the left is the reactor cavity. Straight beneath that working bridge is that weir that was placed in to make the separation in the dryer separator pit. That is the working bridge that I showed you, the big yellow bridge where the people operated the equipment off of. And that large piece of equipment in the foreground is actually a demineralizer that will be placed in to perform mechanical and resin demineralization of the water to keep it clean while we perform the underwater operations for clarity and water quality. Next slide. So if you thought you couldn't see the other slides, Laura, this one's a little busy. But what I will tell you is this is a relatively simplistic slide, and I'll explain it. And you see the blue line in the middle of the slide that goes from left to right. Above, it kind of explains the radiological license termination process. And for simple terms, what it really is it's an iterative process where you have initial site data from historical characterization, then you perform some additional sampling and characterization. You determine what you actually have for either contamination or issues on the site. Then we work with the associated agencies. For the radiological component, obviously it's with the NRC to meet the requirements, and then also to meet the state requirements. And then what we do is we develop a plan. We make sure that that's validated and it will work and satisfy the requirements. And then we perform remediation. And then we sample again, and then it's an iterative process to make sure that we meet the requirements. and at the end we validate it, and then we can perform the termination. Similarly, on the bottom, you could see possibly Vermont A&R and the US EPA. It's a similar process for the non-radiological components. We know what the site's been like for the last 45 years. We have significant data from historical information, and we're performing a lot of characterization on the site in concert with A&R and the DOH. And they can speak to it additionally after the presentation. We meet with them by phone every 2 weeks. We talk about the progress, and I have a specialist here from Alien Aldrich who helps us perform a lot of those activities, but it's a similar iterative process.
Corey, excuse me. I'm sorry, were you done with this slide? May I ask a question?
Absolutely.
Have we seen this slide before, this information before?
I believe you have seen this slide before. Just what you haven't seen is you can see the blue and the green partially filled in. That's to demonstrate the progress that we've made to date so far. So the initial characterization activities are done. The plan for performing those basically been agreed to, and we're developing the iterative process for starting the remediation.
Thank you.
Next slide. So this is kind of cool. It looks like a moon lander. What it really is a tracked vehicle, an ATV, with 4 huge scintillation detectors on it. Those are designed to do radiation measurements. I had a conversation with a colleague today who's done this previous years back, and it was all done manually with a crane hanging a single detector straight down and gridding off an area with string in 10-finger increments. This piece of equipment is driven all over the site. Every single piece, square footage of the site that we could get it to that doesn't have a structure on it. Additionally, you can go ahead and go to the next slide, Tony. It has a special GPS system to measure exactly where it is. We also set up a secondary GPS system to use as a datum point to reference it, kind of like how a transit works. And what we're able to do there is drive this all over the site, just a foot off the ground, take radiation measurements in 2 directions, so you have a full grid of the entire property, and you can determine if there are any anomalies or radiation signatures that you were not aware of. Next slide, please. I described this in that level of detail to understand that we've taken over 1,300,000 discrete measurements of the property for this. So it really helps us determine if there are any radiological issues on the site that we were unaware of from our historical documentation.
Have you discovered any?
So, great question again, and it's almost like we planned this, Derek. I love your lead-in. So, funny you say that. There were actually 2 locations on the site where we got a very small hit that we weren't sure what it was. We went back and looked carefully. One of them, we were in relative close proximity to a large toolbox that had some radiological material inside of it, properly designated, marked, nomenclated. It was staged for use, but we got the machine close enough to it that it picked up a little signature from that. The other location was close to the turbine loading bay, where there's a little shine coming out of the building from all the activities for loading the material that's being shipped to Texas. But beyond that, we got no surprises, Derek.
Another question, Corey. How deep into the soil does that measure?
So the scintillation detectors are extremely sensitive, but as far as the depth into the soil, that's a little bit of a subjective question because it would depend on how high the signature would be, but you can trust that it's pretty sensitive. I'm sorry, Emily, that's not a very discreet answer. I can probably get you a better one, but it's not as simple as how deep does it go.
Like in a range of a couple inches to 3 feet, 4 feet?
Oh, it would pick up something quite a distance down if it had any significance to it at all.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome. Next slide, please. So, kind of a little bit of a roll-up for the non-radiological characterization. We completed a site model for the concept of how we're going to deal with it. We had originally determined there were initially 17 areas of concern that we thought we might have to deal with from a characterization remediation standpoint. We've done significant site field investigations. We've gotten comments back from DEC on our plan. We continue to work with them, and we've taken and incorporated all their comments and made adjustments to it. And we've also done a number of rounds of quarterly groundwater sampling. Next slide. And so now we're updating our investigation report to include all the information and the reviews from the state and their contracted assistants. And the next thing will be to design the remediation to clear a couple of the areas. And obviously, we continue to work with the state on a bi-weekly basis. Next slide. So this is also very difficult to see because of the size of this, but in the material that will be placed on the website, you can actually see all of the 17 areas of concern that we identified. Next slide. So this additionally shows all the different wells and the places where we do soil sampling. So there's quite a smattering of locations where we're taking a careful look. Next slide. There were 3 locations where we have identified we have some impact to groundwater. These were effectively all locations where there was either a system or lines underground that carried fuel. The one between the cooling towers in the upper right side where that blue circle is was actually a legacy spill issue, I believe, that we had. Yes, thank you. And Nadia points out that that was diesel fuel oil, so it wasn't, and these are pretty small locations. The other 2 locations had to do with where we used to take on diesel fuel for our house heating boiler, and we would transfer it under lines underground that would also go to the large 75,000 gallon fuel oil tank that supplied our emergency diesels. Next slide. So of all the 17 areas of concern, we've identified 5 that will likely require some level of remediation. And of those 5, 2 of those will likely just be natural attenuation. We'll walk through the plans with the state agencies to determine exactly how we'll deal with those. But none of them were significantly large or of magnitude that is of any concern. Next slide. So, has anybody heard of PFAs before? Right, so that's kind of a new term that's becoming popular, and obviously a number of states are on a roll to determine what levels they're going to require testing and remediation for. We've been careful to look for those on the site. Fortunately, we haven't found any on the site above the levels that will require attention at this point.
Corey?
Yes.
How much of the site would you say you've examined for PFAs? What percentage, roughly?
Pretty much everywhere where the possibility for them to exist could have existed. I don't know if there's a percentage quotient that would make sense for that out of 143 acres. Yeah.
Or associated with where we see suspected releases. Like if there's a historic fire in that area or.
So I think it's hard.
So I'll help answer because I could hear Nadia's. Really, what we're focusing on is the groundwater, especially anywhere down gradient of where we would have expected an issue to have ever occurred. I mean, these PFOAs, they don't magically show up, they have to be introduced. The amount of sampling locations for groundwater wells are significant. So now that we're testing for all those, we have a very good command of what could be on the site. So it's pretty low. In the north end of the site where there are fields, there aren't wells and there's no reason to suspect anything like that would have occurred. I'm sorry, Laura, that's not a concise answer, but ultimately anywhere where we think it could have occurred or was downstream of it, we've looked.
Great, thanks.
Next slide, please. So just a couple of graphics showing some of the activities associated with the groundwater and soil investigations. Next slide. So some of the milestones associated with the non-radiological investigation. A reminder that North Star assumed ownership of the site on January 11th. We had a 6-month deadline, which was fairly aggressive, to develop the initial investigation report, which was met with significant assistance from our state counterparts. We identified those 17 areas. The Agency of Natural Resources approved the work plans we developed and provided a review of the investigation report. We incorporated all their comments. As we mentioned previously, we've done a number of quarterly groundwater samplings from 32 different wells. We punched 6 new wells to augment those sample locations based on the info we received from the state. As far as the supplemental site investigation goes, we've addressed a number of data gaps associated with the report and the feedback from the state. We included some suggestions and locations from Agency of Natural Resources. And the next step will be for us to finish revising the investigation report, which should happen in the beginning of 2020. And as we talked about before, there are a couple locations where we're expecting to perform some remediation. And when I say that, that basically means digging up some of the dirt and sending it to Texas. And then, as we talked about, those 3 small locations where we had a small amount of diesel fuel oil, we'll also remediate those. Next slide. So what's next? And continue to validate our data, finish revising the investigation report, ongoing groundwater sampling, and we'll repair any wells that require attention and abandon those that are damaged or no longer necessary. And then we'll start the excavation to commence the remediation process for those areas that require it. Next slide. So one of the other items associated with the MOU, and I won't read you that top paragraph, but basically there is a requirement for us to continue to conduct effective stakeholder engagement. We've done so. We've done a survey. We solicited over 60 individuals through a consultant and talked to them about what they thought effective stakeholder engagement looks like and what we could do differently or better to perform that. We digested that information. Overall results that we've done a pretty good job of explaining what's going on at the site here at the NDCAP panels. We explored an NDCAP subcommittee meeting if we need to set up any other or special activities to do so. Most of the feedback I've got from the panel through that process is that we're doing that effectively also. What we did hear is that transparency is important. We understand we inherited a degree of a deficit with trust from the previous owners of the site, so we hear that, we understand it, and we're working to improve on the performance for talking to people about everything that they're interested in with the plan and the decommissioning. Additionally, we're trying to perform timely updates. We're working to improve our decommissioning website and get more timely information into it. And as well, we got a little bit of feedback that there is a human element to this entire process and the impacts to the surrounding stakeholders and ourselves as well as the workers there at the site. And telling some of that part of the story might be valuable in sharing the information. So we're going to work on that going forward.
A question about that. When you folks did the engagement survey, have you generated a report from that?
We have an internal document that we derive this information from, but the way the survey was conducted, a lot of it was relatively confidential, and I'll say some of the folks' information they provided, they requested to remain somewhat private, so a report
Is there a way to do an extract or a descriptive report that doesn't require breaching somebody's confidentiality, so that a report can be made public for folks to see?
That was pretty much the intent of this slide directly, June.
I think a little more would be warranted, because there's some interest in the public at large as to what the company's concrete steps have been in fulfilling this obligation.
If you can get me a discrete list of items that the public at large is interested in, we can address those.
I cannot do that. I'm saying I would strongly urge you to do a report.
We'll add that to our list of recommendations in June, and we'll consider that. But it's harder to meet that particular go-do without a little more discrete direction. But I do understand
It's not a big deal. I don't want to hijack your process here, Josh. I apologize. I'm just saying that it's not that hard to write a report that says, how many people did you contact? When did you do it? What was the survey? Attach it to it. say what, the top 10 findings are, et cetera. It's an artifact that would be valuable to the record, particularly for our website, so that we could put it there to show that the T's are getting crossed and the I's are getting dotted.
You just gave me all the information I needed, and we will definitely
In
put
that
something together.
case, we communicated and had a success, so thank you.
Thanks, Jude. And some more of these slides might help embellish this information a little, but we will definitely put something together. Next slide, please, Tony. So we have reached out to our cultural representatives locally from the Abenaki tribes. We've conducted a significant amount of cultural sensitivity training with all the folks who will be involved in any of the excavation work. We additionally developed a cultural sensitivity study that we've made available to the state archaeologists. And we would like to thank Rich Olsha and Chief Longtoe from the tribes and Jess Robinson from the state, as well as our associates from Christopher Goodwin, Jeff Mayman, and Colby Child for performing the training and developing the material. Next slide. We've also met with help from Sarah Coffey and Josh Unruh, Michelle Pong, and Bob Spencer, with both the Vernon Planning Commission and the Select Board. We also had some energy project development professionals. We had a pretty good discussion at the town hall on what could be at the site and what makes sense from an energy standpoint. It's part of Vernon's town plan to develop and continue to be an energy provider. So there's an ongoing dialogue with that. Unfortunately, for some of the same reasons that Vermont Yankee was determined to no longer be financially viable, there's not a significant market for energy production right now in this part of the country. But again, that information has been valuable and the dialogue is ongoing. Next slide. Additionally, we've reached out to Antioch University, and we have a proposal in place right now. We're working towards a contract signature to develop a VY site study and land use inventory for potential redevelopment opportunities. If you recall, we're going to perform the decommissioning. We're going to do site restoration. But separate from that is redevelopment. North Star has no interest in owning the property or trying to benefit from it financially. We would like to go to the stakeholders who are most affected and could use it, and we want to help them with use of an academic institution and partnering with the local state and communities to determine what the best potential uses would be for it. So we're going to utilize them as soon as we can finish that arrangement. So again, some thanks to the town folks, Josh and Michelle and Bob Spencer, as well as Dr. Daniels from Antioch University. Next slide. Additionally, as part of the MOU with the town of Vernon, we have assessed the condition of the road for the Governor Hunt Road and determined a baseline for it, and we will obviously take care of it when we're done. We understand that all the additional traffic and work that we're doing and the trucks that are going to go on it are going to have an impact, and we want to make sure we leave it as we found it or better. And we appreciate Dave Walker's help in making that happen. Next slide. Additionally, the New England Coalition on Nuclear Power reached out to us, Clay Turnbull in particular. We met with Clay, as Clay's been out to this site. We did a full walk down. We've discussed the condition of decommissioning, and we're working with Clay to provide him some monthly updates so he can work with his constituency to keep them informed, and we'll continue to do so. Next slide. Also, another couple of touch points for stakeholder engagement. We did our annual E-Plan exercise with the states. Appreciate Tony Lachinsky's input and efforts for the state of Vermont. We also did an annual contaminated injured patient drill exercise. And while we don't anticipate and have not had to perform any such activity in the past, it's an important skill set that we develop with the folks at the Brattleboro Memorial Hospital and Rescue Inc. So we would know how to handle that collaboratively if there was an event at the site with one of the workers. Overall, both those exercises went very well. We had a couple of learnings, and we got good feedback from Tony and the state, and we've incorporated those to improve our processes. Appreciate Taylor Wellington for BMH. She's the new program lead. And obviously Drew Hazelton and his staff at Rescue Inc. have been great supporters to the community and Vermont Yankee for many years. So that's the end of our presentation. If there are any more questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
Corey, it's Lissa.
Hi, Lisa.
Hi. Who are you working with at Antioch, and could you just describe a little further what that process is in terms of the redevelopment effort and why Antioch was chosen?
Ultimately, the provost of Antioch is interested in this project moving forward. I'm working with Dr. Krista Daniels. She has a staff already selected from her master's degree students. And as I mentioned, they would be doing a GIS inventory, a soils inventory, and ultimately canvassing the local area's desires and helping develop what the potential best redevelopment opportunities would be for a property such as Vermont Yankee post restoration, given what it would look like once we learn what partial site release will consist of. And obviously Josh Unruh from the town of Vernon has been involved in that as well.
So, Lissa, this is Josh. It was actually decided by the town of Vernon to go forward with Antioch. It wasn't a decision of North Star at all.
I see. And is there a budget for that development project?
Contract is currently being worked out, yes.
So who pays for that?
North Star will pay for that as a component of helping make sure that we do the best we can to set the local stakeholders up for redevelopment after site restoration.
Okay, yeah, I'd be interested in learning more about that as it continues to develop. That's great news.
Absolutely, and it'll be an iterative process. And as you can imagine, Lisa, there are unknowns, and some of this is discovery. So as we learn, I believe the target set may shift slightly. So we wanted to have folks in there who have high acumen for social and environmental responsible opportunities to develop the property and to benefit the local town. And obviously there's an economic component that the town would like to realize in its best potential as we discover it.
What's the time frame on beginning the project like that and signing the contract?
So the goal was to do it a year at a time, Lisa, so a 1 year pilot, but we would expect it to happen probably over the course of 4 years. And that is commensurate with the amount of learnings that will occur as the site is deconstructed and the restoration occurs.
Thank you.
If we don't have any other questions, let's move on to the agenda to the state agencies updates.
I have just a couple brief.
Go ahead.
So I just a couple brief comments. I'm really happy about that study, which I had learned about earlier. Happy to hear. I think that'll be a great process going forward. I don't want to harp or seem ungrateful to anyone working on preparing materials for the committee. I know that there was concern about sending us really large files, and I don't even need things to be printed. I'm happy to save the trees. But if it's possible, not if it's possible, Mr. Chair, it would be really helpful if these could be uploaded, if they're not going to be printed or distributed, if they could be uploaded to the site so that we are able to get a closer view. That would be really helpful going forward. Is there any problem with doing that, folks?
No, I can work with Tony and we can kick those to you as soon as they're developed and approved for dissemination.
Yeah, I just want to clarify, you're requesting these be uploaded to the site before the meeting?
If it's a document that, I understood this was too large, and I appreciate that, and I'm happy to not even have it printed. If it's easier to just upload it so that we can access it just for the visibility. Some of these were quite difficult, and I think that there's actually, I appreciate the content that was provided in here, but the ability to see it or not see it really limits our ability, as well as the public's ability, to ask questions or comment on it.
Yeah, we can work with that.
I'll work with Tony.
Yeah,
We'll
I
get a
would say-
PDF copy to the panel members ahead of the meeting.
Yeah, I would say like 2 days in advance should suffice.
It's not even an advance thing, I want to be clear. It's just so that at the meeting, anyone who is here or the panel, if we're not going to have printed copies or it's too large to send in advance, that we can access it at, our station or on our phone or device at the meeting so that we can see it.
Okay, yeah, we'll
Thank
figure
you.
that out. And just to pass on for anyone who would like to see this presentation, obviously I have it. If you have a thumb drive, I can get it to you. And we'll get this posted to the NDCAP website ASAP. I may have to give someone a thumb drive like Allison, and if you would be so kind as to walk this over to Michelle LaPearl's office.
Tony, we're good. We'll get it done.
Thank you.
Thanks for that feedback, Laura. We'll make sure we work that out.
Just as someone who is participating for the first time on the phone, having those documents available for people that are unable to be there tonight would also be very helpful.
Mr. Chair, if I may comment for a moment, this is very instructive, and I think as a general matter, it's the state agencies that have slides, but I am not opposed simply saying to my staff, let's do this, as you suggested, Tony, 2 days ahead, which means that folks need to get us materials as well, if you have materials.
Do we have any other questions for Corey? Okay, we'll move forward with the state's update.
Did everyone on the panel get we have a handout for this. Has everyone received one? Okay. For anyone in the public, we do have extras if you wish to see a paper copy to follow.
Hello. Hi. Everyone can hear me okay? My name is Allison Bates-Wanup. I am an attorney with the Department of Public Service, and I'm here to go through some slides regarding our oversight role. Tony, you can go to next slide. So for those of you who were here last time, this slide will look familiar, but for those who are new, this is a description of the department's ongoing role in the decommissioning oversight. We are charged through the MOU and our statutory responsibilities to do the financial and technical review of the decommissioning and site restoration work. So what that means is that on the financial side, we review the financial performance of the project, including the cash flows, and we have hired a consultant, the 4 Points Group, to assist us in both of these two work streams. We analyze the financial health of North Star and its corporate affiliates. We assess the viability of the MOU assurances, which I can discuss for those who may not be familiar, and when applicable, we'll monitor the use of those assurances. The technical piece is we confirm that the work performed is reasonable and consistent with the withdrawals from the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust, or NDT. And we evaluate the project to identify risks or concerns that could challenge the successful completion. So examples are delays, additional scope, flawed assumptions, or site management issues. And the employee of our consulting group that is doing this, his name is Greg Merritt. He was one of the main people on the Yankee Road decommissioning in Massachusetts. Next slide. So for our updates since the last meeting, our technical consultant, whom I just spoke about, visited the site on the 11th and the 12th. Obviously, Tony is also on the site almost every day. We are in regular contact with North Star, both as well as through calls with A&R. We reviewed North Star's monthly reporting. Under the MOU, they are obligated to give us a monthly summary of expenditures every month. And they are also obligated to give us 30-day notice for any disbursements, which means a withdrawal from the Site Restoration Trust. And so we worked with them to synchronize that reporting structure, and then we have a teleconference with them to discuss those. So we discussed that with them on November 12th. And then the department's website has now been updated to include the financial information regarding the decommissioning project. And I will show you some examples of those, of the new website on the next slide. So I realize this isn't that viewable right now, but you can see the website at the top. It's the publicservice.vermont.gov/content/Vermont-Yankee-decommissioning. And you can see the various tabs, which includes now the NDCAP tab. Next slide. Here we have the trust balances, which are, as you can see, promptly updated at the end of the month. So those are the balances for the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust and Site Restoration Trust as of November 30th, 2019. I will show these actual values on a bigger slide in a moment. Next slide. And here we post public reports. These are the monthly summaries of expenditures that we receive from North Star every month. So these are obviously public and available for your viewing. And the annual reports that we get by March 31st of each year, the public components of those are also available here. Next slide. So I won't go through all of this. You just listen to North Star talk in a lot of detail about what is going on the site, but this is a high-level description of what is going on the site, and not all of this is strictly within the department's purview. So, for example, the site characterization is something that the Agency of Natural Resources is overseeing, but this is just a general summary of the major work that is going on the site at this time. So these are some brief technical updates, but as Corey mentioned, there have been no violations identified by the NRC to date. The site preparations for decommissioning are complete or underway. There was the new waste handling and transportation preparation facilities were installed. Non-critical structures were moved to facilitate future work. As Corey mentioned, the warehouse was recently removed, and the reactor vessel project is proceeding. So these are the balances for the two trusts over the past month, or the past several months. As I previously mentioned, this information is available on our website. Here it is in table format. Next slide. These are the disbursements from the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust. North Star gives the Nuclear Regulatory Commission a 30-day advance notice via letter of disbursements, the withdrawals it would like to seek from the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust. And so this is a list of the amounts that they have requested and each of the dates of the notices that they have given to the NRC. So that is the date that the NRC, of the notice that was sent to the NRC, not the date that they would have actually been able to disperse it following that 30-day period. So these are disbursements from the Site Restoration Trust. Now, North Star submits to the Department of Public Service requests for disbursements from the Site Restoration Trust, and we have 30 days to submit a written objection. So you can see the amounts of those amounts requested here, and neither the NDT nor the department has objected to a requested disbursement yet. So I was told that at the last meeting there was a request for clarification regarding the difference between a Nuclear Decommissioning Trust expenditure, NDT expenditure, and a Site Restoration Trust, or SRT expenditure. So this slide is meant to be responsive to that request. And while there's a lot of words up there, the general difference is that the NDT relates to radiological material and cleanup and decontamination, while the Site Restoration Trust relates to non-radiological decontamination and site cleanup to bring the site into standards set by both the state and the EPA, whereas the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust is the radiological work to the standards set by the NRC, the Nuclear Regulatory Commission. So examples of costs that are coming out of the NDT, as you might recall from previous slides, the NDT is about 9 to 10 times larger than the SRT. All of the reactor vessel payment, all of the rail shipments that are going out, those are all NDT expenses. In contrast, SRT is the site restoration work, which is going to be the site characterization that has been done and the sampling that has been done for non-radiological contamination. So that's the work that Haley and Aldridge is doing with this Agency of Natural Resources and its subcontractor. And here's just a preview of the events that are coming up in the next few months. Obviously, North Star has spoken about what they're doing on their end. So after one of the obligations under the MOU Section 2C is that after North Star withdraws the first $100 million from the Nuclear Decommissioning Trust, which we would anticipate would be in about the next 2 to 3 months, the total disbursements so far requested have been $8.41 million. They will make additional contributions to the escrow account of up to an additional $25 million by depositing 10% of each invoice paid into the NDT. So we will obviously be looking at that and monitoring that that is occurring. And then on or before March 31st, annual reports are due to the NRC pursuant to federal regulation, as well as reports being due to the Department of Public Service, as well as a separate report that is due to the department, as well as the Vermont Department of Health, the Agency of Natural Resources, and the Attorney General's Office under MOU Sections 2H and 2I. For a general summary of what those are under both federal and state regulation, they're kind of in general terms, the work that has been done, the work that remains to be done, the amount of money that has been spent, how much money you think you need for the amount of work that needs to be done, and how much money you still have. So if there are any questions?
I have several questions. So, and actually I had forwarded these to the department. What happens if there are surplus funds in these accounts when this project is complete?
Before we go to that, we owe you answers to those questions.
Mm-hmm.
And we have that letter. There's a final editorial stage that we're in.
Yeah.
The answers are somewhat complicated, and our purpose is to send that letter to you and to copy the folks on the panel as well. It's not mind-blowing stuff, but it's information you've asked for and you're entitled to. I just would note the time tonight, Mr. Unruh, and I'm hoping that we won't spend a lot of time on this because Ms. Wanop doesn't have the benefit of the final letter to answer those questions. So I just wanted to put that out there.
So I appreciate that, and that she may not be. I would note that I did send those questions several weeks ago.
You most certainly did. In fact, you sent them in late October, and we are woefully late in getting it to you.
And since this is really the public place for information to be disseminated, and we're not likely to meet again for several weeks, I find, the answer that we can't. I didn't get the answer in advance of the meeting, and we don't have the answer for the meeting. That feels really unsatisfactory.
With right, you shouldn't be satisfied, and I take responsibility for that.
Can you,
yes.
Commissioner, are you able to tell us when you might get that answer to those questions to myself and the committee?
Oh, yes, I most certainly can. This is no later than the end of next week.
Thank
you.
you.
You will have that, and I'm not taking any comfort in the fact that we've been so remiss in getting this information to you.
Thank you. I do have several questions, Mr. Chair, and if they're not able to be answered this evening, it would be acceptable to me for that to be the answer and to have that information forwarded along, if that's okay.
That's perfectly fine with me. It sounds like they don't have the answers to your questions that you need, so we can get them and distribute to the panel.
Okay. So may I go through my questions?
Sure.
Okay. So the questions that I had asked in advance were, where can I find the information on what happens if there is a surplus or a deficit in these funds when the project is completed? I also asked if the cost to complete is updated on a regular basis, and that, to me, seems like a yes or no question, Commissioner.
No argument from me there. I think it's the first one that I lose sleep over, because the answer just isn't as straightforward as you might wish.
So there is or there is not a cost to complete that is updated on a regular basis?
I'm sorry, Representative Sebelian, I was speaking about your first question, where
Okay.
you were asking what happens if the funds prove inadequate and the like.
Thank you.
And that is a long storied, it's a big question is my point.
I understood that to be coming. My second question is regarding the cost to complete on a regular basis. Is that information?
I strongly suspect Ms. Wanup can answer that one.
Yes, pursuant to the federal regulations as well as the MOU, those are provided on an annual basis on or before March 31st.
On an annual basis, cost to complete is updated?
Yes.
Okay. Fantastic. What is the projected cost to complete the decommissioning?
Our consultants have estimated this to be about a $700 million job.
Okay, and
Ms. Wanup, was there a finding to that effect in the order? Do you remember?
I don't recall off the top of my head.
This is the kind of thing I'm talking about, Representative Sibilia, because the answer to your question would have been determined in the PUC order, and that would be the point of reference, so we will get you an answer.
Okay. Is there, do we know, is there kind of a fudge factor figured into that?
Well,
percentage of, that is presumed, might be needed?
Well, so the way that the transaction is set up, there is the 900 line item pay item disbursement schedule, and North Star is entitled to draw up to the amount designated for any particular line item, and there is a 10% contingency built into each line item, and under the MOU and the transaction as approved, North Star is entitled to the amount up to that line item, and overruns are supposed to be borne by North Star.
Okay. And then what is the estimated percentage of the work that is completed now?
Oh, I don't have a number for that.
And so when would that number be, how would that number be, is that something that you all review, collect?
If you look at the monthly summaries of expenditures that are available on the website, there are kind of estimated completions for each line item, and North Star reports information on percent complete.
Okay, but is the department monitoring what percentage of the project is completed?
We're monitoring the reasonability of how they're characterizing the percent complete. So if we agree with it or not, is what the consultants.
So I'm going to have to process that for a second and repeat it back to you. I think you said you're monitoring the reasonability of the percent.
Right, if we agree with the percent complete that they are stating.
Okay, and so
we're monitoring, and we are monitoring the percentage, and we are checking to see whether we agree with North Star's math.
So is there a way in which the department could answer the question, what percentage of the decommissioning is completed?
If we can't, we'll let you know. If we can, we'll tell you what it is. I think what we need to do is go back to our experts and ask them to give us that information.
Okay, great.
And I think it would also just have to be characterized by work stream. So for example, the license termination work, which is the work funded from the NDT, and the subcomponents of that, you would look at each distinct work stream to see how that has progressed, because much of the site restoration work can't take place until the other a lot of the license termination work is done.
Okay. The final is, and it sounds like this may take up more time than is necessary. I'm really interested in kind of the review, the financial review process that is going on at the department. I would like to hear just a high-level overview of that process, just so we can understand it. These do seem like questions that should be answerable at this meeting. This is the place where the public is able to get a kind of peek into how this process is going. So with that, thank you, Mr. Chair, for the time on these.
We can't leave the public record that way. The Commissioner of the Department of Public Service will go on record as saying that she fundamentally agrees with you. There's absolutely no reason why we can't do that, and I think the panel would benefit from it. So we'll be happy to do that.
Thank you.
I believe your neighbor next to you has been trying to get recognized.
Chris?
Hey, and Allison, I think the board order also, the PUC order also requires that if North Star discovers anything that is going to either delay the decommissioning or site restoration or change the cost estimation, they're supposed to notify the state within 7 days, right?
Yes, there's several provisions in the MOU that obligate North Star to notify the department, including overruns and those kind of things, yes.
So we'll look forward to the state bringing back that information in your next presentation at the next IndyCap, please, and thank you.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair, may I just clarify?
Yes.
It was my understanding that we would receive that information from the department prior to the next IndyCap meeting.
Correct. We will as a panel, but I want the opportunity for the public to have that same information at the next meeting as well.
Thank you.
May I just offer my own clarification? You will be getting an answer to the questions that you posed. That will be in letter form no later than the end of next week. A copy of that letter will go to all members of the IndyCap panel, and it will be posted on the department's website. In addition to that, as Chair Unruh just indicated, at the next meeting I would expect an agenda item will be that the department will be giving this panel in public the overview that you asked for, Representative Sibilia, on how we are monitoring the drawdowns and the like. We will check the notes from the meeting to make sure that we are responsive to your request. And I'm sure Ms. Wanup has made note of everything I just said and will be dreaming about that tonight.
Oh, I've already conferred with our consultants about when they could be available for the next IndyCap meeting. So.
Excellent work.
Thank you.
Corey has a question.
Just a point of clarification to make sure the information you provided was accurate. Earlier when you described some of the activities that are occurring at this site, you mentioned that the warehouse has already been removed. The warehouse is to be removed over the course of this winter weather event, and I just wanted to make sure that that was clarified. So
right, it is the prep for the work, and
correct.
I thought you said before that the warehouse had since been removed. So
I was in a public meeting once when someone made a comment and the information wasn't perfectly accurate, and they regretted that for a long time. So and it had to do with underground piping, and I did not want Ms. Wanup to not have that benefit of accuracy.
Thank you.
Okay, now we are going to open it up for public questions regarding both the North Star and the state reports.
Okay, I have a question.
Oh, sorry.
Sorry, Mr. Chair. This is a question about process. In previous reports, we've had the Agency of Natural Resources here reporting on some of the same information that we get from North Star, which, Corey, I appreciate your level of detail, but I feel like we need to continually have the state's perspective on that. So does that fall, June, within your department, or should A&R be here and incorporated as a regular reporter at these meetings?
It does not. I do not direct the A&R. However, I agree with you completely, and I'm quite sure the A&R will hear about tonight's events and will take it under consideration as they ought to. Mr. Unruh, I believe you've been setting the agenda and soliciting requests from the panel members. So if nothing else, Representative Coffey, at that time, you might simply say, I'd like to hear from A&R, but I agree with you.
I was surprised that we did not get something this time. So if we,
I don't know the details and the wherefore and the why, because I don't work for them, they don't work for me. But in the spirit of making sure that the public gets what it needs, I'll certainly pass.
That's where I'm coming from, because I feel like that's a really important part of this process.
I've also noticed that ACCD isn't here tonight either.
Can I ask a question? This is Lissa on the phone,
Go ahead.
directed to DPS. In your opinion, is it a problem, is some of the part of the problem of not being able to potentially address some of these questions in maybe a more timely fashion have to do with the fact that the work is not, you don't have a budget to work from?
Oh, we talked yeah. about
the financial compensation and.
Thank you for that question, and I really appreciate it coming from you, because I know we've been at pains over the last couple of years to draw a bead on what exactly the available resources are for this panel, but that is not the case here. I have copped to this already, and I will do so again, and I will do it however long I have to in order to give the panel and the public satisfaction that the Department of Public Service does not feel it has distinguished itself in its timeliness in responding to Representative Sebella's queries. It is simply something that fell through the cracks. I am very sorry for that. It is not a reflection of inadequate funding.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone else on the panel have any questions? Seeing none, we will open up questions for the public on both the North Star and the state reports. And seeing none, we will open up. Oh, come on up to the microphone, please. And please give your name.
Good evening. John Tuthill from Ackworth, New Hampshire. My question relates to the volumes and the disposition of construction and demolition debris from the removal of the cooling towers, also volumes and disposition of the asbestos that was mentioned this evening in North Star's presentation. I'd like to know whether the state is tracking that and whether that information is publicly available. Thank you.
It looks like I'm the only person from the state here tonight, so I'm going to do the thing you're never supposed to do, which is venture outside your portfolio because you want an answer not to have one. The meetings here are recorded, and what I will do is take your question back and make sure that the Agency of Natural Resources hears the question, and they'll be able to get you an answer. And if you will leave us contact information, we will get you that answer.
June, additionally to augment that, we do track that information, and while we did not present or prepare that in the detail we provided tonight, it is something that we can help develop.
I appreciate that, Corey. I just want to be clear that the gentleman asked whether the state agencies are tracking it, and I want to make sure we get you a correct answer and on a more timely basis than Representative Sebilla is receiving her answers.
Additional questions from the public?
Hi, thank you. I'm Skylar Gould from Brattleboro. Corey, you talked about this machine that goes over every square foot of the site and measuring the possibilities of radiological contamination. In the course of excavating the site, is this machine constantly busy, going back over areas that are, being excavated to possibly revealing more radiation?
If I understand your question, you're asking if that is a constant process and that machine is operating all the time and it will reassess the locations on the site that are excavated.
Right. I mean, some of these pipes are, I think I understand, 30 feet down. So presumably if there's a leaking pipe, there's going to be radiation that might be revealed as you dig down to get to the pipe. I'm just curious how that works.
So that machine has driven all over the locations on the site that do not have structures and buildings on them, not over top of the structures and buildings that have the equipment and piping beneath them. Those surveys will be conducted separately. This is to get a baseline data of the entire property and determine if there are any radiological components on the site in locations that are unexpected. So the parking lot areas, the fields, the grass, all the locations on the site that we could drive the equipment, which is highly versatile, has been covered by that machine. But all the locations that have equipment below grade, not every single location has been surveyed to the extent you're describing.
Is this information available to the public? The data that's produced by these surveys?
Just with the information that we provided tonight, that's not, I mean, we're not going to make 1,300,000 data points of reference available to the public. That would not be feasible.
It's available to the state, presumably.
In my role tonight as the sole representative of the state, let me say, I think it's fair to say that that data is not reported to the Department of Public Service. Is that correct?
That's correct. The radiological
I don't know
element is...
whether it is reported to the Agency of Natural Resources, which would be the logical agency to be reviewing the information. But I do not have an answer for you, but if you will give us your contact info,
I will.
We will get that back to you, okay?
Very good, thanks.
All right.
Yeah, that's my last question, thank you.
Any additional questions on the North Star or the state's presentations? Seeing none, we will open up for early general public comment. All right. As long as it's okay with the panel, I think we should forego our break because we're already deep into our evening. Is everybody okay with that?
Yep.
Okay. So let's move on to updating the statute defining the panel's duties, the composition, and funding, which is our big ask for tonight. So we have a copy, you should have received a copy when you sat down that has some revisions made to it. A possibility of what we can change, what we can do. This panel asked that the Issues Committee take up some of the questions that were had at the last meeting, specifically the composition of the panel, adding additional Vernon representation, the funding of the panel, and I believe that was it. Was there one other item, Tony? I think that those are...
I'm not having luck with this right now.
So I guess the only other thing was general panel duties that we discussed as well.
Yes.
Oh. There you go. So let's start with the composition of the panel itself. And the Issues Committee brought forth those questions as far as adding an additional Vernon representative to the panel, essentially removing an IBAW current panel member as the IBAW is no longer in existence on the site. So it doesn't really make sense to have those folks there. We also considered removing a state position. The Issues Committee had decided to leave that. They felt, as the panel felt, that that was an important position to stay on. So I guess for this particular question, is the panel looking to utilize the current IBAW spot for an additional Vernon representative?
Mr. Chair, can you orient us to are you operating off of this?
I am not. I'm operating off of the Issues Committee meeting that I attended.
Should we review those minutes?
Yep.
Okay.
They are in your packet.
Yep. Is it this right here?
Yes.
Okay, thank you.
Yep.
I'm sorry, can I just make sure that I'm clear? It's labeled potential Vermont handicap changes identified at July 2019 Issues Committee meeting?
Correct.
Thank you.
Yeah, open it up for comment to the panel. Sarah, you were at the Issues Committee meeting, so.
Sure, I'm gonna just follow the kind of the summary notes. So the top, reduce the number of Vermont Yankee representatives on the panel to one, to be in parity with other representatives. I think, do we mean Vermont Yankee, do we mean North Star?
Correct.
So I think that needs to be if we're working with the statute, the proposed language in the statute, it's then needs to be edited and updated. It's item 10. So it's right. So and if we reduce the number of, that's what's up for discussion, right?
Correct.
Going from 2 to 1.
Yes.
Sarah, you mean item 10?
Yeah, so if we're working in the statute, so it's under the composition, and then it's where the Vermont Yankee representation, we're in agreement that Vermont Yankee is to be changed to North Star?
Yes.
Great, because I would say I would be in favor of reducing the number to be on parity with other representatives. Do we need some discussion about that?
Sure, we can open it up for discussion.
Can we just clarify that parity is 1?
Yes.
So as a North Star representative, I would recommend that is actually not to occur. Also, one of the other recommendations later in here for panel duties would be for North Star to be one of the members that the panel provides recommendation or direction to, and to reduce the number to improve parity, and then change the panel charter to provide direction to North Star as the entity performing the decommissioning. Ultimately, on votes that have had an impact, there's been a number of abstentions by the individuals representing North Star where we thought it wouldn't be appropriate for us to have a say. I don't believe that parity, dropping us down to 1, would improve any aspect of the representation that we provide.
Does anyone from the Issues Committee want to speak to this, why this is put forward, or discuss?
Go ahead. Okay. It was just brought up by the panel to bring to the Issues Committee. If I'm recalling, and Sarah, please correct me if I'm wrong, the only change that the Issues Committee wanted to bring forth to this panel was to eliminate the IBAW position.
Went on it, Chris?
Yeah, back at the July Issues Committee, I mean, it was an idea that I had brought up to the Issues Committee. I never understood exactly why there were, from the inception of Handicap, why there were 2 reps from the plant. It just seemed like parity with everyone, with all the other institutions represented, that 1 would be okay. I get what Corey's saying, that having two doesn't seem to have changed the dynamic, but similarly, I'm not sure that just having 1 won't change the dynamic either. I don't really have a super strong opinion one way or another, but it just feels like it's something we should discuss, because when this legislation was first proposed, it was never really discussed with the public, or it was that legislation was run through pretty quick. So I just felt like it would be worth bringing that issue up to the current composition of the panel, and to the public, and just also reflecting where we are now in the process. So I want, to me, it's more important as a discussion item and for us all to have agreement now that we've actually have a chance to kind of revisit the rationale behind all the appointments.
If I may, I would additionally add to the conversation to help round out the discussion that having two members from North Star, one who's a site representative, regularly embedded in the operations and the activities at the site, and additionally an executive level leadership member from North Star, provides a balance and opportunity for us to have both decision making and real-time information on the panel. So direction from North Star is commensurate from both levels of those areas.
If I can just jump in for a second, just so it's clear what we have here as far as documentation goes. The page marked as being potential INDICAP changes identified at the July 2019 Issues Committee meeting. This is an extract that I made from the meeting notes from that meeting. These were all the ideas that were simply brainstormed. So there was no recommendation that came out. This was just a compilation of the ideas. What we also have here available is there's a page that looks remarkably like a minute summary. It's the notes from the November 21st meeting. That actually identifies the recommendations that the Issues Committee came up with that evening. And has what I recalled of if something was turned down, I attempted to give a reason. If someone disagrees with how I put that up, wrote that up, we can modify that from what everyone at the meeting recalls.
And as I mentioned, we're in that discussion at the Issues Committee, as you can see in lines 15 through 20, we discussed the need for an additional Town of Vernon representative on the panel. Panel members present agreed, and it was reasonable to recommend adding one additional panel. The representatives from IBEW can be eliminated to make room for this. Then Alyssa expressed some concern about eliminating the IBEW. You guys can read this stuff for yourself. But the recommendation that came out of that Issues Committee panel was to add an additional Town of Vernon representative from that IBEW position. So I leave you with that.
This is just from, I don't really see any reason to eliminate. I think if Corey feels that it's useful to have two perspectives from North Star on the panel, I would tend to agree with his perspective. I don't really see any reason to eliminate. I don't think it does anything to change the dynamic in any way in favor of North Star having two representatives. And I, for one, would rather have more representation from the people who are in charge of dismantling the plant than less.
I would agree with that, actually, because so can we maybe move on to the Vernon representation question? Because one of the things that we didn't, Mr. Chair, talk about was how the process of that. In the statute, it indicates who nominates that or who determines that. And many of if it's an agency representative. And then there are appointees from the state. So I think that's worth discussing.
I'm still on the past one.
Oh, okay. Sorry, Laura.
Is that okay?
Yes, go ahead.
So may I just ask, Lissa, why? I'm not opposed to having two members on here, but I'd just like to know why she thinks that that's important. I mean, this is...
Well, what Corey said made sense. You've got the boots on the ground in the middle of the process, and then you've got a perspective from the executive suite. And I think that's valuable, and I don't, since we're not a panel, which maybe we'll get into a little later, we're not charged with any form of political advocacy. We don't take votes on, issues where we're really going to act. We're having too much representation from the company is really going to be a problem. That's not the way it's functioned in the past. So unless we're considering trying to change our modus operandi, I would say, really, what is the point of eliminating, the two positions?
Thank you.
I think it makes a difference.
Mr. Unruh, could I comment?
Yeah, go ahead.
I've listened to the discussion here, and it occurs to me that I don't know why the statute was set up the way it was. I do think it's important for us to organize ourselves around the useful work that this panel can do. And what I've noticed after 3 years of attending these meetings is a lot of the times questions come up among the panel members about things. And tonight is not a good example of it, but when we have the full complement of panel members here, that becomes a resource in and of itself to the panel for purposes of getting real-time Q&A and furthering the panel writ large understanding of a given issue that we're talking about. So it seems to me in that sense it's better to have those positions here and to make use of them. That would be my 2 cents.
So I'll make a suggestion that I considered making in the beginning, but I didn't want to shut anybody off tonight due to the fact that we only have 10 members here tonight and just barely enough to have a quorum. Do we really want to discuss the future of this panel and its composition with barely a quorum to do so?
So, may I, Mr. Chair? So, just, I'm fine with that suggestion. I mean, that makes a lot of sense to me, just in terms of legislative timing. You're aware that I took the draft that we were given at the last meeting. That's been drafted to meet the December 2nd drafting deadline. It may never get introduced. It can be amended however this panel would like. It needs to be introduced. It needs to be introduced needs to be finalized, the changes, by the 3rd of January and introduced by the 15th. That is the cleanest, is it the 15th? I think it's the 15th. That is the cleanest means of doing this. Certainly our committee can put forward a committee bill, but that requires, this panel negotiating with the committee rather than this panel being able to do something clean in a committee and send it off to our commission. So having said all of that, I will stop talking.
Mr. Chair, a quick question. It seems, I appreciate your point about the bare quorum. It seemed to me there were some housekeeping details in the statute that definitely could be acted on, and I think it would be appropriate even with a bare quorum. I think the IBEW position is one of those, or changing the reference to Vermont Yankee to North Star in the statute. Those housekeeping things I think we could take action on tonight. And then at a minimum, we know that we'll be doing that in January.
Yes, I agree. So let's have the IBEW discussion now. Figure out what we want to represent with that. Open for comments on that particular position, and as I mentioned several times thus far, the Issues Committee is suggesting to the panel to eliminate the IBEW and bring in an additional representative from the town of Vernon.
Do we need a motion on? Do we need a motion on that topic, or?
Yes.
Before we had a motion, I just wonder if we could hear from somebody on the Issues Committee as to what the underlying rationale was for that determination. That would help me a great deal.
I
So if I might add to the conversation, while I wasn't on the last Issues Committee meeting because I wasn't available, I was in touch with the IBW leadership as a former IBW member in discussion with them, understanding that they no longer have representation at this site. They were fine with the removal of their representation at the meeting or myself providing that representation for them. I believe that they would concur, and it would be my opinion as well that it makes sense to make that replacement.
So that would be half of the equation, and that makes sense to me. And then the other half is replacing that slot with a representative from the town of Vernon. Is there anybody from the Issues Committee meeting who could speak to that tonight?
Should we do both of them at one time, or should we have a motion on each one individually?
As I said, I was just hoping to have an understanding of what the discussion had been, and then I'm happy to throw my support behind motions.
I was there and Sarah was there, and I really am trying to be
Understood.
out of the middle of this as a town official.
So I guess that's why I thought I might speak to it. I think the feeling behind it is that this plant, Vernon has hosted this plant for all of these years, and to have an extra voice at the table, because it's not a guaranteed voice in the composition that's made up here, and it seemed to make sense, especially since, you know, this panel is not making recommendations about funding or money. I mean, it's a public process about what's going on at the plant, that it seemed that it would make a lot of sense. And that's...
Thank you, that's very helpful. And I'm happy to not say anything more.
Well, I think the other thing is that, you know, the reason the IBEW was originally included is because there was a concern in those who created the panel that labor be represented. So, I mean, I think there's still a concern that labor should be represented. I just don't know what form it takes if there's no union labor being used at the plant, which is my understanding. So, you know, I really appreciate Corey's discussion and North Star's commitment to safety at the plant. And we did have a discussion at the Issues Committee that there is a whistleblower law, and that, you know, if things aren't being done as they should, that workers have a way to communicate that's not only through the plan. And I think that is really what, why the IBEW position was there to begin with, was to make sure that labor had a voice beyond the corporation. And I think that's still a concern, as appreciative as I am of Corey's focus on safety. I just wonder what kind of voice workers at the plant who might see things that are happening that they think are not right, you know, how can they express that? And I don't think there's an answer to that, because there is no union, but I do think, you know, it's too bad that there is no union representation there. And it's not really that the IBEW position be eliminated and Vernon get an extra seat. It could also be the North Star gets one seat and that other seat goes to a Vernon representative. But the way it looks right now, there is no voice of labor to be present. So I have no objection, therefore, to the IBEW position going to a town of Vernon member.
Do we have any other thoughts on that before we entertain a motion?
I have some thoughts on that. I am very happy to see another seat added for Vernon. I think that makes a lot of sense. I think it's reasonable. I think it's probably overdue. I am concerned about the possibility, though, of having kind of a Vernon block constructed on this board at this point, because I think that there are other, Vernon is the host of all that remains there, but there are other issues at play with regard to, and I'm kind of talking this through myself here. You know, we have the decommissioning fund, we have other communities that are going past us or behind us. And so I just, that is my, I'm cognizant of that and thinking about what would happen in that case. And if we did have that occur, would that still be in the best interest of the overall decommissioning for both the town and the state? We have a number of state agencies, but they are not able to vote. And federal policy. So,
May I speak to something, Mr.
ex officios.
No, right now, ex officio would mean that we're here because we're in office.
Yeah.
But we do have votes on the panel.
Okay, okay.
I appreciate what you're saying, though, and here are the thoughts I would offer. I am prepared to say that it's overdue for Vernon to have that seat.
Absolutely.
And while how a block takes shape may be of concern to some folks, I'm content to leave that for a time and place if that were to develop. To your point about other issues, you're absolutely right. And I think that the composition of the panel as it presently exists accounts for that. As you're aware, my agency, for instance, has a heightened obligation when it comes to the decommissioning trusts and monitoring its expenditures, and more importantly, making sure that the decommissioning process for the plant, that the burden of that be borne as directed by statute, which is that the ratepayers be the ones who bear that cost, not the taxpayer at large. So in that sense, it's a statewide interest and not one that's specific to Vernon. That's just one example of how other issues, as you put it, are in play as well. And I do think those are adequately represented and have been over the past several years on NDCAF. What perhaps has been not front and center, and by front and center I don't mean controlling, just prominent, is the town of Vernon, the host. And so I think we can at least make a pitch to the legislature with your help and Representative Coffey and Senator McDonald to persuade the legislature to that effect. At least I'm hopeful of that, and so I would support getting that seat to Vernon.
Go ahead, Chris.
I don't, just from my perspective, I think ideally, if I'm going to address three different things. Ideally, I think if there was some kind of actual kind of organized labor representation, it'd be good to still have that, but we don't have that. And in fact, you've got contractors working for North Star. And so even when we talk about labor, who's labor, and like what are the contract provisions between the contractors and North Star? You have to get into those disclosure agreements and everything else. So I don't think the IBEW representation, it's not, as a matter of principle, I would like to see labor represented, but I'm just not sure how that happens.
Right.
I'm fine, I'm okay with North Star continuing to have 2 reps. I'm absolutely fine with Vernon having 2 reps. But to the extent that this also informs the conversation, I do still have concerns about those who by statute are to be advised having a vote. That still just strikes me as odd. It's not that I have distrust of Vermont state agencies or the bodies that are to be advised. It just seems in America it's a little odd in a democratic process to have those being advised vote on what they're being to be advised about. And that, frankly, from my perspective, has been a problem in the past on advisory positions or other things, because we've kind of had some what I think are legit citizen concerns kind of shut down by the agency representation and sometimes along with the plan owner, not North Star, because that hadn't happened, but to me it's more a matter of principle. So like I say, I don't, and we had good debate and that kind of thing, but it just doesn't sit well with me. But I'm one person representing one organization, one vote, but I just want to just kind of throw that out in the context of the other conversations that we're having.
Do you have any further discussion regarding the IBEW seat becoming a Vernon representative seat?
Yeah, can I ask one question?
Sure.
So there is no specific citizen representative from Vernon on the panel right now, is that correct?
There is one Vernon representative on the panel. He is not at this meeting this evening, but it is Michael Rue.
Michael.
Correct.
So, but in fact, there are several people on the panel that are from Vernon. Right? I mean,
there's two.
I'm just curious, so all we're voting on right now is to increase the number of actual citizen representatives from Vernon required to be on the panel to the number 2.
That's correct.
I would like to make a motion to increase Vernon's representation on the panel to 2 citizen representatives then.
I would second that motion.
Moved and seconded to add an additional Vernon representative to the panel. It's a total of 2. All those in favor, please signify by saying aye. And Chris, I'll start down with you and work our way across.
Aye.
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 Abstain.
Aye.
And Mr. Unruh, could I just ask for clarification? We have voted to make a recommendation to change the law to that effect, is that correct?
Correct. Okay. That's correct.
There are still people online who haven't voted.
Thank you, Tony.
I vote yes, but I would change the wording slightly on the motion to say that extra representative for Vernon would assume the former seat allotted to an IBEW representative that no longer exists.
We can do that as a second motion, Melissa.
Okay.
And I vote aye.
All right.
So I'll make a motion that the IBEW position be struck, and I think that's all I need to say on that, right?
Yes, sir.
I'll second that.
So moved and seconded. We will look for everybody's vote. Start with you, Chris.
Aye.
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 Folks on the phone?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. So that takes care of that one. I will leave this next one, and again, I'm going off this potential Vermont handicap changes identified at the July 2019 Issues Committee meeting, because these are all the ideas that were thrown against the wall. We have made it through the first 2 bullet points of the panel membership, officers quorum. I would venture to guess that maybe the rest of these bullet points are probably in the wheelhouse of wanting to have a full board available to speak to them, or full panel available. Is that correct?
Just one question. I think you're right. I just wanted to ask, unless one of them may have been resolved. Commissioner Tierney, was there discussion yet between the governor and Massachusetts and New Hampshire yet as to whether or not they're okay with being optional?
Not to my knowledge yet, no.
I don't believe so either. The only other one that we might be able to tackle is the very last bullet point on number 1, is having the Agency of Commerce and Community Development representation on the panel still necessary. It was pretty clear to me at the last panel meeting that this panel would like to see that continue. Is that correct in everybody's recollection of the last handicap meeting? So, Tony, if you can, and go ahead, whoever's on the phone.
Yeah, no, I was just agreeing that was my recollection. Also, although other alternatives had been noted is on the document, like potentially the Brattleboro Area Development Credit Corporation, the BBCC, or potentially the Chamber of Commerce. I mean, I think the BBCC is a good fit also, but I leave that to the panel for discussion.
Okay. I think we're all in agreement that we would like to have the Agency of Commerce and Community Development still have representation, if I am correct.
Just out of curiosity, I don't think that person, oh, sorry, I don't think that person's been to a meeting for last year.
Yeah, we did discuss that at the last handicap panel, and we were to get in touch with that agency and make sure that somebody starts attending.
Yeah, just to that point, I would actually, I mean, I know that there's general agreement on that, but I would suggest that be part of the larger discussion, that they be here at the next meeting, just so they could express their rationale, yay or nay. Because to be honest, I mean, I think after Katie had stepped down, they haven't been here. But in conversations with her, and I'm not putting words in her mouth, but I don't think she felt like she was particularly relevant to the conversations that were going on. And I'm not saying that's the reason to do it or not, but I think that's why it'd be good to actually just have the conversation with everybody, just to kind of think it through, as opposed to kind of requiring them to continue to be here if they don't feel like they've actually been contributing. And like I said, I'm fine either way, actually, but I'd just like to just have that discussion. That's what I'd suggest.
I'm perfectly fine with that. So if, Tony, as we're kind of laying out our next meeting, we got through the first 2 bullet points. The rest of them will be, points for discussion at the next meeting of that first one of the panel membership officers and quorum that we want to have with the larger discussion. So let's move down to the panel duties. Again, I'm not sure how much of this that we can actually, that we want to get through with the small group that we have here, but go ahead.
Is there anything that is that the Issues Committee felt was time sensitive or of an urgent nature with regard to these changes?
No. I don't think there was anything that we were terribly concerned about, having done at this meeting. It was just part of the agenda for this meeting and hoping for a better turnout than what we received to have a better discussion, I guess.
I do have, just depending on the timing, and I don't know how other folk feel about this, but the reports that are due to the state agencies from North Star in March, if there's not opposition, I just feel like if we could codify, if a change that we could maybe put in there is that should also be presented to the panel. Once the state has that and then has had time to develop a report, it just feels like that's going to be one of the best ways to disseminate to the general public and engage with the general public, those annual reports. I know that the board order doesn't require that, but it seems like a role that we could request through legislation. That's just a suggestion, and maybe that's a conversation we need to defer, but just wanted to throw that out there to see how folk felt about it.
Yeah, may I speak to that?
Go ahead.
Chris, is there a history that I'm not aware of that leads you to conclude that needs to be codified? Does the department have a history of not, apart from Representative Sebilia's letter, for which I've apologized profusely, does the department have a record of not being responsive to the panel's requests?
To my mind, legislation shouldn't be based on the past history. It may not be you. It may not be Chris Recchi. It may not be relatively collaborative folk. To me, it's more, again, a matter of principle. And if that's going to be a pretty important, per the PUC order, that's one of, I think it was their intent to have that be part of the public accountability of the whole decommissioning process. And we're the only entity we're the official entity that exists to help communicate information and subsequently advise the agencies, the governor, the legislature. And so that's why I would just suggest that be codified.
I think I would take issue with your characterization that this is the only entity that has the responsibility for educating or providing information to the public, because that's fundamentally what I do in my agency. But I take your point that this is a logical forum in which to discuss that, and I, as a matter of principle, don't object to codifying. I just wanted to understand better what the impulse is, and I think I do now, that you're guarding against, to your point, you don't know who is running the department in the future. But what I would suggest to this panel is that if it if it is having difficulty getting information from state agencies, that's a conversation that should be had with the state agency heads. Before, I mean.
And which also again gets to, again, hopefully everything will continue to go swimmingly and we'll have good conversation with the state agencies, but that actually goes back to my point about the entities having a vote here that are to be advised. And again, I'm not talking about past history or anything, but it's just, again, kind of as a matter of principle. And for the viewing public, it is correct that the commissioner and I are wearing very similar plaids. So if you're getting confused, looking back and forth,
I'm sure there's no confusion because you're better looking and better spoken.
I second Chris's concern and recommendation that the annual report that it be codified. That's something that the panel does consider on an annual basis. I fully and firmly agree with his assessment that you can't just take for granted that it's going to come because everyone's friendly now. It should be there for the future because we really don't know what the future holds. So, and it's not just state agencies, right, Chris? This is also, it's also the North Star and the March 31st report that's due each year. And
well, so Alyssa, sorry, Mr. Chair, if I can respond to that. And Commissioner or Allison, correct me if I'm wrong, but if North Star doesn't abide by that deadline, then that's a matter for the Public Utility Commission to take up.
Well, to be honest with you, I think that's some of where my questions are coming from, because sometimes the impression I have in working with this panel is that there's not a very high awareness of the degree to which the state agencies are involved in executing on the MOU and in that whole regulatory overlay with the PUC. And so I want to fall on the right side of this panel, feeling empowered to do what it feels it needs. So if a statutory fix is what the panel thinks it needs in order to get something that I am fully persuaded they're entitled to through the existing process, and have the means of effectuating it through the existing process, meaning Mr. Unruh can set an agenda that says we want this briefing, and he can do that on the basis of panel members here saying we want to hear from North Star, and North Star is on the panel. I don't want to spend any more time on this. If this is what it takes to give you folks comfort, then I don't see why you wouldn't proceed that way. But there is a whole host of regulatory interaction and the like that is had anyway on behalf of the public through the work of the Department of Public Service before the PUC, and I would just ask that every once in a while the panel consider that.
May I kick the horse, Mr. Chair? It'll be a brief kick.
It's probably going to be a kick at me, too.
Just a small one, Commissioner. So I do think that we should be cognizant of the fact that we are paving the way in many cases for folks that will come behind us. I think review and evaluation of the current statute and how it's working and how it could be improved is reasonable, and we probably have taken up way more time than we should have at this point. Thank you very much.
Have we secured changing the statute, though, from Vermont Yankee to North Star?
I'm actually getting there. So okay. what I want to do at this point is the things that we can easily do tonight without having a full panel here is if you flip to the back of that sheet, the potential Vermont handicap changes identified at the Issues Committee meeting is the miscellaneous additional ideas such as no longer using Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Station or VYNPS, since it's no longer that, and changing that name to North Star. I believe that's something that we can proceed with tonight, so I will entertain a motion to that effect, please.
So moved.
Second.
So moved and seconded to eliminate the language of Vermont Yankee Nuclear Power Station or VYNPS in the charter going forward and replacing it with North Star. Is that correct? Is that the motion? Okay. So go ahead, Chris, start with you.
I'm sorry, I need to make an observation, and if I'm out of line, please tell me so and I'll be quiet.
Right.
I'm just concerned that we recognize the distinction between a denomination for the site, the station, and a reference to the company, because they're two different things. Are we going to call this the North Star site or something like that is my question, because these references here are to a physical place, a station. And we just said the motion was to replace that language with North Star, but North Star is a company, not a site.
Sure.
May I make the recommendation that we modify the motion to make the nomenclature North Star Vermont Yankee? That is the normal nomenclature by which we describe the site.
And the reason I think that would make a lot of sense is because there are a lot of PUC orders and statutes that refer to the site itself. So it would make some sense to do that.
I was just going to ask if you want me to withdraw or just amend.
You can accept the friendly amendment if you'd like.
I will accept
Can
it.
I offer just another friend, or just, previously we talked about this, rather than even tying it to North Star, I think we just said call it Vermont Yankee in case ownership changes again, or North Star changes its name, or.
And I'm accepting of that
whatever.
recommendation as well, Chris. There's no real delineation between those two. We will accept either.
So your pleasure, do we want it North Star Vermont Yankee or just Vermont Yankee, based on that?
Okay.
I was asking Laura.
Oh, sorry.
Laura made the motion.
Yeah, I am fine with whatever the panel wants to do. I'm trying to just accommodate cleaning this up. So, Vermont Yankee? Okay. So how about if I withdraw my motion?
Sounds great.
Okay. And whoever seconded, I don't know if they have to. So I move that we change all of the nomenclature to Vermont Yankee, period.
I second that.
Second.
Okay. Moved and seconded to change all nomenclature going forward to be Vermont Yankee. Let's start with the voting.
Aye.
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 Aye. Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Aye.
Okay. People on the phone?
Aye.
Aye.
Okay, we are unanimous.
Gee, we're making progress.
So the next piece of the miscellaneous is panel meeting agenda should include multiple times throughout the meeting for general public comments to accommodate attendees who are unable to stay to the end of the 3-hour meeting. We're doing that currently, so I don't think we really need a motion or a change to the legislation in that, because it's our agenda to do with what we want, and we are trying to accommodate in that respect. So if everybody's happy with that. Is there anything else on this list that the panel would like to address or think that we can address tonight? I don't think there is, but tell me if I'm wrong.
Just one, it's not on the list, excuse me, it's not on the list, but it is in this markup to change the frequency of the meetings of where,
Yep, from 4 to 3.
from 4 to 3. I'd like to change it to 1. Meet a minimum of once a year, and we can schedule more meetings as we feel are necessary.
Okay, we'll open it up for discussion.
I am not comfortable with that. I would like to see at least 2 and preferably 3.
Yeah, it's probably a conversation for the larger panel, just my opinion, for what it's worth.
Yeah, I believe that is the case as well.
Just a thought.
Yep. Go ahead, sir.
Was the other issue about funding? That was the thing, one of the,
That, I would think that would be a larger committee panel meeting as well as the funding.
that's fine, that
side.
was just one of the
So,
top issues.
Yes, that was one of the issues as well from the issues committee. So I am going to assume at this point, this particular section of the agenda, we have done everything that we can do with the panel that we have currently, and ask that we move forward to the drafting of the annual report status. Sure.
I just have a clarifying question about the next steps regarding the process for legislation. I know we don't know yet when our next meeting is going to be, but as Laura pointed out, since we're the second year of the biennium, putting this legislation forward, there's a tighter timeline. So would the panel want the legislators here to work on a draft, or what? I think, or do you want to wait until the next meeting?
I think that's
this is Lisa. It's hard to know when I can speak because I'm just on the phone. Sorry.
Sure. We have one comment in waiting, and then we'll get to you, Lisa. Go ahead.
that was going to be the question also that I was going to ask is so we have a draft. I asked about urgency.
Yeah.
You've been given information about timing. Do you want us to go back and try and reflect these, work with Tony? Do you want us to wait? Just, it would be good to have some sense from the panel how they'd like to proceed.
I had been shepherding those easy to act on things tonight on the assumption that we would do precisely that so that we could at least get something done this biennium. So if you are offering to help legislators, I think that would be most welcome.
So what I'm kind of gathering is that the decisions that were made tonight will be the changes that get introduced.
Precisely.
And then anything that additional will come in as an amendment after the future meetings.
So, Mr. Chair, then what I would suggest is that we work with Ledge Council to draft, and we send that to you and the Vice Chair. I'm not sure, and then, well, it doesn't. I mean, we'll send it to you all and introduce it, and then if there's edits that need to be made, you all can. It does, yeah. Okay. It feels a little risky.
Those edits would happen by the 15th. Is that the idea?
I mean, the edits can, I want to be clear. The cleanest way to do this for the panel is for the panel to make all of its edits by January 3rd. That's when we have to finalize to our legislative council. And then we would have to introduce it by the 15th. So technically, it's the 3rd. We can get this done afterwards. It becomes a little riskier, I think, because you haven't made a final kind of comprehensive statement as a panel. So, but that's just understanding the risk.
Sure. Lisa, go ahead.
Yeah, I mean, I think we should act to put the changes we've already made into the legislation, and perhaps if who's actually going to create those edits, if it's Tony, if he can circulate it, we would then, maybe the issues committee or the whole panel can just approve it by email so that it's available then for January 3rd. I will say that I think Chris in particular raises some very important issues for the future of this panel, very fundamental issues about, why we're there. We talked a little bit at the issues committee meeting about this panel having some political say over decisions that are being made in Washington regarding the future of the waste, which, as you all know, is something I've been very concerned about. So, I mean, there are some fundamental questions that could come up and be addressed as well in this legislation. So I think we should at least have the marker in, and then perhaps at the next meeting have a fuller discussion about amendments to the changes, but at least we have it submitted in time.
Yes, I think we're all on the same page.
Is there any reason why we can't, is there any reason why we can't just deputize a couple of members to do this? I don't know. Others who are better schooled in our process can tell me.
I don't know the answer to that.
There's not, but again, so urgency.
Right.
What is it? So may I miss?
Of course.
So I think it's just important for the panel. So when we introduce something, then we're opening it up to everyone for suggestions, even though the panel may make its own statement. So thinking about urgency, surety, in terms of putting something forward. You know, piecemealing it feels risky to me in terms of panel.
I completely agree with you. I apologize. What I've taken away from tonight so far is we've had a couple motions for very specific changes. And it would seem to me, unless someone says something otherwise, that we ought to be able to deputize our legislative members to take those voted on changes and to put them into legislation by the deadlines you've suggested so that we know we're locking that down. And I think that we could declare victory on that.
I mean, I think that's great. The end, you know, like.
So why don't we accept a motion to do just that, please?
So moved.
Second.
So moved and seconded to deputize our legislative members to.
But that will be specifically Representative Civilian, Representative Coffey.
Yes. Yep. Representative Civilian, Representative Coffey to the changes that were made tonight to the legislation and bring those forth by deadline. All those in favor, let's start with Chris.
Aye.
Aye. I guess I should vote.
Abstain.
Aye.
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 You got two ayes on the phone.
I missed, I know Corey abstained. David, I did not hear what you said. You said aye. Okay. So we have, I just want to verify, we have 2 abstentions. Is that correct? Laura, I believe you abstained?
No.
No.
Oh, it was Emily.
Emily and Corey abstained.
Thank you.
Yep. Okay, so I think that we have a direction for our annual report. Scheduling the 2020 panel meetings.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, Chris.
I was going to make a motion to accept the proposed outline, and then if it's seconded, to go into discussion. But I thought that might help streamline the process.
Sure.
So I'll make a motion that the outline be accepted.
Second.
Hold it, what?
Which outline?
The annual report?
Specifically, the document titled Draft Outline for 2019 INDICAP Annual Report.
Okay. Okay, so we've changed subjects.
Yes. So we had a motion. Did we have a second? I'm sorry, I didn't catch it. Okay. Moved and seconded to accept the annual report that is in your packet, the draft annual report.
Outline.
Outline. All those in favor, start with Chris.
Aye.
Aye.
Abstain.
Aye.
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 Okay.
Aye.
Okay, on the phone one at a time, please. Lissa?
Aye.
Okay.
Aye.
Thank you. All right. So 2020 panel meetings, do we want to try to schedule them out, all of them right now, or do we want to just look at the next one?
I would love it if we could schedule them out.
Okay.
At least the next 2.
At least the next 2? Okay, let's do that.
I wanted to just throw out a suggestion, and maybe the second one first, which would be, part of this is asking a question. So again, what had been kicked around last year and what I kicked around again tonight was the notion of when the report comes to the state, that get processed and then be brought here. What kind of timing makes sense as far as bringing that to the panel?
So I spoke with our consultants, and I know that before there was previously a request to have meetings during the legislative sessions on Monday, and so they proposed, I think, Monday, May 4th, and the 11th would be days that they're available. Yes, or May 11th. And I don't know if you'd want that to be the second meeting.
End of March 31st.
If they get the reports in the end of March, and then to review them, circle with if they have any questions, prepare a presentation. That kind
So we're looking at May calendar, if I'm
That's the second.
understanding who we said we were starting with the second.
Well, I would just suggest that just to inform at least the first two. I was just saying, if we think about the one that we probably absolutely know we want to have on that basis.
So if we're looking at May 4th, is that acceptable?
That sounds good to me.
Okay. So we'll lock that one in for May 4th.
Then do we want to meet in January?
When is the annual report due?
March 31st. Oh, the annual report? Is it by January something?
The annual report is due January 15, but I know what prior discussion, prior panel meetings, I believe it was Representative David Dean indicated that there was no such thing as annual report jail if we miss January 15. My plan is to have a draft available by early January.
Mm-hmm. So is there any value to us meeting it before May for that purpose, or is that something that the committee can convene or deputize? I know that's your bailiwick, Tony, but in the past we've had discussions about the annual report. I'm not saying that I think we should have a meeting, I'm just wondering out loud if that impacts us anyway.
Well, ultimately, the annual report does need to be reviewed and approved by the entire panel. That's how it has proceeded previously, regardless of whether I put it together or a committee of panel members.
All right, so we need to look at a January meeting, an early January meeting, because the 15th is our the loose deadline, so to speak.
Okay.
A couple of things. I'm not sure I agree with the loose deadline. I'd like to see this done in a timely fashion. Mm-hmm. And secondly, I don't know enough about process here. Is there any reason why this cannot be done electronically, assuming that we don't do it in a manner that runs afoul of open meeting laws? Chris, can you maybe speak to the issue?
Yeah, I would just suggest, my understanding of open meeting law, and there are other people here who know too, but if we're ultimately approving something, I know we've approved the outline, so I guess we could say if it's consistent with the outline, and then everybody could just give their individual edits to Tony without doing a reply all. If that's the way folk want to go, I think we could do that. But if we're actually somehow approving the document, that would probably be a different motion. So we might actually, I would just suggest we're going to go that route. Say that we authorize the department to draft, bear with me here for a second, authorize the department to draft the annual report, solicit comments from the panel members, but we're hereby authorizing the department to submit the annual report on behalf of INDICAP based on the outline provided. Otherwise, I don't know how you do that without virtually approving it by email, and then we're also not, soliciting public comment on that document either.
Yeah, fair enough. I see the predicament now. I had hoped that we could do that we could get this done in time. As a general matter, it's important to me that the legislators know that at least this commissioner doesn't approve of submitting reports late.
And that's just my thought. I mean, other people may have other opinions about what that means.
So based on my very small knowledge of open meeting law, I think if we're approving a report, we need to do it in person and have public comment available.
Mr. Chair?
Yes, go ahead.
So, I think we can easily give a heads up to the chairs of the committees of jurisdiction that are supposed to receive it, that it'll be a few weeks late, and I think that'll very likely suffice for some additional time for the committee to review it. It's great that Commissioner
Oh, yeah, I know. I mean, it's wonderful that that's coming from you. It ain't coming from this commissioner.
So so do we want to look at a end of January meeting to review and approve that? Or do we want to be somewhere, say, like the 13th, and then we have time to look at it, approve it, give Tony a couple days to, do his thing, and if it's submitted by, say, the 22nd, which is a week late, we'll be probably okay? How much time do you need to go through that once we beat it to death?
Well, it depends on how many comments there are. Typically, I don't get many comments once I have a final draft. It's really we're summarizing what the panel has done. So much of this comes from meeting minutes, and wherever possible, we reference the handicap portion of the decommissioning website.
So I'm going to suggest a January 13th meeting date.
What day of the week is that?
Monday.
I think I've got a, is that connected with joint commissions? Okay, never mind. I'm okay, yeah.
Okay, so January 13th is our next meeting date.
Which is a Monday. Right?
Which is a Monday, correct. Everybody on the phone got that?
Got it.
Okay.
Monday, January 13th.
Yep.
Can I just make one suggestion on that? And I'm trying to be respectful of our state and legislative partners on this. And I'd like to be useful to hear from the remaining public that's here on this when it comes time for public comment. But what might we schedule that meeting earlier than 6? So Laura just whispered no. Sarah just nodded her head vigorously. So
5:30 would be better. I would agree as a half.
I would agree as a common practice. It will not work on the 13th to meet.
I disagree.
Is 6 better?
6 o'clock is too early.
Well, I think for public comment, given the fact that most folks work till 5 o'clock, and for our public to be able to get here by 5:30, I think is a little bit of a stretch. So, okay. So January 13th at 6 p.m. is our next handicap meeting, followed by the next meeting in May. Are we happy with just having those next two? We don't want to go any further into the year. Please God, say no. Okay, thank you.
All right. Just one quick point of order. To the Issues Committee meeting, people, do we have a need for an Issues Committee meeting prior to January 13th?
I don't believe so.
Okay. Okay, so I'm going to assume that the January 13 meeting agenda is focused, the typical reports from North Star and the state agencies. We have a couple of follow-up questions, answers to be provided in those reports, and then the annual report.
Correct.
Okay, it sounds like we have an agenda set, so I see no reason for an Issues Committee meeting.
Okay, sounds good.
And when will we receive the annual report final draft then from you, Tony?
I would target the first full week of January, or the early part. Yeah. Why don't I say absolutely by January 6th, and preferably before that if possible. And I have space on my my schedule for December that I can work on this quite a bit.
That's perfect. I think that's perfect timing.
Yeah, you got all Christmas Day to work on it.
Oh. Mr. Chair, may I just ask one? I'm sorry, did you say financial stuff for January?
Do you mean the agenda?
Yeah.
No, we didn't mention financials for January. What do you mean by financials?
Well, we had my questions earlier around the process for reviewing.
We had an earlier discussion where the department had agreed that it would make a presentation about the monitoring. That's correct.
Yes, that is part of the agenda. Tony did mention that in the beginning of his
I apologize.
beginning of his statement. All right.
I want you to apologize a little more. I mean, I apologized abjectly.
Do not hold your breath, Commissioner.
You've gotten really good at it tonight.
Yeah, I just, and I'm getting no love from that end of the table either. It's just, Santa's watching you.
Representative Sedalia.
All right, so.
That's a good one, Alyssa.
All right, let's move on. General public comments to the panel, please. Seeing none. We pretty much just did our meeting wrap-up, I think, so we are adjourned.
Excuse me, Mr. Chair?
Sorry,
I
go
did
ahead.
have one comment for meeting wrap-up.
Sure, absolutely.
And not to touch on negativity, but I was really concerned about how our meeting ended last. I thought that there were some unfortunate accusations kind of leveled around. I appreciate both the chair's time to meet and hear my concerns about that. I did review the testimony that was brought up at that last meeting because I thought that that was quite alarming. And I'm quite satisfied that that did not occur as it was put forward at this panel, at least as part of what was videotaped. So I just wanted to thank you for the time and thank you for a well-run meeting.
I appreciate it. Thank you.
Can I second that? It was a well-run meeting. Thank you.
All right. We are adjourned. Thank you.
Thank you.
This testimony, we were looking to have some understanding of where our municipal and state systems are most frequently connected. So we have an understanding of just what that is. So, okay, great.
Okay, you want to go first? Or you
So, well, I can go first. So I put together just a sampling list of where municipal governments interact or interface with state website systems. And
Feels very big, I'm sorry.
having, pardon?
This table feels really big today.
Okay. So, but John did basically the same thing and has a far more complete list.
Okay.
So we might want to go through the details with reference to commissioner's list. I shouldn't call you John, sorry, the commissioner. Secretary, excuse me.
Yeah, sure. So I brought copies. We pulled this information from our application inventory. These were we may be missing some things that connect, but we tried to look at it from the perspective of what systems that we really share and where was their vulnerability, right? So like a tri-state fingerprinting system where if one state got infected, it could potentially bleed over to the other states. That's kind of the approach we took. So just because someone has access to a website, we didn't necessarily list all of those because the list is extremely extensive and goes beyond just municipalities and could touch ordinary, Vermonters or others. We added school districts or the school systems in as well. So, here is the list of the things that we found really intersected the most and potentially added some level of security vulnerability or potential risk.
And that's really, just to be clear about at least my intention of understanding here, it's to understand where we have added or shared risk between state and municipality or outside systems, and understanding maybe the need to prioritize or think about those in a shared way.
I think that Karen's list is valuable to me because it gives me, you know, a different list to work from, to look at those sites from Vermont Leagues of Cities and Towns perspective on the things maybe that are front and center for them, on the things that they interface, to make sure that they're as accessible and easy to use as possible. So I think her list is going to be great for me as well, even if we took slightly different approaches. I think her list would be valuable.
Have you had the chance to compare lists?
Well,
do you know that all of yours are on here?
I think, I haven't looked at it in great detail, but I think all of mine are in here. I think the biggest ones for us are Department of Environmental Conservation and the VTAX and the elections issues. Those are the ones that we spend the most time on. Then, which you might want to, you might have some thoughts about, but the VMER system, but those are individuals, you know, like Vermont Municipal Employees Retirement System. So that's a little bit of a different animal, I think.
Okay.
And then we have things like vital records, where the town clerks can access the vital record system here at the state and load information back and forth, which, again, you know, from a ransomware type of perspective, would potentially add risk if you're able to write to a system. It adds additional risk.
What is IPTMS?
What page are you on, sir?
So the very first under state property tax system. Plan is for the IPTMS to replace that system.
Jill?
And we're going to hear from Jill.
Jill Remick from the tax department. It's Integrated Property Tax Management System. We're open to better suggestions for acronyms.
Is that something that's under development now, or?
Yep, I'm planning on updating you folks shortly, but it's, we have gone out for our request for proposals and we're currently evaluating vendors.
Thank you.
So as you can see from the list, I mean, it's several pages, but state government and local government intersect them in many different areas. I focused on the main 8 agencies and how they connect.
Okay. And so, to understand how this has been broken down, and it looks pretty comprehensive, at least in a big picture way. It's by agency.
Yes.
And then by individual system.
Yes.
So each one of these is an individual system.
Yes, ma'am.
Okay.
Now, somewhere along the line, and I think this is probably one of the conferences that Representative Sevilla and I attended during the course of the summer, there was mention made that systems that are .gov are somewhat more secure than systems that many municipalities use that are not .gov. Does that make sense to you?
It does. We made the transition a few years ago over to .gov. Before that, we were in the VT.US space, and they opened up the US space to a much broader audience, or to a much broader clientele, so to speak. And so, you know, we looked at it from the standpoint of being able to mask the addresses were a little bit easier for potential threats. So when you look at John.Quinn at the old address at state.vt.us, you know, someone could have easily bought this space at states.vt.us or something similar to that, or vtt.us, and the .gov space was only for government. So, you know, we made that switch at that time. There was new legislation in the past couple of weeks, and I haven't read the NASIO article, but about a bigger push to move all government entities to the .gov space.
The local as well?
Local as well, because that's one of the issues, is
I
that our local governments are all over the
haven't read
board.
the NASIO update yet, too. But I'll send it to you after
Okay.
this.
And I believe that we did hear that in reference
Mhm.
to municipal
Yeah,
governments, that
exactly.
there was more ability to protect.
Yeah, and we have some towns that, cities and towns that are on .gov, but we have quite a few that are not.
Do you have, are there best practices somewhere for municipalities regarding online presence and cybersecurity, Karen?
We have a page on our website that has a lot of resources for local governments
Yes,
around
yes.
those issues. We've done a number of trainings now and we'll continue to do trainings around that. As I mentioned, I think at our last meeting, the keynote speaker at our annual meeting this year was a cybersecurity expert, and that actually generated a lot of new interest in, yes, we need to do something at the local level and up our game considerably. Also, we've had some, it's not ransomware, but the Norwich situation where there was a email sent presumably from the town manager and funds transferred, that also raised people's awareness considerably, unfortunately, so. And we have covered that, that loss, that what the town was not able to recover in that instance.
Okay.
Is the perpetrator identified in that? Do you know?
Some of the bank accounts, my understanding is, were in the United States, and so they were able to track those, but not, I don't believe an actual individual, but I may not be up on the latest information about that.
Okay. Okay. With regard to these systems, do you have a sense of which ones are most often used, like the volume of use?
I wasn't
volume of
able to pull
access?
that together in a short period of time.
Okay. But is that something that you would know? You'd be able to.
We would be able to track most of that information, yeah.
And similarly, are these ranked in any kind of order in terms of?
No.
Okay. So other questions I have are, is there any, I'm sure that there are some that potentially have a much bigger, like a hack into those systems would be a much bigger impact. A breach of those systems would be a much bigger impact than others.
Potentially, yep.
Okay. And so is that something that you would be able to share with us in executive session?
Yes.
Okay. And would you be prepared to do that today, or would that be something you'd need to compile?
Yeah, we would need to compile that. I mean, there's a lot that goes into, the risk assessment, or, to look at not only how many people access it, but age of system and, potential vulnerabilities and overall network. There's a lot to go through there.
Okay.
Well, I guess the issue is one of how, when you have an inventory this large, how do you prioritize what you do?
Right.
And almost to the extent of adding another column and on the basis of your assessment to summarize it in terms of red, green, and yellow.
Right.
So that you know those things that pose a significant risk, to at least point it out to us at this level without necessarily going into each and every painful detail.
Yep. Yep, we can certainly do something like that. For us, right now, having close to 1,400 different applications out there, we're focused on in order to close, what we would talk about as the 5-year gap, the trajectory of expenses to revenue coming into the state. One of the biggest ways ADS can help is to be able to reduce the number of overall systems, which reduces the manpower that we need. It builds capacity to do projects better. And so we've picked certain platforms, whether it be in the human resources and financial space, and being able to look across the enterprise and look at, the the 10 or 12 grants management systems and, you know, the 3 different or 5 different or 7 different financial systems that we have out there, and focus on a platform that they can all go into. So bucket-like systems. One of those areas is case management. As you can imagine, the state does a lot of case management type of stuff, constituent management type of stuff. I think we've identified like 175 just at Human Services, different processes and applications that do case management. So we're focused on building those into buckets, building those into certain platforms like a Salesforce platform, where we can turn applications around and modernize them in 8 to 12 weeks for a lot of the applications, rather than doing an RFP that takes 12 to 18 months, building a one-off system that may not fit everyone's needs. We're working on the platform that everyone can still have a unique type of system, but we can share the data on the back end and reduce the number of people we need. At the same time, keep the systems updated. And when I say that, the systems, those platforms are updated by the companies. So we're out of the business of having to go through these cycles of every 3 to 5 years of an expensive upgrade. So that's kind of the way we're trying to tackle the consolidation and get a handle on the number of applications that we have.
Didn't the federal government, and I can't remember the acronym for it, create a system, both for federal agencies but also available to the states, that modularized a lot of common processes run by the GSA, has a number, so that does that ring a bell with you?
It's not ringing a bell.
I'll find it for you.
That's a lot of the frustration on the parts of the states. We talk about it a lot through the National Association of State CIOs. Is, if the federal government could get themselves on the same page and not throwing rocks, standing in a glass house, but being able to use the same system across multiple areas of government.
Well, that's what this program was designed to do, and I know it's up and running, but I don't know whether or not it's interacting, for example, with Vermont at all.
Right.
And evidently, from your perspective, it's not.
I think it depends on the agency. So someone like CMS has their own rules compared to someone like Department of Labor is completely off on a different page, doing their own thing. They're not following the GSA rules. Right.
Secretary Quinn, do you have another one of these?
Absolutely.
Great.
Thank you.
So, I would like to be really clear. I understand that you, the municipalities, our other branches of government are all really scrambling to, make sure that we are doing as much as we can, as fast as we can. So I don't want to burden with a lot of unnecessary but I do think that it's important for us to have, for the legislature, to have a sense of which systems should be prioritized in terms of thinking about our municipalities, who it seems like they may be, we don't really have a good assessment, but it seems like they may be pretty vulnerable, a lot of them. Which state systems are being accessed the most by our municipalities, and of those systems, where's the greatest risk for the biggest impact?
Right. And those could be different things. The most used systems or the most access systems may have all the security in place that it needs, right? We have to follow federal regulations and compliance with a lot of these systems, whether it's IRS 1075 compliance or some kind of HIPAA compliance or Social Security compliance. So when we talk about the access of the system, the risk may be different for a system that isn't used as much, right? That may be a higher risk than our most used system.
Okay.
I do think that there are definitely, from the municipal point of view, definitely systems that we use more frequently than others. And for instance, listers are exchanging information on the my VT tax system weekly. the Department of Environmental Conservation, the permits, notices of violation, complaints from folks, those get pretty high use. The Community Development Grant Program has an interactive site, and so if you've got those kinds of grants, you're on that site quite frequently. So there are some, and then of course elections, which is kind of seasonal, but when you're using it a fair amount.
So I think Secretary Quinn, what I am trying to understand is if we have a number of potentially not optimally secured points accessing into, just if there's additional risk.
Sure.
Do you know that? I mean, is that something that you can?
I think so. I think we can, formulate a assessment of some of these, of all of these things, and say, whether or not it may just be on the amount of access that a town or municipality has into the system that adds additional risk. Not that the system's necessarily not secure from a outside perspective, but when we give someone full access to a system to be able to do something, if they're infected or if they get hit with ransomware, it could potentially bleed over into our system if they access the system and the ransomware client gets put on our side of the wall.
Is there equity of access to all of these systems for municipalities, or are there like levels?
Levels.
There are levels.
Yes.
Okay, and is it by like position, or you've got to register, or
I couldn't tell you.
Size?
I think it all depends on the system.
Okay.
The GSA thing that I was mentioning earlier it seems very similar to your description of what you're doing now. It's called 18F, and it's a digital service delivery strategy. Modular contracting is an acquisition strategy that we use with many of our partners and internal programs. With modular contracting, we break up large complex systems into multiple tightly scoped procurements to impact technology systems in successive interoperable increments. And they have at this stage a service, some descriptions and
we use them
standards. So that is something that
we're using them on the integrated eligibility project, and they've helped considerably in the procurement space.
Okay,
that's where they've been really a positive force for state government, helping us reduce the amount of time it takes to go to contract and building smaller modular deliverables for different projects. So it has been valuable in that space. Where we differ, and I think this always happens with technologists, they like us to build things from the ground up, and I hate that. I like to buy something and implement it. I do not like our staff to build things, because I think historically we put ourselves in a position of someone leaves and then we don't have a good way of supporting it, or it's written in a way that is really hard to support. So that's where we differ, but in the procurement space, 18F has been valuable to us.
Okay. There's this more actually than I thought.
we need a little bit of time to digest and understand.
Yeah, and we
what
can
we have here.
we can continue to build off from this and add some more clarity to the list.
What do you think that we should be concerned about with this list?
What do I think we should be concerned about with this list?
What do you think we should worry about or know or care about with regard to this list? The legislature.
I would say, given where we are, we're having a challenge doing, keeping track of the 1,400 applications to be completely transparent. There's so many. We have 10 security staff in total. And when you look across the enterprise, when you look at, how we secure these things, how we do assessments of these things on a regular basis, we just can't keep up. And the number of outside systems that we share, while it's valuable from a standpoint of data and reducing the overall number of systems that we would need, maybe we share a system that each municipality would have to buy if we didn't share, it adds a lot to our plate, right? And it adds vulnerability because we don't have enough people. Just to be quite frank, things have been built off from and just added to for so long in a decentralized way that it's going to take quite a few years to really put us in a better position.
Well, one of the things about risk assessment is you take a look at the risks that you face and the resources that you need to address those risks, and it becomes a balancing act of can you afford to add the resources versus the risk that you're facing in terms of the potential loss if you don't. And have you done any kind of an analysis like that?
We have, and that's why I think each year we add to that analysis, or we look at that analysis, and that's why each year that ADS has been in existence, the main area, if we have an increase in our budget, has been in the cyberspace. First, we started with visibility to the overall network, looking at our main intrusion detection points and getting some visibility through Norwich University. Last year, we expanded on that contract and added additional money to upgrade pieces of our network that were failing and added vulnerability. This year, there's 3 more things that I'm proposing in the governor's budget that will further reduce the amount of risk that we have based on, internal analysis on where we see the most vulnerability based on assessments that we've done that we've talked about in executive session. But when it comes to a system by system standpoint, we're doing that at the time of modernization or upgrade, just because of the sheer number, and we do a lot of that based on prioritization of how old and what risk it involves.
Yeah, that's why, as I say, with this inventory, which admittedly is a summary of the 1,400 systems that you're displaying here, giving us some sort of an indication of what the priority and risk is, so that we can, again, from a legislative standpoint, try to prioritize what we do on our end to support you.
So one of the items that we're going to talk about at the end of the day is this memo that we'll be sending to committees of jurisdiction. It includes a recommendation to consider funding a third-party assessment of cybersecurity risks. I don't know if you've seen this memo.
I think I've seen a draft.
Okay. By local governments to the state systems, and develop parameters for that assessment with the LCT, the Secretary of State. So this information here, I think, really is relevant to that point. Both in making sure that our municipalities can safely access state systems, and that we're protected when they do. So, do we have other questions on this topic? Okay, so at our next meeting, it would be, I would like it, if you would come back with as much specificity in terms of prioritization. I don't need a comprehensive, I don't know what the committee would like. I am not looking for a comprehensive of each one of these, rank each one of these. I'd like to know what is really, in terms of volume and risk and potential impact, like what is rising to the top.
Okay, so let me repeat what I just heard.
Okay.
So a ranking of the systems based on volume and risk as we see it to both state and local. Summarized down into a smaller list potentially of the most.
Yeah. I mean, that is what.
One page.
Yeah.
Type of document.
What's about to fall on its face, if it does, cause us huge losses of data, huge risk in terms of public safety, or the grinding to a halt of all government operations as we know them? Those are the ones I'd like to see at the top.
Or when we're considering whether or not to do this assessment, why we should or should not, right? Did you have a question?
You're asking for specific systems as opposed to policies and strategies, right?
Yes. Yes, and so if that is something that, I would like as much specificity as possible, and so if possible, so if that needs to be an executive session, then if not, would be better. But did you have a question, Senator Pearson? No. Okay. Good. Great. And then I would note, we've been working on, and we'll be talking about later today, a cybersecurity class with Norwich that is coming in, hosted by FEMA and Texas A&M. I don't know if that information has made its way around yet, but we have, in addition to inviting the legislature and the judiciary, BLCT will be invited to attend that. And if there are open spaces, the administration may take advantage of that as well. So. Okay, great. Thank you. Jill, are you ready? Yes. I'm gonna have a big break. Maybe. And do you want to be up on the screen, Jill?
I don't think so. If anyone needs a copy, I've got plenty of copies. I don't have one yet. Thank you. Sure.
This is not you.
No.
This is everybody.
So good morning, my name is Jill Remick. I'm the Director of Property Valuation and Review at the Tax Department. Thank you. My handout has Vermont Department of Taxes at the top here, and normally I'm all about projecting and avoiding paper, but I thought this would be helpful for me, especially to make sure I get to my points to you folks, and to keep current use in business, because printing paper. So the Division of Property Valuation and Review oversees any of the work that we do with the statewide education property tax. So we have a team of district advisors who are field-based, who are responsible for oversight and assistance to several towns. Most of them have 30 to 40 towns apiece assigned to them. We also implement the current use program, the tax increment financing portion. We work closely with VEPSI, but we oversee, we work with the towns and oversee the implementation of that and tracking the increments. We also do railroad, corporate tax, utility valuations, and work pretty closely with the income tax folks for homestead declarations and property tax adjustments. So basically, we're the entity that maintains the statewide education grand list in partnership with the towns, and then we work with the towns. We establish the tax rates with the Agency of Education and push those out. So the reason I'm here, I really appreciate you folks giving me a little bit of time. I started following your group with interest last month when Karen Horn let me know that you folks were interested in municipal IT specifically, because we just this summer did a survey with BLCT of towns, and it's a very informal, it was estimated it took about 9 minutes to take, but there were some good nuggets of information, so I thought that would be helpful to you folks. And part of the context of why we wanted to ask some of these questions is we are working in earnest to replace our current grand list software program. That's the IPTMS. So we are at the very final stages of selecting a vendor for that. That has currently been carried out by New England Municipal Resource Center. Since Act 60 and Act 68 passed, that's the system that we've had in place, and it's pretty outdated. It's pretty cumbersome to implement. As Secretary Quinn has on his list, there's manual file transfers that have to happen on a daily basis to get that information back and forth. And it's really time that we make it a little bit more user-friendly for the towns, that we take advantage of some of the more modern ways that we can use GIS integration. And also last year there was some negative press that NIMRIC, New England Municipal Resource Center, got regarding their software or what municipalities use for things like payroll and human resources. So while it wasn't the component that we were contracted with them to do, obviously it's the same entity, and that caused a great deal of concern, and that just sort of helped reinforce what we were already working on, which is working to really move us off of this very old platform that's very manual and very vulnerable into something much more modern, so it's a little bit easier for towns to use. So that's why I thought this would just be helpful information for you folks to know. So I'll just quickly read through my testimony and then...
Before you do, can I ask, so with regard to replacement of that system, is that something that has already been budgeted for and approved?
Yes.
Okay, and when did that happen?
So I think it was in the last session we got the approval. We're going to be using the Computer Modernization Fund that we have access to. So I think it was in either the Budget Adjustment Act or somewhere it gave us the spending authority to do this. We've come in well under that budget.
What is the budget?
I think we were allowed up to 10 million over 5 years, and we're looking at half that. So we currently, right now, we pay for NIMRIC out of our operating budget, the tax department. It is very inexpensive, and it's very inexpensive for towns, and I think that's part of the reason why we've all sort of continued to sort of limp along and use this system, because it does get the job done, and we're all used to using it because we've been using it for 25 years, and it's very inexpensive. So that is part of why it's been able to just be part of our operating budget. The contract was like $120,000 a year for the grant list software. So now we'll be looking at spending more than that per year, but over time, I think the gains in time and safety are well worth it.
Could I just add, I'm sorry,
Sure.
well, maybe I'll let you get through it and then maybe you'll answer the question anyway.
I normally try not to read off my paper, but I wanted to make sure I made these points to folks. I wanted to make it worth your time. So just thank you for the opportunity to update you on this recent survey we did in partnership with the leading cities and towns. Like I said, this was really to collect data on the current state. We really hadn't done any sort of comprehensive survey, and we really just wanted to get a handle on, especially from our, perspective, we want to make sure that whatever system we use, towns are going to be able to open up and use it on their end. Towns do get an annual appropriation for the grand list maintenance, reappraisals, and participating in equalization studies, so there is a per parcel payment that all the towns get to carry out this work. It hasn't changed. That figure is in statute. It's like $1 per parcel for one of them and I think $8.50 per parcel for the others. So I think there's, that's a possible place where we can maybe try to bring that up to today's dollars and try to get towns a little bit more funding, but that is not the position of the Department of the Administration, but that's my, that's one of the things I've been trying to tout that we'll be talking about, because those figures have not changed. So I think, what they were asked to do 30 years ago and what the money paid for versus what towns are asked to do now is pretty significantly different. We did learn a lot about access to internet speed and IT security, and obviously what software and hardware that towns use varies a great deal. Like I said, we're embarking on this much needed upgrade for our grand list software system, which is used by the state and each municipality to carry out the statewide education property tax system. So it was really important that we assess where our towns are at with regards to IT, but also just as important that we select a system that can meet the towns where they are and is able to support the towns and provide the training and access that they need with some of the very limited resources and bandwidth that towns have. VLCT has definitely been a proponent of this and agreed and helped work with our staff to design a 16-question survey. It's very informal. Like I said, I've got the original questions attached to the back of this testimony. It was estimated it would take about 9 minutes, and it was distributed this summer. It had basically 4 key components that it covered: internet service, internet speed, financial systems, and the grand list maintenance. It's pretty impressive to note that the survey had an 83% response rate, which by surveys is excellent, and surveys of these folks. That shows the respect that I think the towns have for VLCT and interest in making sure that we knew where they were all at. So this means that we heard from a great cross-section of Vermont towns, big and small. We heard from listers, assessors, town clerks, treasurers, financial officers, and others. The way that VLCT designed the survey, it made sure that only one response per town could come in. So, and a lot of these folks wear multiple hats, but I think that was also good because it didn't skew it by having 5 people in one town take the survey and then it gives us different results. So it really is a pretty good representation of what the towns have. And I just want to be really clear that we are not survey experts. The way you design survey questions to get at the right answer is a skill, but VLCT had some of that expertise for sure, but it is just an informal, not mandatory survey, and I'll walk you through the answers to some of the questions that we got. It would be helpful to do sort of a more in-depth polling, either by role or by maybe system that they use. This was a pretty wide net that we cast, and obviously our interest was really only in the grant list maintenance and what they used NEMRIC for. So there is definitely the potential for a lot more data out there to be collected. And also what was really interesting is VLCT was able to tell a lot about who took the survey. You could tell where they took it, what kind of device they used, so that was all over the map. Some people took it on their phones, some people took it on a PC, some people took it, maybe they were on vacation in other states, and what browser that they used. And all these things are actually really helpful because, again, our number one priority with replacing the grand list software is that Vermont towns, no matter where they are, can use it. It's really not helpful to just grab something off the shelf if it's not going to work in towns that have really slow or limited internet access, who may need to have things stored on a local server versus on the cloud. So this has been really helpful. It's kind of fun to read some of the answers to some of the questions. In some cases, they have a very professional IT system. They have a contracted provider with best practices. Some of them said, well, my husband comes in when I get stuck. That's their IT, that's their IT support. So there's definitely a pretty huge variety in resources and expertise about IT security and infrastructure. I'm certainly learning a lot. VLCT had their annual town fair. They focused purely on cybersecurity, and there was some really fascinating speakers and presenters that gave some pretty hard facts about how vulnerable they are, and that really human beings continue to be the weak link. Regardless of the best system you have, if I stick my password on my monitor and I share the computer with 3 other people, or I mix my work and personal email addresses when I'm filling out forms. There's all kinds of ways that just the human element is really still the biggest concern. So there's really a need for a lot of training and best practices to be more proactive, and I think that's going to be part of our role when we roll out this grand list software. It's not just teaching them how to use the software, but here are some just really good basic best practices that you should try to use, just for what you can, because it's the clicking on the links, it's the sharing of things on insecure sites, it's that sort of stuff that makes people really vulnerable. I'm happy to say that because what we're responsible for is the grand list. That's all public information. The grand list is public data. So I feel a little bit more that we can breathe a little easier about this interface with the towns. It's not income tax or anything like that, but the practices should be the same. It would be helpful to do additional surveying, like I said, of either by role or maybe sort of focusing in on where there are places where there are poor internet access, or towns with a much smaller population to really get a handle on what they want. Burlington, for example, has a bigger IT team than our building does. So there's quite a variety there. And that there's just some really good best practices that individuals need to do about what the passwords are that they use, how they share computers and logins, how important it is to have really professional managed IT services and sort of proactive steps that can be taken versus, I call my husband or I take a stab at it, or my son comes in and helps us out. And why and how municipal government is pretty particularly vulnerable. So the information we got from the survey was helpful. We also did a listening tour this spring where we actually went around to, we had folks from all 14 counties. We did 11 meetings where we asked clerks, treasurers, listers, everyone to come in and just tell us what's working with the grand list software, what's not working, what they're afraid we're going to mess up, tell it to us now, and also what they've seen or what they think could be better and what their hopes were for that. And so combining with actually getting out there in the field and talking with them about some of the problems that they face with the current system, and then finding out more and more about the need for these sort of better practices and IT services at the local level, it's helped us really focus in on the fact that the vendor that we choose really is going to have to be in Vermont and supporting towns and helping us get them educated. We're not going to get more staff in the tax department to do this. Our district advisors, there's 8 of them that cover the state. but on top of everything else that they do, they'll be out there being sort of the front lines, but we really need support to help towns get off on the right foot. This is going to be a pretty major change.
This is fascinating and sort of heartening in a sense. I'm curious, how does the municipal property tax side of the equation, which is, I'm assuming, a little more still based in municipal computer systems, and I guess I would like to understand how that works and if it relates to the new system, and then sort of part of that question also is income sensitivity, which starts to get at some more vulnerable personal data. So I don't know if I'm articulating this well, but could you just discuss that a little bit?
Yeah, and I've learned quite a bit about there's a lot of ins and outs, and like I said, because this system has been in place since Act 60 and Act 68 passed, it's all very sort of conglomerated and tied together. But the short answer is that yes, the system we provide now and the system we will provide has a municipal tax rate basically calculator that the towns have their own system, whether they use whatever they use for their their grand list ledger or their general ledger or their administrative revenues, so on and so forth. But at some point they get to the point that they actually use the calculator that's in the system to come up with the municipal rates, and then they can also enter, like, if it's part of a village district or if there's a veterans exemption or other kinds of exemptions, they have that, and we will provide that still. And then basically,
does that mean that that's all housed or going to be all housed on the state system, or is it duplicated, for your system and also the municipal system?
They could technically choose to use their own if they wanted to, but this seems pretty handy for them because then it's all in one place. And at certain points, we have to collect all that data anyway because we use the municipal tax rate information for all kinds of calculations on our end, including like a hold harmless payment for current use. And so and for estimating property tax adjustments for the next year, like there's lots of reasons why we at GFO need that data anyway. The homestead declaration and property tax adjustment is a little different because that comes in through the VTax, the large scale, much more sophisticated income tax system that we use at the tax department. So when people file their homestead declaration, that goes in, that's processed in the income tax division, but then it creates a file that right now is uploaded and then downloaded by the town for their particular
so they're merging those two data points?
Yes.
So
yes,
I guess under I don't feel like I have the language in some level, but I guess the simple way I think of it is the state system, we have a better shot at a secure system in our central system given the staff, resources, and expertise, which is not to say it's flawless, I understand that, compared to some of our particularly tiny towns where spouses coming in for IT expertise, and that's sort of nerve-wracking, right? And so I'm trying to understand in the new system how much of the vulnerable, the personal sort of stuff that we'd be really afraid was leaked out or held ransom, how much of that sensitive data will be centralized in the new system versus all left behind at the municipality, and maybe to the extent that's what I'm trying to understand.
So I think the good news is that all of the sensitive pieces are housed in VTax on the state system already. That's part of the income tax vault that we don't ever see. The towns don't necessarily see either. They get a number, a state payment for that individual.
Right.
So there is the argument that if I was a nefarious town treasurer, I could look at your income tax return, or I could look at your state adjustment and say, well, then you must make less than $47,000, and therefore you're getting a circuit breaker payment. But as far as where that data that actually lives about the individual, Social Security, income, anything like that, that's in that vault. That is not part of what gets sent to the town. So literally, the way that I finally have been able to wrap my brain around it is when you actually look at the property tax bill, those data points are filled in by us from this download. The town doesn't see the calculations behind where that state payment came from. Last year, there was language passed that requires that the state payments for municipal adjustments and education adjustments are separated side by side. It used to be just you get a state payment and it could be for all or both of those, in which case it was a little bit more protective of that sort of confidential nature of low-income adjustments. So now we've adjusted it so that there is a municipal state payment and an education state payment. So there was some concern at the local level that that really does say who those folks are that are getting that very specific municipal property tax adjustment must be low income. That's the level of that data though. There's not more sensitive data than that in ours. What actually the municipalities were vulnerable about before last year, the ones that were using the system, was their employees' payroll and things like that.
Okay.
So if you're sticking that out on a server, and that's where that lives, that was where there was a vulnerability.
You're saying that in the past tense?
In the past tense, correct, yes.
So that's been.
There was they were fined by this, I think it was the Secretary of State's office for that. Yeah, that's, yeah. But it helped sort of reinforce, we were already pretty well on our way on the grand list, but it just sort of helped reinforce that this was a really good opportunity to provide towns with a better opportunity. And since this hasn't changed since the late 90s, I'm not sure how long it's going to be until we're going to change this again. A lot of folks are saying, please don't change it. I know it's not perfect, but we know how to use it. Leave it. But just as many are saying, please
get me out of here.
Get me out of here. Right. So, so yeah, it's tangential to what we're using it for, but not really, because it was the same system. And I think part of the reason why towns used it is because it was the same entity as what we were using it for grand list. So we do have a responsibility to respond to that. So what I attached to this is just a few of the charts that just sort of show some of the big picture data points. And then at the very end is the actual questions. You know, some of the questions we ask are not things that really chart well, like how satisfied are you, or how long does it take you to do certain things. But you know, it talks about internet service providers, and we can provide the sort of full list of data. I really was trying to keep it high level for you folks.
So we have time, Jill.
Okay.
We have some time here.
Okay.
So if you want to go through, just.
Oh yeah, one more
the
point.
Committee, yeah.
One more point I meant to make is that I think the combination of the impact that this software that we will select has on every municipality, it's actually not just going to be used by the 17 of us in property valuation review, it's being used by every town, and the fact that there has been this attention on cybersecurity, and there was the concern last year with the current vendor. ADS has been very involved with us helping select a vendor, establish really strong requirements for all of those components. And also, frankly, in our new current contract with the current vendor, NIMRIC, that has been significantly increased with ADS's input to make sure that, so we're going to continue to use them until that's replaced, and so we really needed to make sure that if we're going to continue to have them in place, that we still have to require these higher standards for security. So that is in place now and is going to be in place for whoever we go.
Do you, given that actually you guys are buying a system that most users will not be in your department, as you said, how have the frontline users, have they been part of, or are they part of, or is the lead part of the selection process? I mean, I cringe to think that we'll get a system that you guys think is fantastic, and then municipalities know our number. They will, you know, and any of those changes is tricky, but
yeah. So we've been doing
dynamic.
pretty heavy roadshow. We've gone to every conference that will have us. You know, we did the listening tour. We also, you know, we have a monthly letter that goes out to towns, and we had a, you know, if you can't come to the listening tour, here's what we're asking. We want your feedback.
But in terms of like trying software options or
so we have
getting
them,
a snapshot of it?
When we were rolling out the municipal users for VTAX, we had them come in as for user testing. We've had clerks, treasurers, listers. They've come in at every step of the way. We actually did have representatives from VALA, which is the Vermont Assessors and Listers Association, and VLCT sit in on the demonstrations for the vendors. So they've had a pretty, you know, and that was definitely with the goal of having their input in mind. I go to every VALA meeting and talk about it. Like I said, we did the listening tour. There's 8 pages of sort of our summary of what we heard out there. I think the very broad summary is that they are very anxious for something to get better. They know that it can be better, and they want it to be better. They are very concerned about the viability of the current vendor in providing the other services they use it for if they don't get our grand list software contract. And if that, by sort of, you know, hitting that domino, is that going to really cause a bigger problem? So whether or not we, the tax department, are responsible for what towns use for payroll and finances and things like that, the fact is we're paying attention and want to make sure that who we go with will be able to meet NIMRIC where it is for all the other pieces, because that is one of the big concerns. They know it can be better, they want it to be better, but they're worried about the ripple effect if we make that change. I don't know.
Does that
Karen can
mean
speak even more than I could, I'm sure, but.
that NIMRIC will continue to exist and continue to serve towns for services other than the property valuation piece?
Absolutely, they do reappraisal services
Yeah.
for towns. They're kind of, that's a huge piece, and I have to be really clear, we haven't actually selected our vendor, so it could theoretically still be NIMRIC that is selected as our vendor. And then they also provide, like I said, and I think that's part of what we asked in the survey, they provide accounting, billing and administration, so towns have the choice of who they use for those pieces. But one of the questions was about who they use for their financial services, and 90% use NIMRIC. So that's why we have to make really sure, and we've actually had really great assistance from ADS. They have some really phenomenal business analysts who are actually literally breaking apart each piece and listing what the functional requirements are, not just for our piece, but to make sure that all the pieces that towns literally need these systems to use, so that there's no gray area. Because that was the big concern, is where does the state responsibility in their system end and where does the towns begin? And we don't want to create a gap. So as much as we don't want to get into the business of trying to provide that service to towns, the reality is they're all so interconnected. And even to the point about the property tax bill, you know, the majority of pieces that end up in the property tax bill have at some point come through us and gone back out to the towns, but they're the ones that are responsible for billing, collecting, tracking, and then making the payment. So it's all connected, so we've had to make that a pretty big priority. But yes, sorry, long answer, but yes.
Jill, you said that 90% of the municipalities are using NIMRIC. Is there any commonality to the 10% that are not?
So I'm sorry I didn't number this. It's one of the pieces in here.
Okay. Do you want to walk us through the results of the survey?
So we did collect the name and the contact information of everyone. I didn't put it in here, but if you are interested in knowing if your town's participated, but like I said, 83% response rate, pretty good cross section. So we asked who their internet service provider was, and you know, a large number are Comcast, a lot were EC Fiber, and then there's a whole other long list of other providers. We asked if they have a managed IT service provider for their organization. This is the we call the guy whatever, or yes we do, or we don't know. But 44% said they do have a managed IT service provider, which is a good thing. And then what services do they provide? So, you know, management, antivirus, upgrades, security audits, help desk, the 24-hour monitoring. You know, some of these numbers, like the 24-hour monitoring and resolution at 28%, is apparently pretty low by industry standards. We want that to be a lot higher. The antivirus installation, and again, I'm not an IT expert as far as cybersecurity goes, but my understanding is that you really need to have somebody who's sort of doing some sort of regular testing on that. You can't just take what comes on your computer at Staples and assume that you're protected. Cloud services has actually been, I've had to learn a lot about cloud services, because a lot of the towns, you know, cloud, that's where everything's sort of going, right? Like you log on to Amazon, you log on to your bank account, you log on to VTax, you're not actually logging on to a local server. But a lot of towns are concerned about their, either are they gonna have to buy servers to host it if they don't have the internet speed available. So there may be a few cases, and these would be towns that are doing this now, that their internet speed is low enough or small enough that they have to work offline and save things on their server, and then when they're done working, they upload it. So, again, they're asking, I was just at the Vermont Assessors and Listers Association meeting earlier this week, and they, again, were asking about, is the legislature gonna continue to pay attention to getting broadband access, because that is still like, that's
Well,
still.
that's very apparent on this chart. Of course, the issue is the 66% who don't know.
Right.
But of those who do know, those that have internet speed of 25 or more is a very small number.
Right.
67, 13,
You're
9.
you're ahead of us. You're
Yeah.
on.
It's only about 20%.
Right. Right.
And I could foresee people actually doing it locally and then taking it home to upload
Yes.
potentially. And it has a whole nother security
Yes.
dynamic.
I've heard at least one where they take their laptop to the local gas station.
Yeah.
There's Wi-Fi there. So, so item number 9, what's the contract rate of internet speed? The way we got at that is there's a really simple, in the note that we sent out, there's a link you can click on that runs it, basically. I think it's Xfinity or something like that, but you can run it and it gives you a number that gives you that. So we had them tell us, we had them run it and we said, what date and time were you using it? I didn't feel that was necessarily helpful for you folks, but the time of day and the day that they did it and what their numbers were, that can also vary apparently depending on if you're doing it at a high traffic time, your bandwidth might be lower.
You're on 9.
Yes, I'm sorry.
Okay, that's
Yeah.
all right. Yeah, the don't know is really, right.
Which is funny because we sent the link that said, just click on this, and I've done it, I've done it at home to see if it's better in my upstairs versus downstairs. It's pretty straightforward. But a point that I think is that I've had to sort of relearn is we don't all have to know all these things. We don't all have to become internet experts. We don't all have to be IT security experts. The key is making sure that they have that resource available to help them do that, not that they all become experts. But yeah, if they don't know, then how can we design a system that they'll log into to do their grand list if we don't even know if they can meet them there? Yeah.
So, with 66% saying they don't know, that seems like a problem.
Right.
How are you gonna deal with that?
Well, and maybe it's because it's fine, so they don't, because obviously more than 66% have decent internet access, but.
And is this a download or upload or?
Yeah, we asked
that would
both.
matter for your-
I think for this one I only did the upload speed.
Okay, that's good.
But we did ask both. We do have that data. So then, 6, what type of service provider do you use for these? And this is, getting back to, we have an IT department. Some folks use the state of Vermont. Plenty have a contractor or a professional managed service provider. So those are good, but it would be good to sort of, the don't know, not available, internal support. Like I said, maybe some of the bigger towns and cities have very robust support, and that's sufficient. But for a lot of places, it seems like they're kind of relying on learning on the job or trying to manage it themselves.
I think it'd be kind of interesting to ask Secretary Quinn about these folks who the state of Vermont provides their computer security and IT, whether he knows that or not.
Yeah, I was surprised to see that.
Kind of skeptical, frankly.
Right, and then the contract rate of speed, again, maybe that's because they're not familiar with the contract. It also depends on who filled this out. It could be that there was a financial manager in the town office, they know that. So here, back to the earlier question about, number 10, what financial software systems do you use? So the vast majority do use NIMRIC because right now that's the grand list software. We also host NIMRIC's CAMA software, which is how the towns actually the town lister actually enters the data from the field and comes up with values for the property, so that's actually sort of the appraisal side of things. And then the tax billing, where they can actually print the tax bills out of it. But you can see a lot of them use QuickBooks, use Peachtree, Excel, Google, other things, but the vast majority do use Numeric, so we want to make sure that.
Well, they're using multiple systems though, isn't additive.
Right, and I think Peachtree might be human resources specific or something like that, or payroll. So like I said, there's room for more in-depth questions if we want to.
What's the timeline for your selection, and do you have a timeline?
Yeah, we hope we can
should-
announce in January. I'm very excited about where we're at, but it's at the point where now it's in an independent review, and it's getting, there's assessments that are being done by IT and finance and auditors that I'm not involved in, but we hope to
You
make the
mentioned though
announcement.
that you thought it essential that a Vermont-based company provide the service so as to provide the interaction with municipalities. Is that?
I wouldn't say
did I hear
Vermont-based, but that can locate here, that can actually.
Can have a physical presence here regardless of
Yes.
where they're headquartered. Okay.
Yeah, obviously that's not always feasible long-term, but at the very least for the implementation and rollout of this, we, we're not getting more tax staff who can be like the training team that goes out. We will do our best, but someone who can sort of understand meeting these folks at these different abilities and resources. We've got quite the gamut of folks who are acting as listers and assessors in their towns who can help us do that successfully, because there is a lot of concern, frankly, about change. And there's also a lot of turnover. A lot of towns are having a hard time even finding folks. So I think being Vermont-based alone is pretty narrow a requirement, but definitely, can be here physically for a period of time would be really helpful.
Just along those lines, I'm sure you've thought of this, but I every time I'm in Winooski, I see the empty storefront of Optum, and they are Vermont-based. By virtue of that office, I've literally never seen a single person in that office. So make sure you're talking about people on the ground as opposed to some office that is rented as you're exploring that. Because I agree with you that basically the customer support in office is what we really need, right? Trucking around to help towns sort out this new system.
Right.
Is it time for more in-depth polling to impact the project, or what would you see the use of more in-depth polling?
I think for the purposes of selection, I don't think so. I think we've set those parameters and we know what they are, and we have requirements that will be in the contract. I definitely think sort of overall, not just from our small perspective, but from all these state systems and looking ahead rather than just trying to scramble with what we've got now, I think it would be very valuable for the state to really know that. We pull up these maps of the state that show, internet speed, and we pull up these maps that show, connectivity, but that doesn't really tell the whole picture. And what we're asking, I'm so focused on the grand list, but to look at the list that Secretary Quinn and Karen Horn have of all the other things that the state works with the towns on. No wonder they get mad at us that we have them log into 2 different systems. They've also got 10 others, so I think it would be really valuable to actually have a literal assessment of that, knowing too that folks can work from their home office, they can work remotely. So the key is those sort of steps of what the system is and the password and login sort of things that people need to work smarter on. It doesn't have to be just that the town office alone has high speed, but that the user can take that work where they go and have it still be secure. And I'm sorry, I'm not like
no, that's fine. That's
an expert on
fine.
Statewide infrastructure.
Yeah, I'm gonna ask Karen if that same question, if you don't mind. Do you, like right off the top of your head, or do do you see a use for more in-depth polling?
Oh, we definitely do. We think it'd be really helpful and, sort of across the board to have more information and more accurate information. One of the limitations that we talked about with this particular survey is who answered it. And so some folks have a lot more understanding of the whole systems than others at the local level. So the speed question is a sort of good indicator there of the different capabilities maybe of the people who are responding to the survey. So, and we think also in order to sort of point out where our most significant vulnerabilities are, that we're going to need to have a more robust assessment. That's going to take money to your list of recommendations. I think we cannot do that in-house at VLCT. There would have to be a outside consultant that did that kind of survey.
Thank you.
So I think I can kind of skip some of these that are more interesting to me than anyone else. Like number 13, if you're using that software, select the capabilities being used. So this is a great sort of representation of the different things that towns are using that interact in some capacity with the grand list. And then part of the reason why 91% use it for grand list and tax billing is because that's the state provides that. That's they have to enter it into that. So it should be 100%, but
it actually is 100%.
It actually is 100%. At some point, it has to come in there. Here's a great example of maybe we could ask the information differently on number 4, and I apologize, you're out of order. Gosh, right. How is the grand list data initially recorded? So the grand list is that every town has their property card. There's different components, acreage, grade, number of so on and so forth. The lister comes up with the value for the property, and how is it initially recorded manually? So manually, and then there's a bunch of other. Manually could be handwriting it, but it also could be I typed it on the computer. So the way that question was worded, I think, didn't give us as much, because I think we were trying to get at is like, I'm happy that 13% said they used a laptop or tablet. That's helpful. But how about the rest of them? Are they writing it on a piece of paper and then bringing it in and someone's data entering it? Do they have a way to collect that data in the field so that and save them some time? Who maintains your grand list data? Obviously, the vast majority are the listers or assessors. But you can see a lot of folks actually wear a lot of these hats, especially in the smaller towns. The smaller the town, the more hats that individual wears. Which is another reason why we sort of tried to time our rollout of the software not to coincide with fall of 2020. Because the very first thing we heard from town clerks is that's going to be a crazy election year, and if you ask us to start using a different grand list software system and a different way to print property tax bills at the same time that we're managing an election, then we would appreciate it if you didn't. So we will be spending this year building the new system, testing the new system. We have several towns who have volunteered to be pilot towns for us, so they're actually going to be like beta testers that will use the system months ahead of everyone else, so we can work out some of those kinks, and they volunteered to do that. We said, hey, if you want to, and we continue to get towns that say they would like to be a pilot, so that we would have that, but then the actual sort of flipping the switch from one system to the other wouldn't happen until 2021.
Are those pilot towns varying in size and geography?
Yeah, I would say so. It's like I said, it's voluntary, but yeah, there's a good mix.
Great.
And also not just the central part of the state either, they're all over the place. But yeah, so I think that's a good way to do it instead of mandating or saying, hey, all the towns that start with A, you get to be our guinea pigs.
Right.
The last chart, when was your last reappraisal? I realize is a little tangential to this conversation, but I'm glad we asked it because it also shows how old the grand list is getting, and I think our systems in some ways are keeping us from getting some of this stuff done. It's a lot of work. we all know what happened in 2008 with housing, and the fact that only, less than 100 towns, I'd say, since that time have actually done a reappraisal where they do the reappraisal. And part of the problem, honestly, is that some of the towns are having a hard time finding assessors to do the work, finding appraisal companies who can do townwide appraisals. And it's especially hard for a smaller town because if you're getting paid by parcel, why would you want to bother coming into a town? So towns are having a hard time finding professional appraisers to come in and do their appraisals, even when they're ordered by us because their CLA has gotten so low. So if we could have more robust software where we could do some sort of statistical appraisal, or we could be much more clear with the town about what's happening with their values, and we could actually audit what's happening with their values a little bit better. So we could, and maybe some of those companies would be willing to come here if we had a system that they knew and could use and knew that it was a little more up to date.
So, totally not really connected to anything except for my interest in the education property tax. That significant amount of reappraisals that haven't been done since 2008, the effect of that would most likely be CLAs over 100.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, okay.
And in this past session, you folks passed a slightly different window. It used to be if it was 80% or below, we would require a reappraisal. Now it's if it's between 85 or below 85 or above 115. So now for those ones that are on either end of that sort of extreme, where their property values have changed one way or the other, we can require a reappraisal. So we will have more towns that are getting sort of flagged for being under required reappraisal. They can do their own at any time, but we still have to make sure that there are folks out there to help towns do that work. And I think having a newer system will make it a little more appealing for folks from New Hampshire or New York or Massachusetts even to come up here and do appraisals for small Vermont towns.
Okay. I'm curious on this mark number 13. This asks about the financial software capabilities. Are all these capabilities going to be an option in the new package? I'm trying to get a sense of the landscape. I mean,
we are really trying to not take ownership over things that we are not responsible for, because towns have absolute freedom to use whomever they want for all of this stuff, except for the grand list. This was helpful for us to know because we do have to make sure, especially for the tax admin and tax billing, that what we go with can talk to all those different systems. We don't need to know about accounts payable, accounts receivable, their HR benefits, their purchasing, and things like that. But our system has to talk to their system that does this, and so that's why that was helpful for us to ask.
Great.
And then the last few pages are just the actual text of the survey completely. So I thought you folks might be curious to know. And I think there were some questions, obviously, we actually did collect a lot more data in some of those questions. Like we actually got the names of all the different providers. We have by town the internet speed as people reported it. We asked them how much they paid for what they used, which was helpful in some ways. It ranged quite a bit, from like $400 a year to $5,000 a year, I think is what it was, but that's all broken out. And then we asked things like how long does it take to enter things in the system, which is also one of those like, I don't know how to get at what we're trying to get at, but they were like, what are you talking about? It takes forever. It depends on the property.
Forever.
Yeah, it takes a really long time. So, qualitative versus quantitative data. Right. But I hope that was helpful, and I'm going to continue to come and listen on what you folks are up to, because I do think there's a pretty strong connection between what, our work and working with the towns, and it's definitely felt a lot more sort of successful and positive when we're approaching it as a partnership and we're all in this together, rather than just saying, well, we know, because we could grab all kinds of systems for our end of the grand list software. We could just, it's a database is basically what it is. but that's not gonna cut it. We need to provide that to the towns too, so.
Jill, how is the project funded, the new site? Is it capital funds,
It's
general funds?
computer modernization fund.
Oh, that's right, you said that.
And I think it is a administrative holdback from the property transfer tax return, maybe. It's a fund that the state has for infrastructure investments in IT. I know that there's something related to current use that I think might also feed into the computer modernization fund.
I'm sorry, we're talking about your agenda.
Computer modernization fund, I was asking
Yes,
where
that's
this
the
project.
tax department.
Okay, so
That's
that's
the
not capital.
No, that's their own thing, and they've actually, anyway, they're adjusting the percentage that they keep down also, so.
Say that again?
They collect some money and they keep a percentage of it, and they're actually changing that percentage. It's part of the budget discussion and part of the joint fiscal discussion that's been coming up there.
Okay, okay. And which committee, if any, looked at this project?
A little bit the GovOps committee.
GovOps.
I mean, generally we're in Ways and Means a lot, but I think GovOps is where they were interested in this. And it's almost more sort of just to provide you guys some color and context. I'm not sure, the action, but people will be contacting you regardless of who we select.
Right.
We really want it to be successful and live with that.
Okay. Great. Do we have any other questions
Well,
on this?
I
Yes.
guess I'm just still trying to understand the NEMRIC, that's what people use for payroll, is that what you said?
They can. They have the choice. They can use them or something else.
But they are using,
lot of them.
90% are using it, and that's part of the current package, and so is a payroll feature gonna be part of the new, I'm trying to, this is the theme for me, is that I continue to believe we have a better shot at our security, and that we should try to make it as easy as possible for town. So I'm trying to understand, it's been very thoughtful, the process you're going for, but as you've said, you have a narrow slice of the universe that you're considering. So I'm trying to understand, are we inadvertently punting them off of a system that a lot of them are using because our the new package is going to be more narrow?
Right. So the short answer is no. We only contract with NIMRIC for the Grand List software and the CAMA, the Computer Assisted Mass Appraisal software. The thing is that they have a menu of services that the towns use, and so a lot of them go, yep, NIMRIC, we're going to use that for payroll,
They
HR.
add that on if you
Right.
like, okay.
So I don't know if, because of the virtue of the fact that we have the contract already, if they get some sort of a discounted rate. I don't know that answer. But we don't currently contract for those. We don't want to, but the concern is there that the towns that use them for their whole suite of services,
right.
Is it gonna make it harder? Is now when we go to print property tax bills so that we can start to charge interest and penalties on folks that haven't made it, if it's not all in one system, is that going to be a problem? So that's why we're trying to get at that piece of where ours needs to talk and hand it over to whatever system they use, whether it's NIMRIC or Excel or QuickBooks or anything else. But that is one of the very real risks and realities of this change. I don't think it's necessarily for the worse. I think the benefits outweigh that impact, but it's going to require us to sort of reach on where we meet them, and it's going to require the whoever they use for their payroll to make sure that they're, but payroll, for example, in HR, we don't want anything to do with that data. We don't need that data. That's not part of our bailiwick. But when it comes to printing property tax bills, that's where we need to make sure that we built the bridge to the right place.
Could we ask Karen the same
Sure.
comment on the same sort of dynamic? Like, are we worried that the upgrade now forces everybody to have two systems, or?
We think there'll definitely be some, dissatisfaction with the new system, but Jill and PBR's worked really closely with towns on it. They've done one of the more thorough processes that any state agency has done recently in working out this kind of system. So I think that it may be the case that over the next few years, if a different vendor is selected for the grand list software, that you might see towns migrating their other financial, databases over to that system to be consistent. And because there are these security issues that are going to continue coming up, and whoever you've got handling those payrolls and things has to be up to date, and a new vendor might have much more to offer in that respect.
Well, maybe that's the question then. Does the new vendor also, to your understanding, or are you watching to see if they have a commensurate suite of options that are not something you'll take advantage of, but
we went into that hoping we would find that sort of panacea. That has not really been the case.
Okay.
Property tax administration is so specific. I think part of, frankly, why NIMRIC has it is because they saw the need in Vermont and it wasn't there, and they knew that somebody needed it. But we were hoping that there would be a vendor that we could say, oh, and we'll also negotiate a state contracted rate for these other services. That's the folks who do this work. It's pretty tailored to this because TIF and utilities. There's so many complexities to property valuation and administration that they don't seem to have the other.
Okay. Thank you.
That was wishful thinking.
We tried.
Well, I'm satisfied I at least figured out my question, but.
So
yes.
I would like to ask Jill and Karen the same question. What was the most surprising finding for you in this survey?
Well, that's a good question. I was thrilled so many responded, which is not exactly what you're asking, but I was very happy because I think it shows that there is that need. I think it definitely demonstrated the variety of abilities and expertise in this. I was surprised by I knew that the breadth of what they used NIMRIC for was significant, but the breadth of that is really something we can't ignore.
I don't know that we were particularly surprised by anything because we know that it's all over the map in terms of what towns use and how they handle their computers and also the speeds that are available. Just on the contract rate of speed for internet, if you have very slow internet, you might not be able to run that test at all because it won't load. So that might be part of the 66%. That's certainly the case where I am at home when I've tried to run that thing. But anyway, I think we were gratified that so many people answered, and I think it also showed where we need a lot more specific information about what's going on out there. The one comment I remember of the IT support services, somebody said me. I'm like, okay, that doesn't sound great.
Right.
Did they say you, Karen, or they said themselves?
Their answer was me. And
I call Karen Horn.
IT systems, not by any means mandating, but making it available. As far as security goes, maybe 5-10 years old is not the most secure.
We've been getting lucky.
So I've added that as a discussion item for our memo.
And I don't know what, there's a statewide procurement arrangement that BGS offers that towns and school districts can take advantage of. So they may have some of those sort of negotiated rates, like for payroll and general ledger and things like that towns could take advantage of. One of the other things that we've learned after going through this process is we want to host an annual sort of showing all the different CAMA vendors, the computer assisted mass appraisal vendors, instead of leaving towns sort of on their own. We had been contracting with NIMRIC to offer that, and so a lot of the towns use that for their actual assessment. And so there's definitely, but towns can use whomever they want for that, and a lot of them do use other software to come up with their actual values. So we could host some sort of, we could negotiate a state rate that towns could take advantage of if they wanted to, and then host some sort of a way for them to sort of see their options.
Why would that be, why would the towns, help me understand, be on their own on that piece? Why is it advantageous to you?
Well, right now they can use whomever they want. And so it just seemed like if we can, rather than letting them sort of negotiate with these vendors on their own, if we could get some sort of a state rate that they could take advantage of, maybe modeling it after that BGS procurement system, maybe that would be, because maybe part of the concern is if you're just a small town that knows you need an assessment software, where do you start? How do you find out how much it costs? Do you really want to get into negotiating a contract? Maybe the state could offer some sort of a pooled rate.
It seems like those things would go together.
Well, that's, yeah.
Right? Yeah, okay.
There is an argument to be made that we could require them to use the same system, and that's pretty much what other states do, but not all of them.
I've heard the municipalities like it when we require them to do things.
Oh, yeah.
Karen's forever demanding.
Okay. Karen, do you have any thoughts actually on that, on why it's advantageous for the municipalities to have their choice in assessment systems?
I'm sure I could bring you back some reasons. I don't have them off the top of my head.
Okay. Great. Do we have other questions on this topic?
I do not.
This was really helpful.
I'm so glad.
Very
Thank you for having me.
nice to know that this was done. So thank you for
Thank
bringing that in. And I would love to hear more about the project as it starts going in. So we look forward to.
Thank you.
Okay, so.
And you're ahead of schedule, and your next
Yes.
witnesses are here and ready to go whenever you'd like.
Okay, so why don't we take, why don't we come back at 10:30 instead of 10:45? 10? Is that good?
Yeah.
Okay.
You're off the record.
You all set?
We're all set.
Okay, so,
Ready?
Yeah.
ready to go on the record. Is everybody here? Secretary
Yeah, let me
Quinn?
get your presentation up.
Present,
on here.
okay.
It's very easy to do. You have this mouse, and everything you do here goes up on the TV.
Okay.
So there's your presentation. We'll put it full screen, and we'll get it up there. And your, yep, just like that. You're on the record.
Okay, good
Great.
morning.
Good morning.
So, you are new to me. If we need your names for the record, and then maybe we will introduce ourselves as well, so.
Okay, good morning. Lori Collins. I'm the Chief Operating Officer for DEVA, Executive Sponsor for MMIS and the IE&E program.
Okay.
Good morning. I'm Sarah Clark. I'm the Chief Financial Officer for the Agency of Human Services.
Okay, great. And you are here today to talk to us,
Chris Pearson,
well, I guess
Senator from Chittenden County.
Jason Colchester.
Randy Brock, Franklin, and part of Grand Island.
and Laura Sibili from Dover. So, you are here, we've been meeting, I'm sure you probably know this, we've been meeting regularly to hear about this project. And so, at our last, or at previous meetings, we've really wanted to get a sense of what is the overall picture here with regard to costs and framing, and then how things are going to be going forward. And so it looks like you've prepared some testimony.
Yes, I have.
So why don't we let you go through that,
Okay.
and then we will ask questions. We have 45 minutes, or we have 45 minutes scheduled. I don't know if, do you have time limitations?
I do not.
Secretary Quinn, does your office have time limitations?
We are all set.
Okay, so we, after this, we are with Becky and doing some committee discussions, so we'll have plenty of time for questions, so we'll just let you go right
Okay.
ahead.
Great. So again, good morning, everybody. I wanted to just start out this morning by giving you a little bit of a background on my history as a state employee and at the Department of Vermont Health Access, and before that, social welfare. this transition with Cass Madison leaving as of giving her notice as of October. So I have worked in state government for 41 years. All of my time in state government has been with the Agency of Human Services in different roles. I spent 11 years as Deputy Commissioner. During that time, as Deputy Commissioner, I was responsible for the MMIS program and project work in the Medicaid Management Information Systems program. I have also launched a number of different programs across operations. I'll mention a couple of them. I worked at the time with Mike Costa from the Governor's Office to lead the technical implementation of the ACO model, bringing in zero pay claims and encounters into the MMIS solution and paying providers differently, so the relationship with OneCare. So I led that in 2017. We've done a number of different projects in the MMIS program, a number of different modules that we've implemented, and I'll go into those in my slides. I bring a team approach. My approach is focusing on teamwork, being inclusive, collaboration, communication, and support. As a result, today you'll hear from a number of our team members. I work really, really closely and have been throughout the whole MMIS program and launching these projects with Secretary Quinn and his staff, Sarah and her staff at the Agency of Financial's office, and across all programs in the Agency of Human Services. Over the last 3 weeks, we've, the MMIS program and myself as executive sponsor over the last 3 weeks have worked really, really hard at understanding timelines for the IE&E program, dependencies, CMS commitments. We've held a number of meetings with Secretary Quinn and his team, with Mike Smith, the new agency secretary. We're meeting with him weekly. We're providing him updates. We have one-on-one meetings with Secretary Quinn and Deputy Secretary Naylor, and we're really trying to understand this program and what we need to do to move it forward. Our team is confident and with our abilities and commitment to work together to succeed for the good of Vermonters. And we really feel like our experience doing project work, I mean, I've been doing project work for probably 30 years. We'll be able to move this forward in the way that has been laid out, and we'll be able to meet the deadlines. So I'm going to turn it over, or I'm going to start going through the slides now to give you a little more detail than about myself. So again, I have 35 years of experience and knowledge across all 3 of these programs: enrollment and eligibility, the Medicaid Management Information System, or the MMIS, and health information technology. My experience has shown that teamwork, collaboration, communication, strong partnerships, and trust are all essential elements for successful completion of projects. I'm going to employ an approach that empowers the team to make progress with clearly defined roles and responsibilities that will ensure all of our success. We're going to rely on AHS Finance and DIVA Finance for finance, ADS for technology, and the project resources, so that the folks, the humans that actually work on the projects. We're going to rely the program and policy staff across the Agency of Human Services will represent the business, and lastly, we'll rely on guidance from AOA, AHS, and DIVA for legal support. So now I'll introduce our the interagency team, ADS, AHS, and DIVA. Our collective success is based on the team-based approach. The transition following Deputy Madison's resignation provided an opportunity from hearing from a handful of key team stakeholders, including myself representing the Department of Vermont Health Access, and I'll be speaking to the business, I'm gonna work alongside John Zaneker, who's here in the audience, as the deputy IE&E program sponsor, and Joe Lazinski and I have been working for 20 years together, and he is the deputy program lead for MMIS. He has incredibly strong relationships with the staff working on the projects, and he works very closely with our federal partner, CMS. Sarah Clark and Marie Hayward will represent AHS Finance, and Secretary John Quinn, Darren Prale, and I don't think Marcia's here today, but they'll be representing ADS and speaking to technology.
And Lori, going forward in the future, who will we direct our concerns about this project to?
Me.
Okay.
I am executive sponsor.
Okay.
So you will direct your concerns to me.
Okay, thank you.
So now I'm going to turn it over to Sarah to talk about the financial picture here.
Thank you. Good morning again. Thank you for the opportunity to come in and provide some additional details surrounding the financials of the IE&E project. Unfortunately, I was not at your last joint meeting, but I did hear coming out of that meeting that there was a request for greater financial detail. So what you've seen in the slide right here is some high-level information. I am prepared today, if you would like, or at a later point, to go through some more detailed project-level budget and financial information. So let me orient you first to the chart up here. Okay. This represents gross spending on IE&E over 3 fiscal years. Fiscal year 19 are the columns shaded in green. So those reflect the budget in 19 as established in October of 2018. The second column over from that reflects what we actually spent as of June 30th of 2019 when the state fiscal year closed, as well as any encumbrances. An encumbrance would be a contractual obligation for services that were delivered in state fiscal year 19 that we couldn't pay because of timing of how the year-end close process works, and so the obligation rolls from one year to the next.
I'm going to stop, and I apologize if this has already been done, but I'm not sure that we let folks know. We have Dan Smith from the Joint Fiscal Office who is on the phone with us, so I wanted to make sure that folks were aware of that. I apologize for not letting you know that at the beginning. Thank you.
So the green columns reflect state fiscal year 19, and I believe the November 1st report that was delivered to you would have some of that information in there. Then the next 2 columns reflect the state fiscal year 20, state fiscal year 21 projections. These are kind of our best estimate of what we anticipate spending as of October of 2019. That date is kind of critical because that's when we are doing our work to prepare for the capital budget adjustment process. And so I just want you to know the kind of timing of the numbers that are included in this presentation today. So at a high level, state fiscal year 19, we closed under our budget as established in October of 2018 by $4.5 million gross. When I say gross, that means it's a mix of state and federal dollars. So the budget for state fiscal year 19 was $17.8 million. That was comprised $14.1 million of federal funding, $3.6 million of state funding. In this scenario, when I say state funding, I'm talking about the capital appropriations that have been established and are remaining to support the IE&E project. We spent in state fiscal year 19, from a total perspective, $13.3 million, which is comprised of $11 million of federal funding and $2.2 million of state funding. The balance in our capital appropriation at the close of state fiscal year 19, so as of June 30th, 2019, was $103,000. We are planning to, and it's assumed in these numbers, request an additional capital appropriation of $600,000 in the capital budget adjustment process that will be delivered to the legislature this winter. which is in line with our capital budget request from last year. If you recall, the original request from the governor included $4.5 million for state fiscal year 20, $4.5 million for state fiscal year 21. The appropriation that eventually was made by the legislature was $4.75 million in state fiscal year 20. However, of that original appropriation, $250,000 was a set aside for the IT consultant, Dan Smith, who's on the phone. So it left $4.5 million for integrated eligibility in state fiscal year 20. State fiscal year 21, the appropriation in the as-passed capital bill was $3.9 million, which was a $600 reduction from the governor's recommended capital bill. At the time with the legislature, the conversation was, if you need the funds and you demonstrate progress on your deliverables and a clear financial picture, we would like to have the conversation with you in the budget adjustment process. And so AHS is requesting the $600,000 that would bring us back to the original request from the capital bill.
Can I ask a question just regarding totals? One of the questions that keeps recurring is how much is integrated eligibility going to cost? Is fiscal 21 the last year in which you anticipate that costs will be incurred? And so if it is, then is it fair to say that the sum total cost for integrated eligibility is the sum of 13.3 million from 19, 19.2 from 20, and 16.8 for 21?
So let me start with the first part of your question, and I may need others from the team to weigh in, but state fiscal year 21 will not be the end of the integrated eligibility enrollment project. That it is anticipated to continue beyond that. And I should let IT experts speak, but my kind of understanding of technology now is that it is an ongoing process of improvement. That the days where we would build a system that would last for 20 or 30 years is not kind of the realm of technology anymore. I refer to experts.
Yeah. I can talk for a second. Darren Prale, Director of Digital Services for the Agency of Digital Services. CMS has directed us to build these giant systems that support the eligibility programs in a modular way, and that means buying the best pieces you can to build the whole system. They're very complicated systems that have a lot of different parts, and sometimes when you buy different parts from different vendors, you get the best of breed, essentially. So we have continued to modify and develop the existing old system concurrently because you can never let these systems get out of compliance or out of security patching or any of that. So not only do we have to build the new system and continually maintain it pretty much for the life of the system, we have to swap out the parts, which we hope will be smaller parts and less costly parts over time.
So just to follow up on that, I mean, I understand we'll need to continue to maintain, improve, upgrade, but in terms of the original projected project, is 21 the end? Will the original projected project be completed?
I do not believe that would be the end of the project.
Okay.
I mean, the one question that we continually ask is how much is this going to cost?
So,
it's a pretty simple question.
And you could ask the same question about the existing legacy access system that we still use today on the mainframe, and it's been in production use for over 35 years.
Sure, there are maintenance costs,
Right,
there are adjustment costs, there are improvement costs, but in terms of getting the system, integrated eligibility as defined based on what the feds have asked, do we know what it's going to cost?
I think until the roadmap that Lori is going to talk about is complete, we won't have that total picture.
I mean, it comes back to things like Vermont Health Connect. How much did Vermont Health Connect cost? It's a question I've been asking for 5 years, and I can't seem to get an answer.
Senator John Quinn for the record. What I would say is, Kaz Madison, when she was here, she showed us a roadmap a couple of times of the modules that we would be doing each year. And I'm not remembering exactly how many. I think there were 4 projects going on this year and the next year and the next year. integrating with the MMIS program and having Lori oversee both has given us better visibility into where we can save money across the agency potentially. And so we're going through a re-road mapping exercise to make sure that everything aligns correctly as far as the projects. A lot of work has been done on this over the past 3 or 4 weeks, and it's been a really, really good exercise, not only for AHS but for ADS, and giving us a better vision of what that looks like in years out. So we'll be able to give you better estimates of those pieces of work in future meetings. Right now, we want to make sure that we're utilizing our federal money appropriately to the best of our ability, and as technology changes and we build those modules in years out, that we're using the newest technologies and doing things in a way that's more sustainable than maybe they were 3 or 4 years ago when we started planning.
I'm curious, the line about being under budget by $4.5 million, is that all eligible to be carried forward, or does any of the federal money come with a timeline baked in?
So we, roughly on a 6 months, from a federal funding perspective, roughly on a 6-month basis, we submit something that's called Implementation Advanced Planning Documents, IAPDs, which is essentially a grant agreement with the federal government. And so we lay out for them roughly every 6 months, this is our kind of planned spending over the next 2 years. These are things that change as you move through projects, and I think one of the things that we'll want to talk about today is our kind of module approach to integrated eligibility, and how, because of these smaller bites of projects, it allows us to be more nimble and to adjust as we encounter changes along the way. And so the funds the federal funding doesn't go away, I guess is the kind of the short answer to your question, but it is something that we kind of renew and refresh with the federal government every 6 months on a formal basis, but that there are weekly conversations with the federal government in terms of like the status of the projects and how things are progressing.
Thank you.
Okay. We'll let you keep. I have more questions, but kind of along the same lines as Senator Brock, but let's keep going.
Sure. Do you want to go through? This is a spreadsheet that essentially reflects for 19, 20, and 21 by project in the IE&E program what our kind of spending or planned spending is. It's not in the slide packet because it's a little easier to read on a larger sheet of paper, but we can go through that at a high level, and I'm certainly willing to sit down to dig in a little bit more on the whole spending on Vermont Health Connect.
So are you aware of the testimony that's been provided to this committee this summer? Have you had a chance to review that in terms of timelines? It's been
Yes,
okay.
I have. Yes.
Great. Okay.
Yes. Okay, so giant spreadsheet. There's some extra copies if anybody would like. Let me orient you to the spreadsheet. So the in the red column, that is the projects underneath the IE&E program. If you look at the 3 columns that are in green, that reflects the budget for state fiscal year 19 as of October of 2018. The middle green column reflects the total actual expenditures plus the encumbrances in state fiscal year 19. And the third green column reflects the delta between budgets to actuals. When it's a negative number, it means there was underspending versus the budget that was established. The purple column is projected spending for state fiscal year 20 as of October 2019. This is our kind of roadmap, our plan for spending. The orange column is the projection for state fiscal year 21. So at a high level, if you want to kind of maybe first talk about state fiscal year 19, and we can go through each of the projects. I don't know all the details, but I can maybe just call out for you some of the key areas of either underspending or where we overspent, which I think would be in line with the report that was submitted.
Before you do that,
Yeah.
maybe it would be helpful if we do kind of go back to Senator Bratt's question.
Sure.
So I think we had wanted, my understanding was we had really wanted to understand there was a project that was proposed,
Yeah.
agreed to, and we've been building it in modules. And we started building it and funding it, and then at some point we will largely be done with building the project. And so what in that frame is not on this sheet? Are there a lot of things that are not on this?
So what is on here is everything that we either engaged in during state fiscal year 19 or plan to over 20 and 21.
Okay.
So if there's something beyond 21, for example, that hasn't yet been identified, or perhaps it has and it's further out in the future, it's not included on this sheet. And if it's something that was completed prior to state fiscal year 19, it's not on this sheet either. And so I acknowledge that I was trying to address the questions that I heard came out of the last committee, which I think I've not captured here exactly, because I'm understanding you want a bigger accounting to include, going back to Vermont Health Connect.
Well, I use Vermont Health Connect as an example, and of course, one of the questions I have is the question as to what extent, if any, does any of the work here, in fact, replace pieces in Vermont Health Connect that were broken to begin with and have never worked? Which goes back to the question that I asked. The corollary question is, what did Vermont Health Connect cost? And is some of those costs, in fact, here? We hear anecdotally that Vermont Health Connect cost about $200 million. But then I see an army of temps and contractors still today doing things that system was supposed to do that didn't do. That is an ongoing cost. And if we have in this project something that doesn't work, and we've got to do manual interventions, we've got to add contractors, we've got to add temporary staff, where are those costs? Are those considered project costs, or do those become operational costs? And so there's just a lack of clarity that I have about how much is all this costing, and what buckets is it in?
And I will add on to that I have found the testimony that we've gotten this summer to be helpful in terms of where we are in time with specific modules.
Okay.
So that's been helpful. I feel like we're fairly comfortable in that space.
Okay.
It's really
The big picture.
Yeah.
Okay.
That is very murky to me at this
So
point.
my apologies, because I definitely, I understood that you wanted a little bit more project level detail for kind of where we are now and where we're planning to go. I very clearly understand your question is Vermont Health Connect, what did we pay for the development of it? But also, what are we continuing to pay for the operations of Vermont Health Connect that would include perhaps some of the more manual aspects that we are continuing to engage in while we remediate?
Well, that's the issue, is that in terms of looking at project costs, and I apply the same thing here, and I understand there's a different development philosophy and certainly more control here today than there was when Vermont Health Connect was done, and I acknowledge that and congratulate people for that. But at the same time, if we have continuing costs because we built something that doesn't work, the functionality isn't there, which is still the legacy of Vermont Health Connect, how are those costs being accounted for? Are they part of the project? Are they operational costs? Are they in the new project? And it's very, very murky.
So, I mean, I can speak to one of the projects that will help us to get out of the costs that we are now experiencing with Vermont Health Connect. And Secretary Quinn is going to talk about the VI project and where we are with that. So the Business Intelligence Project is moving out of the Siebel database and over to the State of Vermont data warehouse that the ADS staff is building right now. So he's going to go into that project in more detail. They're also building, and all of the operational reports that we now rely on a vendor to produce for us over at Vermont Health Connect. And those operational reports will be built and maintained by State of Vermont staff moving forward when the Business Intelligence Project is launched. So that will help us to start moving away from the Vermont Health Connect and to help us start saving costs. Another project that we have launched is electronic content management. So same kind of situation happened. We were relying on Siebel to store all of our documents in their solution. We've now moved them all over to a State of Vermont hosted on-base ECM solution. So we're making strides at replacing Vermont Health Connect and the very expensive solution that we're supporting right now. So we're making strides at doing that.
And I think you should hear us say, we would like to appreciate those strides with a little better understanding. So we're just trying to grapple with that.
Understood.
Is there some place that, from an accounting perspective, you've accounted for Vermont Health Connect to know how much we've spent overall as of this point? That's what I'd like to know.
Yeah, yes, there is.
Okay.
I don't have that for you here
But
with
yeah,
me
if you
today,
could
but
provide
yes,
that
there
to
is.
us, and I'd
Yes.
like to know, in particular, these ongoing costs that we are continuing to incur.
Yes.
Are they being accounted for as part of that project, as operational costs, or as part of this project?
Operational costs. And we'll provide the kind of full scope of costs for Vermont Health Connect, how it relates to integrated eligibility, and the operating costs associated with Vermont Health Connect.
Yeah, and I'd certainly like to know, as far as integrated eligibility is concerned, how much money are we spending in integrated eligibility that actually is simply to replace the non-functionality that we are continuing to live with from Vermont Health Connect?
Why don't you walk us through what you thought
Sure.
we wanted? Okay. And
okay.
We'll keep.
Great. So let's see. I think I oriented you to the top. Then this is the list of it's not up on the screen. It's the this detailed sheet. So it is a listing of projects underneath the IE&E program. If you wanted to focus on the third green column, that tells you off of the budget that was established in state fiscal year 19, what were the key areas of kind of underspending and overspending. But remember, this is on a state fiscal year basis, so it's not going to reflect what's the total budget for each one of these projects. This is a state fiscal year comparison. And so at a high level, you could see that the IE program support underspent off of the budget by $4 million. It's a pretty large bucket, the program support. It reflects state staff aug, security costs. When we have to do independent reviews on a project, which is, I believe, a legislatively required process, there's a lot of different costs in that bucket. We spent less than we budgeted for a whole variety of reasons, including some projects just didn't move as quickly as were originally anticipated for a variety of reasons. But because of that, our spending on staff aug was less than originally anticipated in the budget.
Does that mean that those are expenses that are not saved but are simply deferred and will appear later?
I think that yes, some of those costs will be pushed into the future and are accounted for in the 20 and 21 estimates that you see on this page. So if it was something that originally maybe we intended to have done in 19 but it didn't, it's reflected in the 20 and 21.
So as we go back and look at what is the total cost of this project based on how it was originally envisioned, how is that going to impact the actual cost to that budget? Because if it's being deferred, there aren't any savings there.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Does that mean that in terms of where we are in terms of our forecast versus original budget, original plan, that we're on target, that we're over, that we're under? Are we able to tell?
So I think, and I'm going to let IT and project folks fill in a little bit more, but so my understanding of, you know, why we're doing, one of the reasons that we're doing this module approach is so that when we take a smaller bite, from both a budget perspective and a performance perspective, that we are able to, as we move forward, if we come up with challenges, that we're able to adjust course. So that would mean both from a financial perspective as well as, like, do we need to do something different to make sure that we're achieving our intended deliverable. And so in that manner, though when a project is delayed, it does push costs potentially into the future. We're also able to put ourselves on the right course so that we don't, and I'll say kind of maybe similar to Vermont Health Connect, so that we don't commit to a solution that ultimately is not going to work for us and is going to cost us more money in the long term. Anybody would like to chime in beyond that?
So I think Cass, or I'm positive Cass in some of her testimony talked about these, you know, smaller projects like the consolidated paper application. So that was the first project that launched, and that was an idea of getting all of the healthcare programs into one paper application. That really had nothing to do with technology. That was more foundational work to get prepared for one of the phases of the portals. And when we come back in and talk to you more about how we planned or looked at this roadmap, as we've been, again, 3.5 weeks into this project. So we're still working these things out. Like, you know, all of this work that's been done in this smaller chunks that has allowed us to kind of contain the project, have less risks. You know, how are we going to move it, all of these smaller projects, figure out what we actually need in the end, and then we have to tie it all together. And that's just a simplified kind of view of it. And that's what we're trying to get on a roadmap, because we have commitments to our federal partner. We have commitments to you, and we have to make sure that we're meeting all of these deadlines, and we end up with a solution that is going to tie things all together. Remember, they're tiny little, there's phases of the customer portal, there's an ECM solution, there's a business intelligence solution, there's a premium processing solution, all of these little modules, and we have to tie it all together in what we have been calling, and I'm sure Cass has referred to, a case management solution and a worker dashboard. That comes in the out years. And we haven't yet figured out on our timeline when that will actually fit in. But we will figure it out.
Do you have any sense?
We do have a
as to
sense.
when you will figure that out and could tell us about it?
Yeah, I think if you give us 6 weeks or so, we should have a really firm idea about that and how that will work.
Are there new systems that are being used for the first time now that we're in open enrollment? Can you give us a snapshot of how that's going? Or are we still in the legacy?
Well, the document uploader is being used. So that was launched and that's being used. So what that means is Vermonters can actually upload any of their verification documents that they need, even in open enrollment. And that gets created, it creates a PDF to the worker, and the worker will act on the change that way. As we move through this modernization in the different phases of the customer portal, a lot of that will no longer be a manual process, it will be an automated process.
Okay.
And so that's working okay?
That's working fine.
Great. do you want to keep going through? Do we have more? Go ahead.
I mean, we can go through each of the projects, the areas of over and under spending, if you want, or there's more slides, I think.
So I will, I am, so I'm looking at.
Yep.
Okay, and I'm seeing that we have different projects listed here. I was trying to go through my notes and see, okay, wait, were these projects listed elsewhere? So I'd love to kind of orient myself on this sheet.
Yep.
To the projects that we've been following.
Sure. So there are more projects on the spreadsheet than there are here.
Right.
Because I think the intention behind these was I don't know, maybe the more pertinent updates to provide to the committee, and that's why these were selected for this executive summary level tab. But to crosswalk you quickly, if I may, so the healthcare paper application is Project C.
Yep.
And I think an important and I wasn't at the testimony, but when Cass was, I think, saying like things were over budget, she was reflecting on the total budget for that project. So not just from a state fiscal year perspective. So she was reflecting that things are over budget from the entirety over however many years, the time frame it takes to complete. But then when she said we finished fiscal year 19 with a $100,000 balance, I think there was some confusion perhaps about how, if we're over budget in so many areas, how did we end with a surplus? And I think it's because she was speaking to over budget in the context of the entire life of the project as opposed to just one state fiscal year.
Yes.
Which is what I kind of managed to very tightly, and we managed to each state fiscal year's appropriation as opposed to the life of the. And so I think that's what I'm attempting to clear up here with the spreadsheet. So the crosswalk healthcare paper app is C.
Yep.
Enterprise content management is D on the spreadsheet. Business intelligence is H. Document uploader is E. CMS mitigation items is not actually on the spreadsheet that I've handed out because I believe those items are factored into the DEVA operating budget, and so it's not, what I'm presenting to you here has to do with the design, development, implementation of IE&E as opposed to the operating costs. So that's not reflected on my spreadsheet.
So this spreadsheet are for the design elements, not operational. Okay.
The online application is F on my spreadsheet. And premium processing is K on my spreadsheet. And I can, if it's helpful, maybe we can just resubmit this table with the kind of crosswalk to the, if that's helpful.
Sure. So there's a lot that is on your spreadsheet that have we seen this? Have we seen reporting on these other columns? I'm feeling
You wanna
like
ask Dan about
Dan,
that?
have we seen? I don't know if he doesn't have the spreadsheet, so Dan, we are looking at line items for IE program support, AHS independent verification and validation. There's no funding for the customer portal phase 3.
So I should clarify. So with some of them on this spreadsheet are actually projects that wouldn't be here because they haven't started yet, right? They're state fiscal year 20 or state fiscal year 21. And so,
The package, right?
okay. Yeah.
Great.
So
This is from last.
yeah. So it's a timing thing. And then some of the other items that are highlighted have to do more with, I'll point you to M on the spreadsheet, government procurement. That has to do, it's the contract with 18F, which is basically, it's a part of the General Services Administration of the federal government that we have a contract with that has been working with the state to kind of design our overall procurement strategy for IE&E. And so
It's the modular.
yes,
Yeah.
and so that's it does
If Dan, you can't hear, I think he has seen, I don't think he would be surprised by any of this.
Okay.
But we can send it to him and we can confirm that.
Okay,
I'm gonna get
great.
it posted.
Okay,
Okay.
thank you.
Great.
So,
Yes,
just one of the things that stands out from the old exchange days is the change of circumstance. So I think to Senator Brock's question, I mean, since very day one of launching the exchange, we have been challenged by the change of circumstance. It's never worked. It's had a lot of attempts to have a workaround. And so is that the same one? Is that the same change of circumstance that we've talked about for the last 5 years?
Well, so it's the same requirement, so,
But the senator had asked sort of, are there pieces on this that are sort of with a cost interplay with the exchange, and I think it is, right?
So, yeah, if I can just speak to it this way. So the change of circumstance, any system that we have has to be ready to accept change of circumstance. In our future planning, the change of circumstance functionality that will replace the Vermont Health Connect, change of circumstance process, manual process that we have today, is going to be in customer service portal phase 3.
Okay.
So right now, we do have an online change review form that Vermonters can go to a website and fill in a PDF file. They can use the document uploader, so they're going to save it, use the document uploader, and it will go into a workers queue through the new ECM, electronic content management process, in the state-run on-base solution. That's already there and working. We don't have the portal functionality where Vermonters can just go to the portal and make a change in the portal right now. That's coming in customer service phase 3.
Okay.
So that basically is another $3 million that should be added to the cost of building Vermont Health Connect, because that was functionality that was supposed to be in Vermont Health Connect to begin with.
Yes.
And we now are
But they've
obviously.
always been meshed, right? I mean, their Health Connect was supposed to have all of this at some level, right?
Well, I don't know about all of it. I mean,
well, integrated eligibility absolutely was.
The whole
part
issue of
the
change of
initial
circumstance
promise.
was clearly the function to begin with. And a lot of the customer service costs associated with this. I mean, I get calls from consumers with some regularity about, I've been on hold with Vermont Health Connect for 3 hours trying to tell them that I just had a baby or whatever the case may be, and I can't get anybody to do anything about it. I get different answers from everybody I talk to. You know, I'm sure you've heard all of this as well.
Or you will.
I've heard it.
But that's one of the things that are generating my questions, is it seems very, very difficult to pin a cost on what it is that we're doing, and also to get a clear understanding of how much are we spending on all of this stuff. You know, how much are we spent on Vermont Health? How much are we spending on integrated eligibility? At what and to what extent is the spending on integrated eligibility really a part of the Vermont Health Connect to begin with?
And I have heard Sarah say that she will come to the next report here and talk to us about the Health Connect overall costs as it relates to IE&E, as well as the operational costs.
Yep.
Big picture.
It'll
So
be a
you're
bigger
hearing
team
us.
than me because it's.
Okay, good.
Okay, but you're hearing us loud and clear.
Yeah, I hear you loud and clear.
Great. Okay. Thank you.
Quick question. When you're saying this is, was supposed to be part of Health Connect, does that mean that the charges for that module should be assigned to that project instead of this, or?
It's probably a different question for, okay. Why don't we let you finish your testimony?
Do you want to walk through each? I'm trying to. Do you want that level of detail now, or I don't. I think I would maybe just move on to the other folks unless you wanted to go through it.
So Sarah, you know what I think would
Yeah.
be helpful?
Yeah.
For the line items that we have not been hearing reports on, I
Sure.
think you had started to
Yep.
tell us about those.
Yep.
Why don't you finish telling us about those? And
Sure.
then
So that is going to be, let's see,
A, B.
So A is the IE program support, which I talked a little bit about, right? It's just the kind of overall infrastructure support for the IE&E program. And so we can provide you more details about what's underneath this because it is the largest number on the page. So.
And those are not costs associated, right? No, they're not costs associated with any of that.
Yeah, so it's when it's not directly attributable to a project, it's in this bucket. B, I'm sure Cass talked to you about the requirement from CMS to do the independent verification and validation, IV&V. It's a CMS required review for compliance and ensuring that the state is achieving its deliverables and work plan.
Is this in effect using a third-party independent reviewer such as a Gartner?
That is correct.
And then there are
Yeah.
reports that are generated by them on an ongoing basis?
That's correct.
By project?
That's correct. And as a matter of fact, we share those reports with Dan Smith.
Okay.
You're aware of the healthcare paper application?
Yes.
Enterprise content management. Let's see. The F, customer portal phase 2 online application. That's a project that has started, but that's budgeted in state fiscal year 20 and 21. Change of circumstance is scheduled to start in state fiscal year 21. 21. You are aware of business intelligence, business rules management, and I probably am not great at describing what this is, but it is something that has to do with expanding integrated eligibility beyond healthcare programs to the economic services programs, and so it's the kind of foundational work to be able to make that happen.
Sarah?
Yes.
With regard to H?
Yep.
So that's the business intelligence.
Mhm.
Have we made a decision on that project?
I'm ready to talk about that one. It's
During your
slides ahead.
testimony?
Yeah.
Okay. All right, why don't you finish that?
J, federal report development. Again, though it's not called out individually here, I believe you're aware of it. This has to do with the federal enrollment and tax reporting requirements that the state is required to do related to Vermont Health Connect. The next one, K, premium processing. That's slated to begin state fiscal year 20. The worker dashboard, state fiscal year 21. Government procurement, and we talked a little bit about what that is, the contract with 18F for kind of our procurement strategy. And the last one, Master Person Index, Master Data Management, is a project that I believe was started and then is paused right now.
It is paused, and it's part of our future roadmap discussions with Secretary Quinn and his staff.
Could you tell me just briefly a little bit about 18F and government procurement, as to how, what that consists of?
Is anybody more familiar with that than me here?
Yeah, I can go into it further. As we discussed in the first hour, 18F was hired to help us with agile procurement, help us look at our procurement practices in the state to try to streamline and get vendors on site in a faster way and still be competitive in the market. So one of the things that they suggested and worked with us on was building retainer buckets of vendors. Inviting vendors in to competitively bid on areas of work, whether it was by the hour, $185 an hour for website work or security work. They would sign the terms and conditions with the state and be on standby to respond to statements of work by the state for work that's $500,000 or less. So part of the approach with IE was to build deliverables that were $500,000 or less, and to be able to go out to these retainer contracts, put out a statement of work, and get a response back in a couple of weeks, rather than doing a full-blown RFP that could take 9 months, 12 months, 18 months in some cases, and get to work immediately and start working in smaller buckets, trying to get a deliverable that directly affects Vermonters and adds functionality in a smaller way. And overall, I would say in that bucket, in the procurement bucket, we were very successful with working with them.
Okay. So that's kind of project by project list.
Okay. Dan, have you been able to look at this spreadsheet? Is it uploaded?
Yes, I have. He has, yeah.
So just with a quick, it's not, okay. So do you have any questions on this spreadsheet? We're going to move on from it at this point.
No, it pretty much matches with the data that was presented to the Corrections and Institutions Committees back with the original capital request.
Great. Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Sarah, how long have you been working on this project?
I've been the CFO of AHS for about 4.5 years. Okay. I've been in state government for 15, which is a long time, but nowhere near my esteemed colleague, so I'm in awe of her. So.
Oh.
And so has your role changed at all with the departure of Cass?
Well, I'm here today, so I don't think I've met with you guys before, but I've been testifying in the institutions committees on the capital requests as it relates to IE&E for as long as I've been in my role, so that hasn't changed, and I was there supporting Cass last year. And so, as the CFO of the Agency of Human Services, we have a $2.5 billion operating budget. Six different departments, from corrections, children and families, disabilities, aging, independent living. So that's kind of all under my purview. And so the IT projects, with really the onset of Vermont Health Connect and the kind of major efforts that we undertook probably now 6, 7, 8 years ago, the kind of financial impact of these large-scale IT projects has definitely changed the CFO's job, right? In terms of the responsibility for overseeing a large infusion of federal dollars and state dollars for the build-out of these projects.
So that happened prior to Cass's departure?
Yeah, prior,
okay.
yes. But just in terms of the changing nature of this job.
Okay.
But as you guys know, we still have 20, 30-year-old legacy systems that we rely on intensely, and so we're at the end of the life of those, and so,
yes.
Yeah.
Okay, great. Thank you for your time.
Thank you very much.
Sure. I see. Good morning again. So I'm going to cover this portion of the event, or the testimony. The Business Intelligence Project. No event. The Business Intelligence Project has been one that we've struggled with in the past a little bit. I think it's been read for quite a while. As you may recall, we've had a number of issues that at first, we called networking issues, state network. It looked like there was a fairly big problem with the state network that was causing replication issues.
Right.
In the end, we found it was a bug with the software that was running on the Vermont Health Connect side, and that stack of products specific to a certain version that really only affected the replication. So it was an extremely technical thing that it took us a long time to figure out. We had vendors in. Anyways, we're past that.
That was the transfer of data
That was the
between
transfer
warehouses.
of data.
Yeah.
Since then, we've been working on, over the past month, 3 weeks, the transition, what it looks like with new leadership coming in at Human Services, what the work is, looking at the dates that we have set out for completing the BI project, and ADS and AHS have committed to being able to finish this project in February. At the same time, to cover ourselves, we have executed a contingency plan to make sure that we're able to get out the delivery of 1095s and federal reports if something was to go wrong. But our boots on the ground, our project management, our senior leadership teams in these agencies are all feeling confident that we can get this done in February. We're done with most of the highly technical work, and right now it's looking at the data, comparing the data, building the reports, testing the reports, and based on the timelines that we've put together and the people that we've brought in who have been really instrumental on agile process and agile development and being able to plan out these things, people that have the most experience are showing that we can do these in time to meet the February deadline. So for the first time in quite a while, I feel pretty strongly that we can make this deadline and that we're on the right track. You know, I would say, and I mentioned this to Lori's deputy before Lori took this role and before we knew that Cass was leaving, that, you know, I don't give Lori's side of the shop, or which I call the MMIS side, a lot of attention, because they do projects really well and they've been successful and they continue to be successful. So usually when you see a lot of involvement from me, it's because something's gone wrong in the past. And so I'm feeling very confident in both the ADS and the AHS side that we have the proper leadership in place to do this.
Okay.
I thought 1095s were due by the end of January, so am I just misremembering that?
They're due by the tax year, so the contingency that we have in place right now, it's really not a contingency. It was like business as usual. So we have the vendor archetype who is going to create these 1095s. What we're going to do is, while they're creating the 1095s, we're going to replicate it on the state side to use the data that is migrated over to the data warehouse on the state side to replicate the 1095 process. And so that would be what we'll use to actually test the process to be able to create them in the next tax year.
But the forms that Vermonters are getting are out of the legacy,
Yes.
last year's system. And then, if I recall, there was questions around, is it an Oracle that's doing this is the component that we were worried about having to re-up with, right? Because it's tricky that we didn't really want to update to the new Oracle. We couldn't really keep the old one, right? So if we hit your deadline here in February, does that save us money? Like, are we able to get out of that contract in a way that's going to save us money? Or forgive me, I'm sort of half remembering what we were talking about, but I just remember there's a lot of interplay there in terms of both system abilities and budgeting. That was sort of a shocking number if we had to keep going very long for it.
Right. I do know that the business intelligence project, once stood up, saves the state gross, and please kick me if I'm wrong, about $600,000 a month in these other contracts that we have going on. So, you know, we'll be avoiding that cost once the system is stood up, and that's why we're so committed to this date. As far as the contract date with Oracle, I'm not remembering the exact date on that.
Well, so then, thank you. So that is my memory. It was a shocking monthly figure. So if we stand this up in February, do we get to take that off, the Oracle off in March, or is there a lag? Like, just help me understand that relationship.
Darren, do you have a better understanding of the Oracle timeline?
Yeah, in after February, we're upgrading all of the, or we're actually upgrading the products right now, but it won't go live until February. At that point in time, we will be able, once we get this done, be able to turn off what's called the OBIE, which is the business intelligence software, the Oracle software that runs.
So it could be immediate as soon as we're satisfied with this. Okay.
And then also discontinue the use of the contract.
Okay, thank you.
You can, so we're not locked into a contract past February?
I guess that's perfect.
No, the contract actually ends in February, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay.
That's correct.
And that's, I mean, we're
That's why you were.
Yeah, we're moving
wanted to be
resources.
really sure.
We're moving resources around. We're pulling resources from other departments. We're trying to put the absolute best and brightest on this that will make sure that we have success in the end. I'm meeting with the ADS technicians, between my deputy and I and Darren. You know, it feels like daily. We're paying a lot of attention to this, make sure we hit this date.
Okay. Okay. More questions on this?
Well, I guess if we, part of the contingency, do we have an option of a month-to-month sort of arrangement if we find we're a few weeks over? Or what would we anticipate if we don't hit February? You know, do we sign up for another year, another 2 months, what? Do you have a sense of that? What we'd be looking at?
Darren, do you have something? I think you're right. It would end up going to a month-to-month sort of arrangement. We'd have to extend the existing archetype contract and push out the Oracle upgrade project. And that's where those large costs come, because we have, for those additional months that we would be hiring the vendor and having Optum host duplicative environments, because during the cutover they're doing twice as many, and each environment has, just to give you an idea of scale, around 220 servers in it. You know, it's a lot of a lot of extra hosting that we wouldn't need each month thereafter.
Thank you.
Okay. Dan, do you have any questions on business intelligence?
No, the only comments I would have would be on the financial side at this point.
Would you like to share those questions?
Okay. I didn't want to jump in earlier, and again, first I'd like to apologize for not being there in person, and also say that if I was in person, hopefully this wouldn't come across possibly as harsh, but going back to the original question of how much is IE really going to cost, the approach that AHS and ADS is taking now is an approach that unfortunately means you can't answer that question. You can't look forward and say, this is the final cost of IE. Back in 2015, when AHS was looking at a contract to say, you know, to some vendor, go out and build IE for us, that brings the comfort of saying, yes, IE will cost X amount of dollars. But unfortunately for that comfort, it's based on invalid assumptions, and the net cost would have been far greater. And again, we can go back and look at Vermont Health Connect as an example of that. We thought we knew what Vermont Health Connect was going to cost. It ended up costing far more and did less than was expected. The advantage of the approach that's being taken now is that it's being done in a piecemeal fashion. Every year, AHS and ADS and the legislature is going to have to look at the list of what must be done, and CMS mitigation items is an example of that, and the list of things that we'd like to have done. And the change of circumstance improvements is an example of that. Look at the costs involved and say, is it worth going forward? The plus side of that is the overall program risks are much less. The negative side is you're never really going to be able to put a handle on how much the thing's going to cost. It's going to be a year-to-year exercise in saying, what must we do, what do we want to do, can we afford it, and do we want to afford it? So without beating that to death, I'd say that is one of the downsides. It's going to be a lot of work, and it's going to be a year-to-year challenge to figure out what the next year's projects are going to be. The only other thing I'd say is the question of Vermont Health Connect versus IE, of how much is in each bucket, is almost impossible to answer because there is no clear line between those programs. The IE and Vermont Health Connect from the beginning have been very tightly coupled, very closely intertwined. And being able to put your finger on how much have we spent on IE and how much have we spent on Vermont Health Connect, you'll drive Sarah crazy with that kind of question. But all we can try to do going forward is say, for each system, as closely as we can define them, what are the benefits to each? So, you know, in the next year or so, the customer portal phase 3, yes, it's a change to Vermont Health Connect. Yes, we could probably do without it and continue along with the way things are done now, but it's probably worth the state's and CMS's money to make the process better for everybody involved. And I will stop rambling there. That's my take on the financial. It's just going to be a long process. We won't know what IE is going to cost until we've said we're spending enough money, we're done.
Well, I understand that the modular approach has its certain advantages, and the pluses I'm fully on board with. At the same time, I think we have an obligation to accountability. And when we establish what essentially is a never-ending chain of costs, we never will know how much we're spending, and it's very difficult then to look back over a 3, 4, 5 year period to be able to evaluate, did we do the right things, have we spent the correct amount of money, what have we spent, and for what? I just can't, I can't buy the fact that we can't quantify this. We may quantify it differently.
I'm sorry. I'm sorry, and I agree with you. As we look back to 2013 through, say, 2016, it's unfortunate we can't look back and have a better handle on what was spent, for what did we get out of it. But I think that's the reality of it. I think in the current process, from about, say, 2017 on, we will have a much clearer picture. And again, you know, the project breakdowns and the costs and estimates going forward, we will have a much better handle on what we are spending on what and what are we getting for it. But yeah, looking back to the beginning, it's rough. It's going to be an impossible question to answer.
For me, some of these things are about smarter spending, right? So whether, and I don't have the cost in front of me, so I'm just going to use some general numbers. If we're talking about business intelligence and it costs us, you know, $3 million, right? How long does it take to get the ROI on that from what we're paying Optum? What's the value behind that to the citizen of Vermont, right? With the document uploader, what was the cost of that and what's the value to the citizen of Vermont? So if we look at this from a different perspective, if you look at it like, I think we may be trying to look at it like, what is the entire cost of integrated eligibility? It's a really large number, but if you break it down by the modules that we're delivering at the time and say, what's the value to the citizen of that we're actually getting right now and long term, whether we complete all of the integrated eligibility things or not, what's the value of implementing that piece to the citizen and to us? I think if we look at it that way, you can break it down by cost and say, is $3 million worth it to us to add that amount of value to the Vermonter? Is document uploading making it easier for us, making it easier for the Vermonter to be able to upload documents so we can turn around and process that faster on the back end with less resources worth the price compared to trying to come up with a $200 million number saying it's going to do all of these things and trying to wrangle it all in one big number. I think that's really difficult. But I think if we look at it in smaller chunks, kind of like how we're building it out, and look at the value story behind each one, you can kind of break it down a little simpler. Or at least that's the way I'm looking at it in my mind.
You can measure each little cut, but what you really want to know is how much blood did you spill? And I can't accept the fact that we don't know and can't figure it out. From a basic fundamental system of government accountability, I simply cannot accept that. I've said enough.
Okay. Are we done with the business intelligence piece for right now?
I think we are done with the business intelligence piece for right now, yes.
Okay, so a little more about how we plan for the transition of Cass leaving on October 18th. So when Cass gave her notice about leaving the beginning of October, we immediately went to a structure that would align with the way CMS had actually been structuring. Just this past summer, they released a new organizational structure where our state representative was going to be responsible for all 3 programs, so MMIS, IE&E, and HIT. And we looked at that and said, is there an opportunity to bring the executive sponsorship and the leadership team that we had in MMIS and share that leadership team with the IE&E programs to help move these programs forward. And we quickly decided that that would be a really good structure. We have foundational teams in the MMIS program already built. We have teams that are responsible for CMS certification, and if I'll explain a little bit about certification. Certification is when you're allowed to get enhanced funding for your maintenance and operations costs. So in MMIS, that's certification is something that we're really used to. In the last 3 years, we have certified pharmacy benefit management solution, and we also have certified a care management solution, which is the first solution across the country that CMS has ever certified. We've also, next Thursday, we're hosting CMS to certify our provider management module. So just in the last 2 or 3 years, we've certified 3 modules in our MMIS program. So long story short, bringing IE&E into the MMIS, we're going to be able to share a really strong leadership team. We're going to also be able to share all of these foundational teams that we've already built, and we'll be able to streamline the processes. We have leads in every one of these teams. A recent example is the reports that John and his team are building. We have already shifted over to our QA and testing team, and they're starting to test them. If we hadn't combined these teams, we would have had staff in the IE&E program that would have had to leave their day jobs to do the testing on these reports. So it's going to be more efficient. We're using experienced resources, and I think it will make a big difference. The projects will continue to align with the CMS guidance, and will proceed in a blend of waterfall, modular, etc. processes.
So I am hearing you say this will be more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
Will it be equally or more effective?
I say yes.
Okay. And are we are you now doing your old job and Cass's job at the same time? Like, is that like?
So Cass's job was, she was deputy commissioner, and she had responsibility for the IE&E program, and she also managed that, she oversaw the health access eligibility unit and 140 employees there. And she also had different other responsibilities in DIVA. She was responsible for performance improvement and other things. My main responsibilities, to answer your question, I'm going to be doing the job I did before, and I'm also going to be the executive sponsor over IE&E. But the reason why I can do that is that I'm an executive sponsor. I have an incredible team, and I have incredible relationships built, you know, and I have the relationships built across the agency.
So that's helpful.
Mm-hmm.
And do you know, is that position, is Cass's, the remaining aspects of Cass's position expected to be filled? Do you have any insight into that?
I don't really at this point.
Okay.
I haven't heard that we're not filling it.
Okay. But the piece that we are interested in, which is integrated eligibility, you are taking over.
I am doing that.
In addition to what you were doing.
Yes, I am.
Okay. And you have the capacity within your existing teams
Yes.
to do that, is what I'm hearing you say.
Yes.
Are there staff that transfer over to you? I mean, I'm not.
There is.
How many?
I can get back to you with that number. We're still trying to figure this out.
Okay.
We have lots of project management staff that we've been meeting with regularly. We have product owners that we meet with regularly, but a count of how many of them that will be transferring over from IE&E into this, broader team, I don't have a count, a specific count.
It's a gray area because our teams are so meshed together in their roles and working together. you know,
Was there overlap previously between the two projects? I can hear Dan wants to put that in. But were there people that overlapped between the two?
There are some projects that overlap. MMIS has been launching TMSIS, and I won't bore you with details because it is a lot of detail on that, but we had to rely on...
Would like to make a call. Please hang up and try again.
We had to rely on staff, the Health Access Eligibility Unit Director, Thani Boscalio. She would be working on that TMSIS project with us. So we had overlap between projects, but we didn't really have integration, I think is probably the way to describe it.
And do you anticipate, I've heard you say more efficient.
Mm-hmm.
I've heard you say you believe that this will be equally effective.
Mm-hmm.
Do you anticipate adding staff, reducing staff?
Well, I can tell you in the last 3 weeks, we've been able to use a project manager that had some bandwidth that was working on an MMIS project, and we've moved them over to an ECM project. So I think overall it's going to be more efficient. It should be less costly, you know, because we're working across both programs, and we can use the ebb and flows in project work and move them over to other projects that need resources.
So where is that cost savings going to come from if it's less costly? Do you anticipate?
So I think you'll see it most in the program, the IE program support. You should see less cost there and less cost in the MMIS program support if we can leverage it either way, right?
Okay. Is that contracted services or those like state employees?
It's a blend.
Blend.
Okay. Yeah, we use contracts for staff aug, and we also use state employees.
So you're well over your time, but this has been helpful. I appreciate you working so hard to provide us an update in such a short amount of time that you've been grasping this. Do you want to walk us through the rest of the presentation?
And very quickly. So I think I touched upon our certification successes. So again, care management, we certified this, and we actually got the letter in October of 2019. We were able to go back and collect enhanced funding at 75% back to 1/1/17 with this certification. So that's a big win financially. Again, we're hosting CMS next week, Thursday. We're going to certify this provider management module, and hot off the press this morning, we learned that Puerto Rico is actually coming to us on December 5th, staff working on an MMIS launch of the provider management. They're coming December 5th to talk to us about how we were able to launch this provider management module in less than a year. And they want to talk to us about how they can replicate some of that.
If they need us to go, they...
I said it'll be a rude awakening being here in December. So there's just the success of the project there. You know, this was a legislative mandate because it was taking us so long, over 120 days to enroll a provider. We launched this project, and now we're enrolling providers in 18 to 23 days. So we're going to continue to employ this modular approach for IE&E projects in 2020. We've launched the premium processing project. That's also legislatively mandated, and that sends the premium billing back to the issuers. And that is currently on time, on budget, and on scope. We have customer portal phase 2, which has just launched in the last week and a half, I think. And that's the online application project. So that's where they'll be able to enter this portal, Vermonters will, and they'll be able to electronically apply for health care coverage. And we're on time, on budget, and on scope.
you
You're
very
welcome.
much
You're
for
welcome.
coming in. I'm sure you've been working hard to. So I'm not sure that we're going to meet in December. We may meet in December, but it sounds like you all, I heard about 6 weeks. So you might appreciate not coming back to talk to us until January.
That would probably be very appreciated.
Okay. And so at that time, I want to be clear that we send these folks off with very clear idea of what we want them to testify on, based on Dan's comments, your concerns. As I said, right now I've got this question here: Vermont Health Connect costs and how they relate to IE&E, and I'm hearing Dan say that that's going to be really challenging. So, do we want to? Do you have recommendations, Sarah, based on our questions on what might be more helpful?
So I think, and I'm just trying to go back in history a little bit, because we had probably, it was 3 years ago maybe now, we did kind of testify, this committee didn't exist then, right? So to different legislators. So right now, I think my approach would be similar to what we did the last time. And there's actually, if you look in the November 1st report, there is on page 19, there is some financial information surrounding kind of what we've spent on Vermont Health Connect and IE&E from the kind of dawn of these projects. And so there is the accounting for it at a very high level, what we've spent. But Dan, his comments were very on point in that it's hard to determine where Vermont Health Connect ends and integrated eligibility and enrollment begins. But I think in my mind, I understand your question, and I will, do my best to answer it with the information that I have.
Well, to me, the issue is the functionality. And the functionality that was allegedly built into Vermont Health Connect from the time that it was initiated up until now, how much have we spent to deliver that particular functionality? Not to maintain it, but to deliver it. So we have the original development cost in Vermont Health Connect, which presumably we'd be able to quantify. We have the amount of money that we have spent over and above normal operational needs to hire contractors, temporary employees, and other workarounds to do things that Vermont Health Connect was alleged to have been done. It was part of the original specification that wasn't done, and still to this date has not been done. We should be able to quantify that. We know that there's certain aspects of what we're doing here in integrated eligibility that was specifically part of that original Vermont Health Connect deliverable. And we should be able to quantify at least what we've spent to date and what we have budgeted, such as the phase 3 change of circumstance, which was part of the original Vermont Health Connect. We should be able to quantify that. So those are specifics that we should be able to come up with both an actual to date and a budget to get the total amount for that.
So I'm agreeing with you. I'm not.
Okay.
I think it's the whole conversation around the deliverable and what Vermont Health Connect was that I can't speak to. The accounting, I can talk to you about the accounting for it.
Okay. So do you feel comfortable with what you're hearing Senator Brock say he'd like to understand? Do you feel
Yes,
like
but I will tell you, I will be reaching out to probably both of you and the joint fiscal
Great.
staff and Dan Smith leading up to the meeting.
Great.
Yep, because it's a combination, right? There's the accounting for it, but it's the other stuff it's hard to pull apart.
Okay.
And it's
Well, I mean, I think originally what we're saying here is with this modular approach, in many cases you are taking what historically has been a capital expenditure and you're really operationalizing it, because it becomes an ongoing decision point on a year versus year basis as to what you're going to do versus, it may be just in terms of thinking ahead that the way we account for things may need to be different, may need to be changed because of that. But it's hard for me to think, for example, that if you're a private company, if your IT chief comes to you and says, I don't know what we're going to spend to do this function, and I never will know, and there's no way that I can tell you, that would not be an acceptable answer. No private company would operate that way, and I don't think government should.
Okay. Thank you very much. Okay. So we have three items actually. One is committee discussion and markup with Becky. How are you for time? Because we are over time.
I do have another meeting. I can.
What time?
I guess wait till it.
What? Okay. What time is your other meeting? Is it?
It's okay.
So we should go through the memo first then. Yes. So we wanna go through this memo. I also would like to talk about if we don't meet in December, how we could move. Would you like to walk through this? What would make this easiest for you?
Yeah, I can generally walk through the structure and then I think go over the bullet points.
Okay.
So Becky Wasserman, Legislative Counsel. So the memo is now separated out into three parts. The first is the introduction, and this is just saying how often the committee met and what witnesses testified at committee meetings during that time. It's pretty general, so I didn't know if you wanted to specifically list all of the witness names here, so that's a question for you all.
Yeah, the one note that I have is mentioned here, the chief auditor, and I think we actually met with the state auditor. We did not meet with, did we ever meet with?
With Tanya?
Yeah, Tanya Morehouse, did she come in?
She was on the list, on the website. But
well, I know we did meet with Doug Hoffer.
Maybe it was just a written testimony.
She wasn't documented as a witness in our database.
I'll check that.
Okay, I'm just not sure.
I think we wanted to at one point, but we didn't.
Okay. So in the second section, it's recommendations that the committee would be sharing with other committees of jurisdiction. And then the third section is the status of IT projects, and I think that's the section that probably needs the most detail. So in terms of recommendations, we've been compiling over the last couple meetings a number of bullet points, so I can just start to go through them all. The first is to recommend to the committees of jurisdiction that they address workforce development initiatives in the IT profession. And so what was discussed was including reviewing state employment needs, the promotion of the profession, secondary and post-secondary training, and deficiencies in pay.
This, are we talking about state workforce development needs when you're in this outline or in this bullet?
State employees.
It's including reviewing state employment.
So because I think we should, it's sort of mixed together here, but I mean, we've heard from employers that this is a challenge, we've heard from municipalities that this is a challenge, and we've heard from our own people that this is a challenge,
So generally, including state employees.
Yeah, right, I mean, when we're talking about deficiencies of pay, I assume that's our own, state government challenge. I don't know, am I making sense here? I'm not quite.
So would it make sense to just cross out state in front of employment needs, because it's really both? Are you saying it's both the public and private sector?
Well, I'm asking that.
It is,
To me,
and I know,
it is.
as we've done in the Economic Development Committee, which deals with these workforce issues in the Senate, this is a recognition that it is a statewide issue, not solely a state government issue. So I think it's appropriate that we do it more generally.
But the deficiencies in pay is specific to state. So
That's
state,
right. That's what I'm trying to say.
That's true. You're right.
And so it's just a bit jumbled here, and I think it is. We want it to, for my needs, we want to encourage the committees to look at the whole suite of it. Clearly, when they look at state government's IT needs, the pay issue is a big one.
Yeah, good point.
Okay, great.
And I guess I would also like to suggest that secondary and post-secondary training. To me, I want to be sure, maybe this is already happening, that, for instance, Vermont Technical College is aware of this, that our that our voc ed programs are engaged in this, and so I don't, maybe they are, they probably are, but it seems like we would want committees to check in that specifically, but I don't know.
Okay.
Maybe that's too specific.
Awareness and training.
Yeah, I mean,
Okay.
it's not just, yeah, I mean, here, the training, I think of those as sort of state programs, but it's kind of a curriculum, it could be a curriculum, I think it's just more broad.
So would that be another bullet, perhaps just on education? Sort of a review of what offerings there are in the state in terms of program, like training and programs?
So maybe mapping out the, it's not the pipeline.
Well, it is the pipeline.
It's
No,
the
I
pathway,
think
the
that's
pathway.
right. Well, maybe it is a different bullet because it's more
Education
likely to
pathways,
go to
education and
different
certification
committees.
pathways.
It's all interwoven, but you would want, seems to me, we would want our education committees to have this kind of discussion, like there's this huge need, there are good jobs
Yeah.
available, we want to know if our programs are kind of aimed at that. I mean, is that too silly?
No, it's not. I mean, and we've certainly done it with other professions, and we have a suite of things that we say. We know that we have critical needs in construction, in
nursing,
nursing, and some of the allied healthcare professions, and so on. And just to make sure that information technology and information security are among the critical needs that we have in Vermont, and that we have workforce development programs that recognize those needs and focuses on the pathway to fulfilling them.
Do you have it?
Mm-hmm.
Great. Okay, let's go to the next.
So the next one is a review of both federal and state statutory provisions on cyber crimes to determine any deficiencies. And last time there was also discussion of requesting an opinion from the AG's office about whether any statutes need to be modernized.
I'm okay with that. I think what I've heard from other testimony in the meantime is that those things are generally addressed already. I'm not sure if we necessarily need to call it out or just kind of an ongoing thing.
I'm happy to pull the bullet if you want to pull the bullet.
Anybody else have any feelings on it?
I really want to read the statutes regarding cyber crimes. It's been a long time since I've read them, just to have an understanding as to whether or not we see the issue based on what we've heard here over this past year.
To me, it's an excellent question, but we've kind of heard that it's not a big gap.
Okay.
So I would take
So
that.
let's pull it. Okay, great.
The next bullet has to deals with the risk assessment process, so developing an IT risk assessment process within state government to ensure that the state prioritizes the IT risks that it faces, responds effectively to those risks, and has a process in place to raise inadequate risk response to the legislature for that action. And there would be a couple entities involved in that process, including ADS, other executive branch agencies, the legislative committees of jurisdiction, and the state auditor. And this came from Senator Brock, and I had paraphrased it to fit into the structure of the memo. And there was a note in there about the state auditor's ability to perform this mission, whether or not they have enough resources. So I put that footnote in there, but I didn't know if you wanted to include that in the memo.
No, I think that I would want to include that in the memo.
I think we should check with Hopper.
Well, if we don't include it in the memo, then I think we need to include that we want I think we need the word auditing in here. Or, well, yeah.
No, for the independent auditor, the state auditor is for independent auditors, I think that's correct. The only question is whether or not this resource issue ought to be included, and I think I just think we ought to consult with Hoffer before we put it in there. Make sure we're all on the same page.
Yeah, I do
I
think.
mean,
that
I think you
needs
could
to-
ask the same question of what we're asking the Agency of Digital Service. You know, to me, the question is baked into anything we're asking. So I don't know that it needs to be called out, especially here. But my experience with Auditor Hoffer is he's more than capable of raising that concern when he's given new tasks. But
So then maybe we want to, rather than be concerned, we want to work with the auditor to have this function happen.
So the bullet point is saying that this process should include all of those entities, so it would be including the auditor in there.
Great.
So take out the footnote. The next bullet deals with proposing legislation. So this would be creating an annual reporting requirement to the legislature on level 3, 4, and 5 cybersecurity incidents by system, and require state agencies and entities accessing state collected or generated data to develop data backup protocols. And there was some discussion last time about whether this would be needed, and also how this legislation would be proposed. Because
Well, I
this
think what
committee can't do that. So.
What we were really talking about, I think, and you had raised the issue, was that if some horrible incident occurs, should the legislature or some subset of it be notified about it, and if so, at what frequency? And I think one of the goals was not to provide a reporting mechanism that was overly onerous, but that knowing that we've had some kind of problem is something that we ought to be aware of.
And I am aware that, in speaking with Representative Briglin from House Energy and Technology, that he intends to put forward a cybersecurity bill, so I guess we pretty, yes. So we should start.
Should this be rephrased to recommend to that committee
Yes.
to include this in a cybersecurity bill?
Yes.
But
I would.
do you mean to say an annual reporting requirement, or at time of incident, or?
Periodic and leave it more general.
Yeah.
So somewhere in between is where I would actually be comfortable.
Me too.
So,
So maybe just say a reporting requirement and leave that.
at least annually or biannually. So what we've heard is that at the time of the incident could be challenging because sometimes they're taking some time. They really can't report to us.
Right. Well, I don't need it that hour.
Yeah,
but
and the other thing is the specificity of level 3, 4, 5 cybersecurity incidents makes the question: is that a footnote? Because most people won't have a clue of what we're talking about.
But I think because what we've talked about is, that there are these issues that happen all the time, we could be overloaded. And I think Secretary Quinn has actually 3, 4, and 5 are more serious. Mm-hmm. Right. What's a 2? Tell me what's a 2.
Something that may affect a small group of maybe state employees.
How
or,
small?
Left to be determined by me.
Okay.
I don't want to put a 10 people. I don't want to put a 15 people. I think it depends. There's a lot that goes into it. Depends on the type of data. Is it just PII? Like what is involved?
Okay.
If it was something that was going to make the news, even if it was just 8 people, I would raise that to a higher level.
So essentially, really, it's a periodic reporting requirement
well,
of significant or
that's trying to
serious
define
security
it
incidents.
based on risk and
So should we ask the news guy? What's a level 3?
Depends on whether it's a slow news day.
Exactly.
Okay. So, well, I think this will get some discussion in committee.
Yeah.
So. Are you good with that, Becky?
Mhm.
Okay.
Okay, so the next bullet is another recommendation to the committees of jurisdiction about understanding the administration's prioritization of risk in the system, and that would include which IT systems are at greatest risk for theft of Vermonters' data, and which systems disruption would pose the greatest threat to public safety.
I would say, I would add to that, the greatest threat to public safety or to the operations of government.
Okay.
And systems, I think should have an apostrophe
Yes,
after it.
I just noticed that as well.
Okay, are you good? Yep.
So the next would be to fund a third-party assessment of cybersecurity risks posed by local governments to the state system, and develop parameters with VLCT in conjunction with the Secretary of State's office and ADS.
I'd like to, I think that's smart, but I also, I wonder if we also just need to understand the cybersecurity risk posed by local governments, not only, this sort of hinges it to our own systems. You know, when the town of Bradford gets hit with a $2 million ransom request, you know, we're gonna need to deal, we're gonna be engaged. So it's not only the intersection to the state systems that I think is a state interest, if that makes sense.
I'm not quite there with you.
You don't agree, or you
No,
don't
I don't understand.
Well, this says the cybersecurity risks posed by local governments to the state systems. And I think that it's clear that municipal systems have their own risks just to their own systems.
So you'd like an assessment overall of
Yeah.
the municipal systems. Is Karen in here? And so what would we do with that assessment?
Well, I think that we ought to be looking for ways where the state centralizes some municipal IT functions and makes it easier for them and makes it more secure for our communities overall. But, you know,
Tend to tie into that sweet thing from.
yeah, I mean, I'm pretty far out of my knowledge base here, but
That could be a pretty big chunk, and I just wonder whether or not that the state should do what the federal government does, so for its agencies in a lot of cases, and that is define a set of best practices, as well as the ability for them to decide whether they're gonna do it or whether they're not. But in some cases where it affects the state systems, that's where I think we may make certain things mandatory in order to interact with state systems. But beyond that, I think the municipalities, I'm not sure that the notion of doing a risk assessment for all the municipalities of the state, that's a big chunk and potentially a big number.
so I don't, okay, somewhere in between there is, I'm not sure we need to do an across-the-board risk assessment. I think it could be just an analysis of, you know, what is the landscape that we could be faced with. I mean, we've all heard the news reports of significant cities, right, that have found themselves in deep hot water, and so I agree with you that we don't need a town-by-town risk assessment, but I don't want to tie this just to the intersection of state systems, because I think that these are community systems that, I don't know, what do you think, Seth?
Well, the bigger towns like Burlington have the budget to do this sort of an assessment themselves. The smaller towns, which would be the hardest to assess, also have the smallest budget, so, and likely to pose the largest potential risk of that particular system per capita, you know?
So
the issue of
I have
when
a
you get
question,
to-
actually. Secretary Quinn, when Jill Remick was testifying earlier, we noted that there was a small percentage of municipalities that said they get their IT services from the state of Vermont. Is that true? Do you know?
I don't have enough information to answer that.
Okay.
What they consider an IT service.
Okay, so, but do you provide any municipal services through ADS? No, it's just internal. Do we, across state government?
VCGI, our Center for Geographic Information, they provide some services to regional planning.
Yep, okay.
Agencies may provide some help desk type support on systems that directly interact. You know, they may have forgot their password, those types of things, but.
Okay.
So what if we just leave it as is, but then sort of say, also explore sort of these issues at the, our need to understand the potential impact of municipal cybersecurity issues on
So
the state, something like that.
I've moved under the IT, I have a new bullet from our previous discussion around the possibility of state services that could be
Okay.
offered to municipalities, so maybe we'll stick that under
Okay.
there. I do think, you know, the notion of doing some sort of polling could be interesting. I don't know if there's, I think this is fine. I think this is fine as it is. It's fine as it is because we can add more, these can get fleshed out a bit more.
Yeah, in the subcommittee, I was gonna say maybe we could kind of shorten it a little bit. Fund a third-party assessment of the cybersecurity risk landscape for city, local and state governments. Period.
So it's more broad, and then you depend on the committee to
take more
better
testimony
define
and
it.
narrow it down.
Great.
All right, Randy?
Yeah, I guess.
Somehow
I
doubt
don't
we're
want
gonna,
to, to appear as if
risk
we'd give them a
assess the
blank
whole
check
universe.
for a $2 million risk assessment.
I don't think they cash our checks.
Okay. Good? Becky, you good on that?
It'll be like the rest of IT, you can't measure it anyway.
Okay.
Be good.
Okay.
Yes.
So the next bullet is require new IT project funding proposals to report on the compatibility between existing and proposed technologies.
So, Secretary Quinn, is this required now?
If there's a funding proposal for a new IT project, there has to be a report on whether there's compatibility between existing and proposed technologies.
So in statute now, the Agency of Digital Services is responsible for choosing the technology solution.
Yeah.
Which puts it all in my agency, right? So the compatibility is looked at by our enterprise architecture. I don't think it necessarily needs to go into law. I mean, there's only one IT group, so the compatibility is looked at as part of the process. And we wouldn't let someone go forward with something if it didn't make sense for the state as far as compatibility to other systems, unless if the business case was there where we had to do something because of a mandate or some other reason.
But we're
So-
looking to build best practices here, not rely on what a good job you do, which is absolutely the case.
Right, but I guess what I'm saying is it's in law already by giving ADS
It is in law
that
already.
ADS
The
is
ADS
responsible
has
for the
to-
technology solutions.
So you have to report on that to the legislature. So this, I'm
Yeah,
thinking
we were-
specifically, you're coming with a funding proposal that you, yeah, I guess, okay.
Yeah.
It does
Okay.
seem,
All right, then let's take that out. Take it out? Okay.
Okay. The next would be the creation of a joint cybersecurity council to plan and oversee cooperation and communication on cybersecurity issues between the three branches of government.
So I would like to leave that in. I know that the three branches are working, and I would love for them to, you know, maybe just explain, just to continue forward into the session with that. Yep, go ahead, Senator Pearson.
well, I think this makes sense, but I wonder if we could come a little short of sort of urging the creation, but rather like just sort of, I think this is a good conversation for the committees to have. I'm not comfortable saying that we should create a joint commission, and I don't know.
So consider creation?
Yeah, I don't know.
Formalize,
Yeah, explore ways to
method
formalize.
for the three branches to cooperate on these things.
I like
To
that.
collaborate,
Yeah, thank you.
share information.
And that- I was going to add on to that, if it is the creation of something, it might make sense to put it into the bullet point, relating to the cybersecurity bill, because it would have to be created in legislation, although it sounds like now you don't want legislation on it.
Well, where's the cybersecurity? I mean, I think we need a plan to do all of these things. I'm a little uncomfortable saying, we've met and discussed it, and we think there needs to be a joint cybersecurity council. Does that make sense?
I like keeping it a little bit more loose, like formalize it. I'd be okay with like a joint memo from all the heads of the IT teams of all three branches saying, hey, here's what our best practices are and what we're going to do.
I think they're working on MOUs.
Yeah.
Or at least some of them are.
So does, you were suggesting we include it somewhere else?
If you were gonna keep it as is, it looks, to create a council would be something you would have to do in law. So I thought it might fit into the bullet point on recommending it sounds like the House Energy and Technology is thinking about doing a cybersecurity bill. So it might be something that would fit into that bill if it is something you would like in law.
Yes. And that's probably where we would figure that out, whether that's necessary or not.
But for now, I'll just keep it more informal.
I think that's fine, and we wanted to make it consider as opposed to create, is that right?
We just spent, half of yesterday in the Sunset Advisory Commission getting rid of IT councils.
Yeah.
We don't want to create more.
Okay, are you good?
Yep.
Okay.
Next is assessing and reporting on vulnerabilities that legislators pose to the state systems, and recommending some sort of periodic training for legislators on cybersecurity.
So I would like that to be an end goal, that there is a recommendation on periodic training for legislators on cybersecurity.
So is that really a direction to the, actually don't know what they're called now, that they're in the new legislative IT department to do this?
I would think more the speaker and the potential.
Yeah.
That makes sense.
I'm not sure who we would be asking to assess and report on the vulnerabilities.
Right. So Kevin would assess and then.
But he's already done that, and it's a risk. So I think we should just say that we recommend periodic legislative training on cybersecurity.
Required.
Yeah, required, yes. Recommend required legislative, and the periodic is sort of baked in, I would have thought. But I'm not sure we need, they are already assessing and reporting on all of that.
And, yeah, okay.
So,
Let's take that off.
Feels really bad.
But one of the things Kevin said was that he, for privacy reasons, couldn't really share any of the info. So do we need to come up with something that says, if you're posing a risk to a system, you are no longer expecting a right of privacy.
That's right.
So that can be specifically addressed.
So
Because-
training to include procedures that legislative IT takes to contain you?
Ensure system security.
Yeah.
So maybe that's a question that I think Kevin has policies already on that. So maybe that's just a question of if he has that in his policies already, and then if he does, to let legislators know that in the training.
Yes.
And
But for instance, he talked about, does he have the right to say, Senator Pearson, you've been repeatedly a bad actor, your access is now truncated and limited in some way. That's what he was asking us, and he didn't feel that he had the authority now, if I remember. And so is that sort of what you're getting at? Like, we would need to set that up for ourselves.
Yeah.
And basically, who does have that authority to pull the plug on a sitting legislator? Does the pro tem and the speaker, does the ethics committee have that responsibility? Does anybody have that right now?
It could be in the rule, I could look in the rules to see if there's something that would be applicable.
Yeah,
So
I
could
think
we
that would be
just
helpful to know
note that and say explore,
Yeah.
you know, I don't know, explore policies to figure out how to slap ourselves on the wrist.
Here's your speaking spell.
You can have an etch a sketch.
Yeah, I guess I'm just wondering, what is the penalty that you're taking off of this
So
system?
access or no access, yeah.
Like you have no I mean, I don't know, so it's a question that you wouldn't be able to have like a legislative email address anymore?
That wasn't what I heard. It was more about what networks you were allowed on. Well, I don't think we need to answer this. The point is to have that conversation. They need to figure out, we need to have a training and we need to have a protocol for, handling our internal risk behaviors or something like that.
And I guess there's the question that Becky has raised is there anything in the rules right now? I don't know that there is.
That's something I can look into.
Yep.
Okay.
The next is evaluating the need and cost for a legislative expert, and this is similar to what Dan Smith does, and this could either be an individual or a firm that would provide some cybersecurity technical assistance to the legislature.
Yeah, because it's us, saying John's doing a good job or not, and Jeff. I feel like it would be, we need some technical assistance.
Get more people like me.
Okay.
And the last bullet is consider funding an innovation fund within ADS for the purpose of addressing one-time cybersecurity upgrades or fixes.
So I've put this in here because I believe that most of ADS, I think all of your funding is
that's
billed
right.
back, right? It's all like,
Yeah, like 0.001% is general fund.
right.
Directly.
Right.
People
So that's
comfortable with
hard
that?
for you to be proactive, is that what I'm reading?
Yeah, so it's hard to, so we can see 200 case management systems out there, but it's hard for us to build something in advance and say, hey, come here. We have to wait till there's a project started and then try to build it into an enterprise solution as, things are trying to
So
happen.
have we described this right here with this?
No.
Yeah.
We have not described it well. Is that what you said?
No, I mean, an innovation fund and one-time security money is, one-time money overall honestly really doesn't help me all that much because of the models that IT has moved to. They're all subscription-based, so whether we're buying an endpoint protection that's gonna help desktop stay secure, those are yearly costs. There are very few one-time costs. We did that with the hardware that we bought last year. There was BAA money, one-time BAA money that worked. But again, we're gonna come back into that 5 or 6 years from now.
So what would we change this to create an annually?
Do you want it
annual
focused on
appropriation?
cybersecurity or innovation?
I see. Okay.
I was going to say, consider funding an innovation fund within the Agency of Digital Services for the purpose of systems upgrades and so forth.
Modernization.
Yeah. So it's not tied to a specific
Systems upgrade.
Would it be that, or would it be, would the focus be on standards, modernization standards established by the Agency of Digital Services that should be applied throughout state government, with particular emphasis on cybersecurity, and just simply provide a fund for that purpose?
That
But
seems
somewhere
like a separate thing, but.
Yeah, but somewhere, I mean, it's, I would think it would be standards driven, what you're doing. You're trying to do something that would apply a standard, and here we talk about cybersecurity across state government. And the problem that you have in implementing it right now is you typically can't do anything unless a particular agency or organization is going to upgrade that particular system. So it makes it very, very difficult to apply something across the board. Is that,
Yeah.
I think, what you're saying?
Yeah, I think you're right. You know, we have standards that are that we're going to be talking about with judiciary and the legislature in the next couple of weeks. We have a meeting set, but in that are some goals. Really, there's standards, but we know that there's some of them that we don't make, and there's money that's needed in order to get to that standard. So, with that line of thinking, yeah, we would use money to fund us getting to that standard. Right? You know, the different technologies that are needed, but it's they're not one-time things. That's the struggle.
There's nothing in your creation statute that prohibits you from getting a budget line item, right?
Yep.
Just put it in Vermont Health Connect. Nobody even knows.
Tell us how you really.
Does that bother you?
I mean, I'm sympathetic to this, and you know,
Let's go.
Secretary works for the governor, and the governor presents a budget, so that's an interesting tension that I have here.
Where would this go? Like, which committee would look at this?
Appropriations, I mean,
Yeah.
the budget, we're just talking about money.
Yep.
That's where it's.
So we want to look at also annual, I'm sure, yeah, general fund appropriation. That'll be.
Yeah,
well
no, of
received.
course, where's the revenue coming from to fund it?
Right.
So, I mean, it's basically in both line committees.
Well, right. Yeah.
Well, we can
I think
actually
let's leave it
consider
here and
funding. I mean,
let this conversation, I think it'll percolate out.
But with the changes that I think Seth had, or somebody had.
So, one of the questions I have is, that we started with, is who is this going to?
Yes.
So, there's a lot of talk of the committees of jurisdiction, but at this point, it almost seems like it's a lot of the committees, so it's, you know, appropriations, energy and technology, GovOps potentially, economic development, did I say institutions?
No, but probably.
Yeah, education. So, is it, yeah, do you want to specify the committees
Yes.
still?
Yeah,
Okay.
I think so, and I think I'd like to try and maybe break it up by committee.
Okay.
Does that make sense? I mean, because
So write a
otherwise-
separate one to different.
Or just,
to
no,
the-
I think just within the memo.
Okay.
So, you know, people.
Oh,
can-
separate out to, within the memo,
Yeah.
which committees this would be going to.
Yeah, because people will then be able to see the other things and go, wait a minute, that should have been with us, or not, or thank God it's not.
Well, one thing is, doing that will make this longer, won't it? I mean, one of the things I would love to do is to keep this no more than two pages.
Yeah.
To get to the point, rather than produce a long report that nobody's gonna read.
I think we've pulled a couple things off of here. We've pulled 2.5 items off of here.
And we've had, I think, in the introduction, I guess we haven't specifically talked about what systems we've examined, but my question is whether or not item 3 is is even necessary. Because we
Item
don't,
three?
desire,
Oh.
yeah, we don't really say anything in item 3.
Well, that's because, well, and I think Becky had said that we may need to.
I think that was just a placeholder for right
Yeah.
now, and so if
Right.
the committee wants to add something, I can add in more detail.
So I think that I would like to work with maybe JFO on the integrated eligibility here, on recommendations for integrated eligibility going into the session. Like, here are the items that we are watching going into the session. I would like to note that we have a tri-branch working group doing some cybersecurity work. Do we need to note that?
So is that the same as the bullet above about formalizing a method for the 3 branches to work together?
No, it's not. I think we want to check in with the tri-branch working group on, we recommend periodically checking in with them on any outstanding or new cyber issues. Neither of them are looking at me. Kevin's not here. Does that seem reasonable?
We can certainly report periodically.
Okay, great. Okay, and then here in this is where, Becky, I'm thinking putting in, looking at, and I don't know if this is the place, but this is where I'd put it, state level suite of secure services for municipalities. We need to understand, I think, to what level, maybe this is above and not the status of information IT projects. To what extent BGS is offering this already? Municipal
BGS?
service.
BGS?
Isn't that, yeah, that was.
Buildings and General Services Procurement.
Oh, procurement, okay.
Yeah.
Well, and maybe we shouldn't limit ourselves because it might come from other places too.
Okay.
HTML or whatever, I don't know.
So we have the list of interactions. So who's providing municipal, is this under IT projects? I don't think it is under IT projects.
No, I don't think it is. But
Okay, I think this is gonna go up to a bullet. So, consider, do you wanna take a stab at it?
Well, I'll take a non-specific wording status, but to me, we want to understand what there is and explore if there are opportunities, or we should think about opportunities for the so-called suite. So
Of municipal IT services that would provide greater security to Vermonters' data.
and cost saving, potential savings.
Yeah.
So it's an explore. It's understand the universe and explore if there's wisdom.
Who is that? Is that GovOps?
That's GovOps, I think. I think. What do you think? Right? Seem reasonable? I'm looking at Karen actually. I'm glad you agree.
I think so, yes.
Are there other IT project recommendations that we have looked at here that we should be making? We should be talking about. I think the integrated eligibility is going to be significant. So,
What's the timeline? I mean, we all have bill drafting requests and stuff. So, what is your expectation of when we send this out?
So we talked about committee bills can be
Those are
drafted
later.
till like
Oh,
March,
okay.
right?
Yeah.
So I think if we.
I'd have to check the deadline, but it's
Yeah.
not in December.
Yeah. What I would like to do is not meet in December, but I would like to
Right.
send this to committee chairs
Okay.
before the session, and then probably again once the session starts. So I'd like us to finalize it if we need to do that virtually.
Yeah, I think that's fine.
Is that okay?
Sure.
Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
Becky, so, and we need that, we'll need to work with JFO on that. And if there are any folks in the audience who have specific thoughts they'd like to share now, or, so now would be easiest. Yes.
Well, I do have one question about the bullet point on us, which is why in particular is the Secretary of State included? It seems the Agency of Digital Services is the
Probably
entity
because of the
that's most
elections,
relevant for this issue, but
I think
you've
it
got,
was because of elections.
you've got taxes, you've got, as we discussed earlier, you've got environmental conservation, you've got all these other.
So your recommendation would be ADS and?
Well, my recommendation would be
LCT.
led by ADS and whoever they feel they need to talk to amongst the other agencies.
So this is looking at that paying to have an assessment done. So
Right.
funding an assessment and the parameters of that assessment being set
Yeah.
by you.
Uh-huh.
Okay, yeah, you and ADS jointly,
Yeah. I mean, that's.
and not the Secretary of State, is what you're saying.
Well, it seems the Secretary of State's just calling out one particular element
I
of
see.
where we interface with the state.
So, so I am not sure if there are other aspects on here that have, so Secretary of State has their own cyber security.
They're responsible for the security of their systems.
That's
but
right.
We work pretty closely with them, sharing back and forth because they traverse our network with a lot of their systems.
Okay, so do you feel like this is,
Yeah.
that was,
Adding ADS would be fine, I mean, because there's the treasurer's office, there's Secretary of State's office, there's multiple other.
so is that all gonna be included if we have ADS and the LCT?
We can, yeah, we'll make the recommendation and work with those other people to add them in.
Yes?
If they decide to opt out, I don't have a lot of say.
Okay.
So I think my last question is that this bullet point on the third-party assessment is, I think, the only other one that looks like it is like a direct action that you're asking, and it's on cybersecurity. So, I mean, it would take legislation to fund it. So should this go with the other bullet point on legislation?
Yes.
Okay.
John, do you have any ballpark sense of what that type of an assessment, does anybody have any ballpark sense of what that type of an assessment would be?
No.
Okay. Karen, do you?
I don't.
We're doing a network assessment right now, or we're going up for bids on a network assessment right now. So depending on when those come back, I may be able to give you an estimate on what that would be, to give you a number. That would be the closest thing.
Okay.
But it depends on how in depth, if you're talking about particular systems, or if you're talking about each application, or having assessments done. That's way different than having a perimeter assessment done.
Okay.
By probably millions of dollars based on the number of applications we have.
It would be pretty costly.
Yeah.
Kind of thing, depending on how it's designed, which is why I lean towards the notion of best practices and means for self-assessment of how the systems that a particular municipality might have fits with good practices for cybersecurity. The part of DHS that did some work for the state, is that an organization that might be of help in this issue, in terms of an assessment?
We can ask. We were moved up on the prioritization list because of the few different reasons for that, but I think they have quite a bit of work right now, so I'm not sure, but we can certainly ask them.
Price is right.
Yeah.
Okay.
Well, that was free. It saved us about
That's what I mean.
86,000 for that perimeter assessment.
Okay, does anybody else here today want to offer any specific thoughts on the memo? Okay, so Becky, what I would like to do is see when you think you can do a fresh draft of this by. Then I'd like to set a time, a day, for when any suggested edits are to you.
Okay.
And then, which will come through myself and Senator Brock as well. And then have a final day that the committee will be able to look at this.
Okay.
So if we are looking at, do we have a calendar in here? We'll look at, I'm gonna look on my phone. Are you able to do that, Becky?
Yeah, I can.
That's scheduling here now, or is that something that you need to send out?
Send
Okay.
this out by, I'm just thinking if I get it edited, probably by Tuesday.
Great. Okay, so if you send that out by Tuesday, and let's make sure that it goes to JFO, VLCT, Judiciary, Legislative, and Administrative, ADS. And, yeah, no, I think that's fine. And then, so it's coming out on the 19th. You'll send it to us and to those folks. And if we have all edits to you by the 22nd, would you be able to have it finalized before Thanksgiving? So that next week is Thanksgiving.
I'm not in the office.
You're not in the office? Okay. So, December 3rd? Anybody want to flag any issues there before December 3rd? Okay. So December 3rd, we'll have a final, and then we will get that out to the Speaker of the Pro Tem and the committees, all of the chairs. Yeah. Yes, okay, great.
What exactly we're gonna do on December 3rd is just simply have the memo.
Becky will have the last draft done.
Okay.
So,
Email it to us and we can sign off that.
yes, yes. Great, thank you, Becky. That's good. We have two other items. One really quickly is committee scheduling during the session. So I feel like we have to meet during the session. Okay, I will. My preference will be to send out a doodle poll of date and time, and I'm guessing that mornings are gonna get really competitive. What, yeah?
I mean, you're gonna run into what we ran into last year.
Yeah.
I don't know how we can do it any better than the two of you trying to figure it out.
Okay,
I mean, if
great, fine. And then.
And there will be
Senator
some
Brock's
days
in
where.
the same
Yeah.
misery that I'm in, and
Okay.
Senator Kushel, you guys have all your.
And then the last item, I just want to make sure you all are aware, we have arranged for, you have this. Norwich actually brought this forward. Cybersecurity awareness training for officials and senior management. This class is specifically intended for elected officials and others who have to provide oversight for cybersecurity. It's a 4-hour class being presented by FEMA, Texas A&M, a number of others. It's going to be offered to legislators and judiciary first. There are 2 classes. This is taking place on the 16th. Yep. So there'll be a morning class and an afternoon class. Mike is gonna receive and coordinate all of the RSVPs for this. Judiciary, I think, may have up to 10 that go, or, you know, I've spoken to the speaker, Senator Bratt will
Yeah.
speak to the pro tem. We're hoping to see a decent turnout from legislators, and then we will be offering this to VLCT for town administrators or folks that are that have to make decisions. The plan right now is to have Mike send this out to all members on Monday. With the map, this is at Norwich that this is taking place. And open it to Judiciary on Monday. And then on Wednesday, have VLCT come in. So we'll work on the specific, I will give you the specific words for the email.
So we'll have 2 days, and our colleagues will have a couple of days to hold
Head
the seat.
start, yeah.
And let's make sure that we
It
do not
may be a
send this
tricky day
out,
for me,
though, Mike, on Monday until we've had an acknowledgement back from the pro tem. Because although the speaker has it and is aware of it, the pro tem is not. I think we want
So
to have
you'll
the same
make
thing.
him aware of that
I'll do that
today?
today,
Okay, great.
assuming I can get a hold of him.
Yeah.
I had both of them in here yesterday afternoon. Should've done that.
Any questions on this from anybody?
Are
Good,
you
Karen?
both planning to be there?
Yes.
Yes.
The day, it might be tricky for me, but.
I think
Great
it's a pretty
opportunity, yeah.
good opportunity, especially for our colleagues to go. I think it's, I personally have been fairly alarmed at what we don't know. So, okay.
It's a reasonable strategy.
Yeah.
The costs involved.
Yeah. Okay, I think that's it. Thank you very much. So we started late and we're ending late. Oh, that's all right.
You're off the record.
Okay.